It's my specialty.
Well, hello. This is Unscramble Minds, and it's a lot going on. I'm Sister Freedom. You already know that.
Hello, I'm Dulcinea.
She's so sweet.
Hi, I'm Nisha.
Y'all know she don't take no stuff. Go ahead and introduce yourselves.
I'm Sakina Ra.
She's a Taurus.
I was
Beware.
waiting on that.
There's a lot of back chat, you guys. I don't know what's going. I'm hearing a lot of back chat and delayed. Something.
It's me. I'll be quiet, Dots. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I'm D double O T dots of the C. No, wait, I said it wrong. Wait. D. I'm D O T double dot A. I'm daughter of the C. A.
New York in the house, Dots. Okay, it's so much to talk about tonight. We is like, y'all can tell we is tonight. How are we gonna start this off, y'all? We got some serious stuff to talk about. I mean, really, I've been all upset today about, for one, the people in the submarine that then went down. Oh my God, that part. That was horrible.
Yes, it was.
That was horrible.
Absolutely.
Justin, I hope you got some things you can show on that, because that there right there. Yeah, and they have not found nothing but some little debris on
No, they found some bigger pieces. Remember, one me and you on the phone.
Yeah, I think today they found bigger pieces.
They found bigger pieces.
Well, first of all, how do y'all want to start off, and what do y'all want to start off talking about tonight? Because we got several subjects.
I think we should start with the submarine or the submersive device, because it wasn't a submarine. And then we can go into the Polight, because I know that's going to definitely be something that we all need to talk about.
Okay. All right.
And I'm pulling up something so you guys can talk right now. Say what you guys know about the issue, and then I'll pull up like a news from today.
Peace open to knowledge.
Peace open.
It's just been crazy this evening.
Yes.
I mean, just crazy with the weirdness of people this evening.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
But
Peace open.
Okay,
so I can start. While she's pulling up what she wants, the clip. So
and I know tonight everybody's looking at Sinetta's channel. Everybody's looking at Bro Sanchez channel. Everybody's looking at the different channels, but we still come on tonight. And whenever people get a chance to look at our channel and see what we got to say, we got something to say, because we feel bad about them people that went down.
Yeah.
And did you see the submarine though? Did y'all get an opportunity to see it? And there was one man, y'all, that said that he had heard some bad things about the submarine, so that's why he didn't get on.
It was a few.
Oh, it was a few people.
It was a few. They said it was destined, not just destined to happen, but they said it had happened a few times.
What?
They said that this submarine had malfunctioned a few times. I'm not sure if Dulcinea is that one of the clips you're gonna pull up, but this had happened a few times. But one of the good topic points that I want to bring out about this was that they had compared this to the actual story of Titanic, right? The original Titanic, and they were upset because the original story of the Titanic was how people were coming in the Titanic and how they had died, and that they couldn't get nobody to come and rescue them, no matter how they had contacted. and how people were trying to get here, how the poor were at the bottom and the most wealthy were at the top, and how they saved them and barely put people in the boat, and then how many people got left, and the way that story went. And then when it came to this, it was 5 billionaires.
Well,
And
I
then
didn't know
how
they were all billionaires, but I'm just saying. I said, I
no,
don't
they
know.
were all wealthy billionaires. The guys, the Pakistani was a billionaire. The French diver, he was a diver and an expert. He was rich and wealthy. The one guy from Open Gate, the founder, these trips cost $200,000 each.
250.
And then you had the Brazilian who was a billionaire.
One brung his baby on there with him.
Yeah, and that's the Pakistan who was the richest man in Pakistan.
Yeah. Mm.
So so we had 5, and then all these guys were the richest in their country. So they were comparing how quick they sent people out to go save these 5 richest people, but when it came to the same people in the same area for the same ship, or because this was called the Titanium and the other one was called the Titanic, and nobody came to the rescue for the Titanic.
They only made it like 2,000 down, right? 2,000 feet down or something.
Yeah, 200, about 2,000 feet down, but the top of that ship itself was only 5. What was it? 5 inches, 5 feet thick.
Not 5 inches.
What's the submersible
No,
you're
5
talking about?
feet thick. It was 5 feet
talking about
thick.
the submersible, Sakina?
Open now is messing with you guys, but
Sakina.
don't feed in.
Huh?
Are you talking about the submersible?
The lid, hold on, because I can't. It's the lid, the top of it. If we look at the whole cap, it's a whole picture of it.
I wanted to just get clarity on. I didn't know if you were still talking about the Titanic ship or whether you were talking about.
I was talking about the top, the little submersible. The submersible,
okay.
Right?
Gotcha.
Okay.
Right, because we had to go for. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dulcinea.
Oh, I was just saying, I tried to find a clip as recent as possible. So this says from a couple of hours ago, and it'll go into the submersible as well.
I have a good clip to play too after this because to give us some more context.
Okay.
All right. Let's see here.
3 p.m. Eastern, we got the news everyone was dreading.
In consultation with experts
from within let me say this really quick, Command,
the debris.
You need to stop this every once in a while, so you can stop it every once in a while, and somebody say something on it so that they don't stop our thing itself. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So every few minutes or so, stop it and give some content or something on it so they don't flag it or interrupt it. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Catastrophic loss of the pressure chamber. Upon this determination, we immediately notified the families.
That's the man heading the multinational task force that has spent the last 4 days searching round the clock for the 5 people on board the Titan submersible.
So that's the Titan submersible. Let me see if I can go back so you guys can see it.
And they need to show us the little thing that they got to show to go down and look like they're searching for the people. They ain't showed that either, have they?
They have shown a couple of different devices that they put in, like I guess France joined the search and China joined the search. So they have shown them actually sending down devices in the sea and to search for the search party, but they knew the oxygen had ran out, so that's why they did pronounce them as dead today. And I think this will go through as far as them finding the pieces. So I'll go ahead and play a little bit more.
Or the Titan submersible. They've used planes, ships, a submarine, subsea robots, even remote-operated vehicles capable of descending all the way to the ocean floor, to the wreck of the Titanic itself, where the Titan was headed. But after an expensive, exhausting, and hopeful search, it is now believed the Titan was destroyed. Here's how it happened.
Essentially, we found 5 different major pieces of debris that told us that it was the remains of the Titan.
According to the U.S. Coast Guard, and
So okay, so here's where they're saying, they found the debris, and that's how they know as far as that the Titan was destroyed. And even the news was kind of talking about how far down the Titan was going, but we know the pressure would destroy it and the bodies of the people. So I'm not sure they found anybody, but they've just been finding these pieces.
an ROV, a remote operated vehicle, was able to scour the ocean floor near the Titanic wreckage. A few hundred meters away, they found this.
The initial thing we found was the nose cone, which was outside of the pressure hull.
That was clue number 1. Soon after, they found a large debris field where they found other components. They analyzed what they looked like, compared them to the design specs of the Titan submersible, and it seemed like a match.
Shortly thereafter, we found a second smaller debris field. Within that debris field, we found the other end of the pressure hull, the aft end bell, which was basically comprised of the totality of that pressure vessel.
It was all consistent with the components used to build the Titan, but they also think the debris tells them something about how the Titan went down. Not a slow, steady leak, but rather a violent, sudden change in pressure.
This is a incredibly unforgiving environment down there on the seafloor. And the debris is consistent with a catastrophic implosion of the vessel.
So what do you guys think about that, of them saying, it had to have been violently, as it was going down, destroyed?
It seems like to me, like are they trying to say like oh my god, like it explode from the inside, like it popped, like oh my god, like their heads and everything, just like oh my god, I'm just trying to figure this out. Like
it's more like it got crushed and then it kind of
like a can. It filled up with water and then it blew up.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand.
Like a can when you put it in the freezer.
Yeah.
And then after it freezes, it implodes. That's exactly what happened. It imploded.
A catastrophic implosion is what can happen when you are subjected to the incredible pressure of being so deep underwater. The Titan wreckage is about 13,000 feet below sea level. When you're that far down, the forces acting on the hull of the ship, many thousands of pounds per square inch, I've heard it compared to having the equivalent of an Empire State Building crushing you from all sides.
We've taken a regular styrofoam coffee cup, and that's then strapped to the outside of the submersible in a net bag. And when we eventually come up topside and recovered, the actual same coffee cup is basically that size.
It was so small too.
The big question right now is
small.
Yeah. So they had to get crushed on the inside, or they were already gone, hopefully, before any of that happened, because I think the pressure of the ocean still would affect them as well.
Mind you, they were sitting like in meditation style on the floor. There was no seats. They were literally sitting.
Dots, in yours, the one that you want to play, do you have what it looked like on the inside? I can find one too with that after.
It had a toilet where it was on one side.
My apologies. I'm gonna bring up I'll bring up the clip really quickly. But what was interesting is that hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. what was interesting, yes. So obviously, this is not the first time that a submersible actually was able to go, to where the wreckage of the Titanic, Jesus Christ, Titanic was, right?
Mhm.
And yes, you're right. It's 2 miles deep, and like you guys were talking about, just like the pressure alone. What I heard and what I understood is that it would have been a painless death, right? In the event that they ran out of oxygen, or in the event that something else malfunctioned, right? It wouldn't have been too painful, right? Interestingly enough, though, there were a Nigerian submarine, right? And it was a total, I believe, of 5 or 6 of them. And this happened maybe over 10 years ago, right? And he was the crew. Give me a second, you guys. Give me 1 second, please. I have an emergency. 1 minute, y'all. 1 minute.
Okay. No problem. And I'll play some until she gets back.
How such a catastrophic implosion could have happened. It was an experimental sub. That was literally written on the death waiver passengers have to sign to be allowed on board. And a lot has been said about the cavalier attitude that the company's CEO had when it came to safety, innovation, and pushing the envelope with, new materials never before used in a sub of this kind. But we also learned something from this afternoon's news conference that tells us about the timing of the implosion. You'll recall the Titan lost contact with its mothership on the surface partway through its descent. This was on Sunday morning. They should have returned by the afternoon, but didn't. And it was only that evening the Coast Guard was alerted. Then it was roughly another day until a Canadian plane would arrive, dropping sonar buoys into the water. You can think of those like underwater microphones. It gave search teams listening capability. So here's the thing. There's this period between Sunday and Monday where nobody had any clue what was going on down there. And the suggestion seems to be from the Coast Guard, that's when the implosion likely happened.
This was a catastrophic implosion of the vessel, which would have generated.
So now nobody takes
a
responsibility
significant
for this
broadband
because they
sound.
signed the paper, right? Nobody takes responsibility.
Yeah, and it was the guy. It was like the CEO of the vessel that was in there. He was on there. Yeah.
And it's like climbing a mountain. You know the risk going in.
Docs, did you come back? Okay, not yet. Oh.
Down there that the sonar buoys would have picked up.
They would have heard the implosion if it had happened while their sonar buoys were deployed, but they heard nothing. I mention this because it tells us something about what the crew's final moments might have been like. You see, the great fear here was that death would have been slow and unbearable. Imagine you're trapped all alone in a 22-foot hunk of carbon fiber. It's cold because sunlight can't penetrate the water. There's limited food, limited water to drink, only a single porthole that you can't even look through without powering the ship's lights because it's pitch black on the other side.
What I will say though, if it violently went down like they're saying, I don't think it would be maybe it was a slow process at first, but death was not slow. The ocean, by the time you get that deep, it would have no mercy. So I don't think it was like a slow, painful death the way that it out to
and
be.
It got cold quick, right? Because they didn't have blankets. The other submarines that take that dive, they said that they were equipped with blankets and other things. But this one was not. And this one was also experimental. It was still fairly new. The guy that made them up, mind you, this is in Canada. Also, we have to look into Cape Cod. Now, Cape Cod is a good fishing spot or whatever, but Cape Cod is the number 1 area, maybe number 2. But for getting those hurricanes and those double hurricanes and whatnot, where they come from both ends, we talking about in the Atlantic Ocean, right? And the Cape Cod is very dangerous for those kind of things. And those are the ones that come in and hit Florida and whatnot. And they come from over that way. Cape Cod is where they always want to go. I watched that that fishing show where they always lose their fishers. And when Cape Cod, and they be going to Cape Cod, and they boats and stuff get turned over. They lose a fisherman here and there, and they was doing a lot of whale hunting over there.
I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Sorry, Sakina. Go ahead.
So Cape Cod is not. It's known for that kind of bad weather and whatnot, but I didn't know the Titanic was over there, and they only had got 400. I think it's 400 miles or so from Canada to Cape Cod, or close to where the Titanic was actually at. So they hadn't even made it that far, because they didn't even know if they made it to the Titanic or not when they found the pieces. Because remember, they only made it to the deck when they found some of those pieces.
Dulcinea? Okay, so we'll wait until she comes back because she has to.
Yeah.
She has the screen. Okay, if you can share the screen when you're done with the clip, I'll leave it there.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And this is one of the reasons why I always like watching the BBC, or even on American news stations, because their news, I feel like, is a little bit more authentic. But what I liked about this clip is that it pretty much brings to life like who these people were individually, as well as what they were willing to sacrifice. So here it goes. 1 second. Okay. Let me know if you guys hear it.
Of some of the people who are on board talking before about it, including Hamish.
An experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. Where do I sign?
I couldn't help noticing how many pieces of this sub seemed improvised.
We can use these off-the-shelf components.
I got these from Camper World. We run the whole thing with this game controller.
So, David, look, they're sort of being quite jokey about it. Obviously, this is now a very serious situation. Did they underestimate perhaps the dangers, or is that just always part of the risk, do you think, of this kind of expedition?
No, I think you could do a better job mitigating the risk. We know from a long history of operating submarines in the Royal Navy, the American Navy. I've been underwater for 87 continuous days. What it takes to keep a submarine operating safely underwater. We have, first of all, starts with the design and the building of the submarine. We track a bolt from when it was manufactured, let's say it's chromium, magnesium alloy, to when it's installed on the submarine, every step of the way, because we want to make sure that the exact right bolt with the right material is installed in a right bolt hole. This all costs money. And then when we operate the submarine, if we were in port for a while, we don't just go out and submerge in deep water and see how it goes. We test everything at the pier, then we go deliberately 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet. We walk around with flashlights, checking things. It is daunting, and this is why these submarines cost so much money. So I admire people pushing the boundaries, and throughout the human race, these people have contributed a lot. And some risk is unavoidable, but I think you should try and do everything you can to minimize avoidable risk.
David, what do you think is the most likely scenario that's happened here?
Well, for the families and friends, prepare yourself for bad news. The communications abruptly ended, and the submarine has not shown up on the surface. So to me, that signifies likely that the crew has been incapacitated. It could be simply that the batteries died, but in this case, I would expect to hear someone banging a wrench, for example, against the titanium end bells of the submarine. But we're not hearing anything. So I worry that there's something, there could have been a fire on board. They could have somehow depleted their oxygen way early and not realized it. They could have flooded somehow, a fitting corroded and ruptured and water came in. And when you're that deep, you said 380 times the pressure at air. That's just a number. It's hard to conceive how that happens like this. the water would come in so fast they wouldn't experience anything. They would be crushed, they would be drowned, they'd be asphyxiated, and they would feel no pain.
Okay, can you pause it really quickly?
Let me pause it now.
And
Let's,
submersible.
And then we're going to this after we
The
talk.
submarine has a
I'm gonna
big
play the last
motor,
piece,
a big engine, and a propeller that drives it out of ports.
There you go.
Yeah, I wanted to say, you know, even they're saying like it could have been a fire, different things that it could have happened, but they said he improvised. Like it could have been that plastic wasn't good enough, or like maybe the GameStop, well, not even a GameStop controller. It was like
Right.
an old school controller. Like it didn't
Yes.
seem like the provisions were all there for this trip, even knowing the pressures of the water as you're going down. You
And they
can't
still
go.
signed the agreement.
Yeah, and they still signed it.
Mind you, they own 5 of these ships or these things, one, right? And then somebody said we need to put up a disclaimer about what we're talking about. They put up 5 of these ships or these tanks. They've been doing these for, I guess, 2 or 3 a year. And they also have 2 scheduled for next year, right? And already they talking about Sunday doing a movie about this. The BBC, somewhere I just read it. They already talking about Dawson. You can look that up and post. They talking about doing a movie about this already.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the fair use. Thank you, Open to Knowledge. All right, I'm gonna play. I'm sorry. I'm gonna play this next piece and then we're done. It's only like another 2 minutes, y'all.
So it's on its own, leaves port, leaves Norfolk, goes out to sea, drives 1,000 miles, submerges and operates. A submersible has small maneuvering propellers. So it's towed out to the side of the Titanic. It's released by the mothership. It can drive down, hover around the wreck, uses those propellers because there's currents down there. So it uses those propellers to make sure it doesn't get swept into the wreck or entangled in the wreck. And then when they're done sightseeing and the time's up, then they come back up to the surface.
Well, thank you for that expert guidance too, because I think a lot of people are a little bit confused. Dr. Michael, you know better than most the difference. You've been on a submersible in 2000. You went down there for ABC News. You were the first TV correspondent in history to report from the wreck of the Titanic at the bottom of the ocean. We've got a little clip of this, I think.
As we approach the stern of the ship, we're suddenly caught up in a strong underwater current that pushes us towards one of the gigantic 21-ton propellers.
Oh my God, look at the size of these things. Oh my gosh, so are we stuck or what?
As this graphic shows, we appear to be somehow wedged beneath the wreck of the stern.
A scary moment for you. Does this bring back pretty awful memories of what happened to you and what could have happened?
Yeah. I'm feeling pretty sick right now. And agree with the lieutenant. The 2 things that come out at me right now is the loss of communications, because even when we were stuck down there, our pilot, who was a former Russian MiG pilot, was piloting our 3-man sub, much smaller than the one that's currently in this situation. And he was able to communicate with the surface ship, the research vessel, the Academic Keldysh, on the surface. I couldn't understand what they were saying. It was all in Russian, but nevertheless. And then the second thing that stands out to me, Pierce, is, as the lieutenant pointed out, if it had just been a failure of communications, then that pilot would have brought that thing up to the surface immediately. So, I mean, we can speculate endlessly. I hate doing it because lives are at stake.
I'm really sorry.
I
can see
what that feels like.
Yeah,
I also feel being stuck under there and be utterly hopeless. It's not easy to get out of there.
I can see the emotion there in you. That this is obviously, and indeed also for you, Yannick.
I'm a
Dr. Michael, I guess you must have had a moment when you were in a similar situation where you thought you may not get out of it, right?
Yeah, more than a moment. The better part of an hour. And being a scientist, of course, I'm a professional problem solver. So my first instinct was, number one, to hope nobody in the cabin would panic, because we had been told by the captain of our ship before we went down, that he told us a true story of a gentleman who was found himself in that situation, and in his panic went for the escape hatch to open it up. It's right above your head. And of course, that was the end of it, because as the lieutenant said, the pressures down there are enormous. I filed a story for 2020 and then Good Morning America. And just to illustrate how powerful the pressure is down there, we took some styrofoam cups, and the cup came back about that small, and all the air had been squeezed out of it from the pressure down there. That brings it home. It's a very hostile environment, very cold, very high pressure. Yes, for the better part of an hour, I kept thinking, well, how could we get out of this? There was another Russian sub in the vicinity, and I thought perhaps it could tow us out, but of course, it's not feasible. It's not AAA, comes tow you out of the mud. And I just ran through the checklist of things in my mind, and I finally came to that moment, that brick wall, that utter sense of hopelessness. And the words that came into my mind were, this is how it's going to end for you. And you have to understand, I've been to the North Pole, the South Pole. I've covered the Persian Gulf War for 14 years, ABC News. I've been all over the world. I've been in harm's way everywhere. But those words came into my mind, and I'll never forget them. This is how it's going to end for you. And I thought of my wife, Laurel, and thought I'd never see her again. Just by the grace of God, Victor and his skill managed to weasel our way out of that big propeller. It's a big propeller. Our ship was very small. You have to understand. It's a huge propeller. Our ship is small in comparison. We just got trapped in the blades. But if it weren't for Victor's heroic efforts, I wouldn't be here today to tell you about this. But it's just terrible. It makes me
All right, I'll stop it there.
Well,
Dawsonair, please put that. Thank you.
Here you go.
That bastard made him cry.
That what?
Yeah, well,
That made him
I could
cry.
see why he was like saying, how he felt at the time of this having that same kind of thing happen. But I do hope that they didn't, suffer too long or anything like that.
Right, but he didn't have to make him cry. He said, I see how this making you emotional. And then he gonna make him cry.
This is so sad. This is so sad. It really is.
But it's crazy
Nobody
to
wants
know
to
what their
relive that.
real motivations were in doing this.
I mean, but nobody wants to relive an episode like that.
It's many. So, sometimes sometimes when you got too much money, you get bored. That's one reason, right?
Yeah, that's true.
It's like you have the world at your fingertips. I'm sure that, they have done it all, right? Some people seek out thrill, where they love to engage or do things that, give them that thrill despite the risk.
Yep, just to say they did it.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't find them. They imploded.
Yeah, they found the debris. They're not gonna find any pieces.
They're not gonna find them.
You don't think they can find nothing of the people? Like, wow.
The fish ate them. Once they imploded, what they found was pieces of that ship. But them people fish food, unfortunately. Maybe
some bones at a time, but they probably won't find that anytime soon.
They might find a knuckle here. They're not really, honestly. I seen an interview with a different U.S. Naval Coast Guard, a naval person, and he said that it was a 1% chance of finding them from the beginning. Also, he said that it was Monday when the air people came out, but it was Tuesday. It was going to take 2 days before anybody from land was able to reach them. So as soon as they got to them would have been this morning. And so they would have been close to time for them to be running out of air anyway.
People are making memes about the thing. Oh,
see what I'm saying? That's the reason why I say Tanisha, and the reason why they're making memes is probably because it was based off of the original Titanic. Remember, I said the original Titanic story was about all of the Arab, the Egyptians, the Arabs, the Jews, and all of the Europeans that came on the original Titanic. And remember, they boarded them according to classification. And so all the rich people were the only people that were able to load those boats, and they only loaded X amount on certain boats. So even some of them weren't on the boat. And so by the time they did signal out,
they didn't let any Black people on the boat other
exactly
than the workers on the very bottom of it. So it was known that all the Black
exactly.
people.
So by the time they sent out for help, the help came at the very end late when everybody was damn near dead. So they didn't really save anybody. And yet when it came to the rich people that were in these boats, right, they sent out for them immediately, although it was too late anyway. And that's why the memes are out there. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Because all these people were
Black
European.
Twitter, you can hate them or anything and stuff like that. And yes, it's
That
terrifying.
had to be. That had
family that definitely had to be terrifying for them and for
Yes,
the family that
it
lost
had to be. Exactly.
But it's just the history that is being utilized as far as for our people, and just, you know, that they were going to see the Titanic and they're billionaires. So there's a lot of dynamics why people feel like, you know, they can make money.
Privilege.
They were
Privilege.
saying that one of the men was really rich, and he was they had a lot to say about him. They were saying that he was
the one that went to
no, he was
he just
really
went to the air. Remember, he went to
the one
the
that was stingy to all of his workers and everything. And I mean, they had a lot to say about these people that got.
I didn't know nothing about that. He owned a company or something.
Yeah, and then his
Wow.
workers, he was very selfish in paying them and all that.
Exactly. That's why I kind of feel different about it. I mean, I definitely feel like we can have remorse for the family, but I don't feel completely like we can't have fun like we've been having fun. I mean, that's who we are as a people. And I get it. Like some people are like it's too soon or anything, but they're planning to make a movie. They're planning to make a whole bunch of money, and we know there's a transfer of money somewhere. Like other people got a lot of money in this whole little situation. So
you see what Black Line Supreme said? Hi, Black Line Supreme. How are you?
But it's the fact
Black
that they
Line
went
Supreme
down
had an awesome
on
debate
or
the other day.
around
Not really a debate, but he had a nice little thing going on Chris Harris thing. He had a nice little
Oh man,
lecture. Yes, he got it in. He got it in. He was over there cutting up.
I missed
Yeah, you missed it. You got to go back and watch it.
what he's saying about the pressure and that water. I'm telling you.
Yes.
Fire and water.
Because there was nothing to stop them from going down. There was nothing to stop them. The little device let them go and free fall into the water. And then after that, it was just supposed to be able to track it as it went down and then pull it back up later.
Oh, pull it back up. It was not. Oh my goodness.
It would never have been able to go on its own. Like they signed up for some crazy stuff. So that's another reason why Black Twitter is like is open to make fun of.
Yeah, and they lost their signal within an hour and 45 minutes of the trip, so they didn't even really make it because it was scheduled for 10 hours. So however long, because it was 12,500 feet to make it down to the Titanic. They only made it 2 miles down, right? Not 12,500. They only made it 2 miles down. So
it's only 6 miles down.
Okay, so and they still had another 6,500 to go to make it to where the Titanic was. So mind you, plus they wasn't even over far enough.
Yeah, and that didn't make sense either. Like if it already lost connection, like you said, like already in the beginning, you would think
he said they only made it 3,000 miles deep under, so they didn't even make it a quarter of them,
right away. So why wouldn't it go?
So they lost They lost connection after an hour. Listen, they did 15-minute beeps in intervals. So every 15 minutes it beeps. So then when it stopped beeping after an hour and 45 minutes into the trip, that mean they instantly lost beep.
As soon as they got in the water, it seemed like they died.
See what I'm saying? So that they lost the ship tracking, and then y'all didn't call nobody when it was supposed to come back, but y'all lost track in an hour and 45 minutes. But y'all didn't call nobody until it was time for them to return. And that's when y'all notified somebody.
Wait a minute. They said they didn't notify nobody until like way later.
No, they notified somebody when the ship didn't return back on time. That's when they notified somebody.
I thought they said that they didn't notice. I thought the one that Dustin Air show said they didn't.
I get what you're saying, Sister Freedom. I think it was saying that it was like 10 o'clock at night. I don't
exactly. After that was after the ship was listening. It was a 10-hour trip from when they went in. So if they was to notify them upon them returning, that's when they notified somebody. When the ship didn't return back on time, when it didn't get back to the landing place, that's when they notified somebody. Now, once the airplane got there and started dropping the bombs.
Can you play it again, Dawson, there, just to make sure?
Play it again. I've been watching this thing since Monday.
Just to like open to knowledge, I think what I would have done or had been done is the device. I'm not sure exactly like what is it, like an underwater forklift or whatever, but I would send it out to try to find the thing when it first lost connection.
But they said that thing took 2 days. All of those things that come in water took 2 days to come.
They wasn't down there no 2 days.
It took 2 days for anything to come on land. They only go 14 to 17 knots an hour. That takes 2 days for anything to come. When they got notified, it was Monday. They wasn't going to get there till early Thursday morning, that's when they got there. That Victor thing got there, and other ships got there. The only thing that got there early was the airplanes.
I think we okay. Can we?
No. Let's go back and watch them.
No. The reason I'm confused because I thought that as soon as they got in the water and it went down 2,000 feet, that's when it exploded.
No, yeah, that's what they just found out.
Time frame, right?
They just found that out though.
No,
it had been missing for all these days.
No, wait a minute. The man gave a time frame on when they wasn't even paying no attention to them. And that's when they think that it exploded.
Exactly, but it's been missing all the way up until today.
But I'm saying it was supposed to be down there for 10 hours. 10 hours is not a full day. 12 hours.
Freedom. They didn't know that up until today it's been missing, right or wrong.
No, you're missing my point. That's what I'm saying.
Today they found out it imploded. They wouldn't have knew it imploded until they found the pieces. Why did they find the pieces? Because they've been looking for it because it was missing.
That's not what I'm talking about, though.
What are you talking about, boo?
What I'm trying to say is when they went in the water and got down 2,000 feet, the man said that they were supposed to figure out why they didn't come back. So they never checked. They didn't even go to look for them until after another time. Right, Dustin? That's what the man said.
There was no way to look for them. All the ships took 2 days to get there.
I'm trying to find it. 1 second.
Yeah,
thank you. It took 2 days for the ships to get there. They didn't get there till today.
No ships. I'm talking about when they exploded or imploded or.
Nobody knew that though.
No, they said that they think that's when they imploded, but during the time. That time frame of nobody paying attention to them being gone.
What if they faked their death?
Wow, that part too.
Because one man had his son with him.
Mm-hmm.
If the ship went down on a regular tour and then it comes up, stop beeping, and there's no way to go and find it. There's no way to retrieve it. The only thing they can do is wait. They didn't even know. All they knew is it lost signal. So all they could do was wait, knowing that it lost signal. All they could do was wait. When it did not return, then they sent for the quickest route of help. That's called standard procedure. The quickest route of help was air. The other help could not come. The other help came as quick as it could, but the fastest route of help came first, which was air. They put down the shit in the water so they could hear. And the other help was still on the way. It got there as quick as it could. They didn't have no plan B, no backup plan. There was nobody else to go in the water to look for them or nothing. So they were in the water sitting ducks. So when help got there to go in the water and look for them, this is what they found. When? Today, when what people was able to go in the water to look for them. There was nobody to go in the water and look for them until they got there today. And when they started looking for them, that's when they found the stuff, and that's when they assumed it imploded because they just found it today because the people just got there by water.
They wasn't sending actual people in the water to look. They was sending drones and all that kind of stuff in the water to look for them.
Those drones and stuff just got there. There was no other stuff in there. The drones came from France.
Why they couldn't have been sent the drones?
Because there was none to send. There's only one, and it came from France.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they sent it down knowing they didn't have the tools to find it if it got lost. They were they were dependent on a buoyancy device that if it had gone down and something had happened, it was supposed to rise back up by itself because of the buoyancy device that lost connection.
Exactly. They knew that this mission was if this was to ever happen, only Canada or Russia was going to be able to save them from the jump. They knew this going in.
And
the man that built that boat knew that the man that built that boat knew that.
We have that they don't have no drones, and they had to get it from France and China and all these.
A drone ain't gonna pull you out the ocean.
I'm not talking about it pulling you out. I'm talking about to even look. I mean, what kind of army do we have? Our USA stuff.
This the raggedy world we live in.
Nisha, that's not funny.
No, but the truth is, there's nothing. If you go down in a sub, there's nothing that's gonna save you.
They said it was dark. Oh my God, dark and cold.
No, that's not true. Now, that's not true. That's not true. There wasn't at the. I don't. Dawson is looking for or the spot of replaying the clip.
Yeah, I have it right here where they talked about the timing and everything, and then I can add your screen afterwards.
If your sub goes down in the ocean.
Go ahead.
There's only there's only one thing, and it's called the U.S. something or another that can pull you up. But the odds of you surviving is slim to none. And it depends. It's called the U.S. Horizon Arctic. That's the only thing that has a chain that's able to pull you up. There is no other thing.
And they said they knew, they knew that going in. So
there is nothing that will be able to pull up a sub out the ocean. Sakalika.
Yeah, they
so
should.
You will be on your own, like Patti LaBelle.
Yeah, so they were really completely dependent on the device itself. But hold on,
get a song in there some type of way. My goodness, Patty, look at her. Look at her eyes and
this
stuff.
afternoon's news conference that tells us about the timing of the implosion. You'll recall the Titan lost contact with its mothership on the surface partway through its descent. This was on Sunday. They should have returned by the afternoon, but didn't. And it was only that evening the Coast Guard was alerted. Then it was roughly another day until a Canadian plane would arrive, dropping sonar buoys into the water. You can think of those like underwater microphones. It gave search teams listening capability. So here's the thing. There's this period between Sunday and Monday where nobody had any clue what was going on down there. And the suggestion seems to be from the Coast Guard, that's when the implosion likely happened.
This was a catastrophic implosion of the vessel, which would have generated a significant broadband sound down there that the sonar buoys would have picked up.
They would have heard the implosion if it had happened while their sonar buoys were deployed, but they heard nothing. I mention this because
But yeah, so their sonar buoys came a day later, so we know it already had happened by that time.
Right.
But yeah, you were right, the Sister Freedom. They were supposed to be back in the afternoon, but they didn't say anything until the evening.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm not. That's a shame. Damn.
Because they didn't know. Like I said, when the ship was supposed to come back, it didn't come back, and that's when they notified them.
No, it's
After.
not. They didn't notify. The man just said that they didn't until later on that evening.
After the ship didn't return.
It was
Did you
after
not
the
listen to that? Oh, I'm done.
Right, I'm wrong. Okay.
I'm done. No, it's not about being wrong. It's about
No, I'm
when
just
they
saying
notified the
it
people.
was later on that evening, not as soon as it didn't come on time. When it didn't
And
come
then-
on time, they still didn't pay no attention until later on that evening. It don't. I mean, it.
Okay, well, that's okay. That's fine.
I don't know. That story don't seem.
It's just right. That's about right. That's about
like a bunch
fine.
of people that didn't even care about them to me. Sound like
Because
people
they still didn't come till that morning. That's
no,
the
I'm
whole
just
point.
saying the whole story don't sound right.
Yeah, the whole
All
point
you
is
do all
nobody
20
came till late.
Right.
That's the whole point. Everybody came late.
Right.
They didn't
Y'all
have
got
a
all this-
backup plan for this whole mission, but at the same time, these people signed it off like they do when they climb mountains. They sign off because the death ain't going up the mountain; it's coming down.
Okay.
You know, and that's the bad part. Except for this man who built these ships. Unfortunately, you know, well, maybe it's fortunate that you went with your ship.
about the damn Titanic is what I don't understand. Ain't nobody left on the Titanic. Ain't no jewels or clothes or
nothing.
Furniture. What in the heck is y'all doing down there worrying about the Titanic? It's all raggedy. It's nothing but a ship with fish flying all in it and all that. It's
That's
some people.
I don't know. I just think it's something more to that story. So all of y'all millionaires, billionaires, or whatever, and so y'all just gonna get on the raggedy submarine. They already told y'all that it was messed up, and they got fired for open up their mouth. So I
So a
don't know.
lot of people, but Nisha, a lot of people saying that they think that they faking the death and they changing their life.
It could be. I mean, you never know. These people got money.
Or they looking at it like it was a new car and they thought they was gonna be the first one to do it, like they went up to Mars or some old weird mess.
I don't know. I just think it's bigger than what it really is, than what we know for right now. I mean, it just don't make no sense. Everybody got all this money, but y'all riding this raggedy submersive. So come on, man.
It is crazy sounding.
What a horrible trick, though. You can go to prison for the rest of your life for that dumb faking a death like that. Such a horrible thing.
I don't know if you go for the rest of your life. You might get a nice fine.
That's another reason why too. When they started their descent right down to the ocean floor, a lot of people felt like, listen, you knew the risk that you were taking. You signed, of course, you had to sign a contract saying, I know that this could result in serious injury or death. And if you listen to, in my opinion, at least, when you listen to a lot of people who are on the news or they're considered experts and they're sharing their experience or whatever, you hear a little frustration in their voice, and rightly so, and even from the public, because it's like, listen, this is a very expensive, this is an expensive rescue mission, right? You have all this, you have 5 men who chose, right, to go close to 2 miles down on the ocean floor, right? And because it imploded, now we're responsible for the rescue mission. You get what I'm saying? Like it's that double-edged sword. It's like, this is not a game. This is not a game. It's not playtime. It comes with some serious risk, So
It was them that told them it didn't work, that it was broke. Like they weren't even sure if it was working.
Yeah,
they tell somebody to take some medicine that they don't even know is working yet.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's
see, like golly,
they get bored. People get bored, you know. But interestingly enough, you guys, right? It would be an African man, right, that would survive in the event that their submersible imploded. So I don't know how many of you know the name Okene Harris. Does that ring a bell to anyone? Okene? Okay, he's Nigerian. And he survived for 3 days inside of the sunken ship. And he was the only one to survive out of 12. He was supposed to be the cook, prepare the meals or whatever for the crew. And as they got to the ocean floor, I don't know if it's the propeller or what, but it got stuck. And literally, when the rescue mission started, when the Nigerian government is like, okay, now we got to do something about it. People, everyone is like, there's no way that anyone survived that, because they would have been down there for 3 days. It took I think 60 hours total for them to actually find the crew, and he was the only one to survive. So here's the clip. 1 second, let me just play it. It's very short. Let me know if you guys can hear it. Okay? Here you go.
All right, you found one, yeah? He's alive, he's alive.
This is the rescue. Here we go.
Okay, keep him there, All right, just, all right, just hold him there, okay? Just keep him there. All right, just keep him there and keep him calm, okay?
You got oxygen?
All right, just reassure him, pat him on the shoulder. Okay.
I didn't see this.
All right.
He act like he's scared.
He was trapped for 3 days.
I want you to keep calm, okay? Are you feeling okay? Are you sore?
And that water has to be cold.
Yeah, but not to him.
Well, because his body was resilient.
Harrison. Okay, Harrison. My name is Colby. Okay, and I'm gonna bring.
I was feeling like that too, Imhotep. I was feeling the same way. All them evil spirits around that Titanic boat. I ain't messing with it. I ain't put my
That's
big.
another reason why they said, when people were making the memes, they were saying that the black spirits took over because they would have died in the bottom.
It was about 5:45 in the morning, and my director
Yeah,
of
that's
operations,
amazing. He
my
made
number
it
2 guy
out.
in the squadron,
Oh, yeah.
called and said,
Yeah,
"Hey,
it
sir,
was all of that.
I'm sure you're tracking."
Stop it.
They got fish down in there look like humans. I ain't going down in the water that far.
And he only survived because they ran out of oxygen. But the only reason why he survived is because he found an air pocket. And that's pretty much why he was able to survive. But he out of 12, he's the only one. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That was a good one.
Terrible. It's just terrible. It's just a very, very unfortunate situation. It really is. I can't imagine how their families feel. The fact that the father was actually there with his child, and oh goodness, just reminds me of Kobe and his daughter. You know what I mean? Dying together, and it's just a bad, sad situation. No matter how you look at it, it just is.
So do y'all think that was karma or was it God's plan?
Who? Nisha, stop. Nisha, oh my gosh.
I do, because someone already said about the memes, and I did want to bring up one meme, but I'm like, dang, I'll leave that alone.
You're some bad minds.
Nisha, someone was like, just know if I ever text you a submarine, you lost.
I think it was in Canada. Was this in Canada?
Yeah.
Somebody said they was gonna make a weed now, a weed called like a marijuana thing
For
plant
sub, for the
called
summer.
what's the name of the submarine?
Sorry,
Titanium.
I say to me,
Titanium.
I'm sorry. I
Titanium.
thought that
She
one was
said it
really
was
funny, but I do feel
You're
bad
right,
for
Dad.
No, that wasn't nice.
Titanium.
They said they was gonna name the weed thing that. They said the submarine was as big as
the
America. Yes.
submersible device.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That was so mean.
Yeah, I
That
don't think
is.
that's
I
that's
wouldn't smoke that
you don't
Ashe to
think that's funny at
this
all.
on some. That's where I would have my allegiance. But the submarine thing, it was just too funny. I was like,
Yeah,
I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
Oh, they're gonna name subs after them.
I don't think that's funny at all. I
What?
really don't.
To name the weed after the submarine.
That's what they said that the submarine was as big as a blunt. They said that's
Oh yeah, because it's shaped, how it
Mm.
was shaped, I guess, and everything. But I think a lot of people, like I said, a lot of people felt, there's a lot of discrepancies in the story where, I think people felt bad, but it wasn't a situation like Kobe's situation where
No,
he'd always
it
been
is
there.
for him. I mean, his daughter was in there with him, just like this man.
Yeah, but it was different. What I'm saying is it wasn't the situation Kobe
Right.
in the helicopter, if you let me
Mm.
finish. I'm not talking about the
Mhm.
father-daughter dynamic. I'm talking
Right.
about that he has done this thousands of times. When he would be late to an event, he would
Yeah.
hop in the helicopter to get there faster. So he was doing that for every game, his entire NBA career. He was using helicopters to get to places because they were very fast. So he thought he could do the same thing with his daughter. This situation is not the same because they went to a GameStop or whatever. They bought a controller. They bought plastic things that was like, you shouldn't really do it. They were showing us the components that these are billionaires and they cheaped out on a lot of the components, even knowing the pressure that the water was going to give. And then they only had that Atari controller to bounce back or anything. So yes, people are looking at it like, okay, the whole event is suspect. And it's one of those things like, why'd you sign up for this fugazi mission? It sounds like y'all signed up. The waiver was like, hey,
you gonna die.
Exactly. Like you might die. And there's
Who
a
don't sign it?
it's not just might. And we can't do anything for you if things go awry. Like things have to work perfectly or you're dead. Who
And
signs up?
then you go to your son and say, "Son, I'm going down to the submarine and we're gonna look at the fish and the whales and all that. You want to go?" And he
I
just
guess it sounds like he said, if you drive it, I'll go. And he said, okay, is that simple? I'll go.
I haven't seen the SpongeBob memes.
I can only imagine.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
It is absolutely terrible.
See, you're right. See, they had a lot of complication with previous missions, right? And they own 5 of them boats. And they still already got booked up for next year, like 2 of them in July next year.
But honestly, I am kind of with the theories of other stuff that's going down because too many important people were on there. He was on there. So I don't know, like of just how they talked them into it, or if other people were like the engineers were like, it's gonna be okay, someone. And of course, there's the stepson dynamic of another guy that was a billionaire on board, and
Right.
he's just been acting suspect ever since he's gone missing. He went to a concert. He got a lot of flack from that. He was hitting up an OnlyFans girl online during the process, so he got a lot of flack for that. And this is this man's stepson, so there's just a lot of weird stuff that's happening.
It's like he know what's going on and he ain't even worried about it. He already know that it's bigger. It'll come out at some point. It's
Right.
bigger than just a freak accident to me.
Are y'all ready for the polite handlings?
Yeah, we can. I'm
Not gonna be on here too. It's already almost 11 o'clock. But
one more road to
I'm gonna first say if we can ready to start that conversation, huh?
Yeah.
Yes,
yes. We're gonna first say on Unscramble Minds, we're not blaming other people for other people's faults. Okay, we don't know what's going on with that situation. Rather Polight did or didn't do the crime, okay, but we're not blaming anybody, and we don't appreciate it over here.
Not over here.
To crucify or chastise or blame somebody else for somebody else's fault, as they were doing for over there on Saturday, was horrible.
No, that's a point. Headshot. That's a headshot right there. Agreed.
That was not right at all to put him in that position. And to be accused of something that you had nothing to do with is not a good feeling.
Not at all.
Okay? It's just not good.
Here.
So
we backing up 2 channels today.
Crying and because of course, I always heard that we are the emotional ones.
I'm just putting the disclaimer at the bottom.
Right? That females are the emotional ones, right? Don't we always hear that?
Absolutely.
But something
ain't open to knowledge.
Every time I watch a panel, most of the whining and most of the emotions come from men.
M-E-N.
Say it again.
M-E-N-N.
What happened to the wall? What happened to the wall? Ain't no wall on that.
Whoa.
And ain't no wall on that man. It's just man.
It just was not fair. It was disrespectful.
Yes, it was.
But I feel a little different. I mean, I definitely see the emotionalism, so I agree on that part. But I feel like it's not based on them being emotional. They're all clout. It's all clout. Like, really. And I was in the chat, and I was like, it's really F a lot of you niggas for real. And Judah Redemption was like, that's how you feel? And I was like, yes, y'all are fake. Y'all are fake. Y'all are phony. Y'all aren't helping no real women in real life.
Pull her out the plastic because she feeling brand new.
And a dude that you're scared of is really about to knock a chick all out, and there'll be other girls that stand up for her before there's men. And y'all really act like because of this Polight situation, this is where y'all are like, oh, I stand up for the women. I stand up for the children. We know the truth. We know who y'all are in real life.
Yes, we do.
Fake.
We
it's
did.
Fake. It's so fake. I just
and not only that, though,
we do.
And not only that, but
we do.
Hurt my ears.
We do.
Don't do that.
And it was so. It just was so wrong to see him have to defend himself to people, who he thought should care about him.
Bow.
She chose him.
Yeah.
I thought that was so goddamn wrong.
Bow.
Uncomfortable situation. Damn, it's just so uncomfortable and disrespectful.
Yeah.
So I guess because we're not talking about it enough or every day or 2 times a day, we're not advocates, right?
All of them got their
last time I checked,
all of them got their channels because of this man.
Yeah, like
really?
advocacy is not just running our mouths on social media, because be honest, no one cares, right? This is a conversation. This channel is for a certain demographic. There's over 1 billion people in the world. Let's talk about impact, right? Because it's just like they say, words versus actions, right? We see this shit all the time. A lot of talking, a lot of assumptions and presumptions, and a lot of whining. A lot of whining. Poor men, So where's the action? Because that's like clicking live. Sorry, it usually has very little impact.
Very little.
We're talking about a huge, so we don't care. Like when I say that I don't care, that's why I say that. I don't care about the 10-hour streams or the 10-hour lives or the years and years of us just talking and sharing commentary. I want to talk about what has been the impact.
Say that one more again, Dots.
Where is the unity? Oh my God.
Yeah, the unity and everything. But I don't think it's even about that so many of us have backgrounds and past, because we all have backgrounds and past.
Everybody.
but it's about that the young women that are the most affected by this stuff, they have to deal with this stuff the most. They're the most disrespected, and even these dusty hoes out here will be jealous of them and be like, "Oh, look at this poor girl." No, they don't see a poor girl that's being utilized or on the streets or anything, or they just see, oh, some fast girl that had babies and she's living her life all reckless. But that's the person you should be helping. That's the person that's saying, "Hey, I need help. I need food. I need this," and no one cares about those women. Those are the women that are most judged, and yet those are the ones that are affected by this. Those are the ones that are going to end up in these kind of situations. But they don't really care. They don't really care. It's just that it's polite, and they get to talk about polite and act like they're advocates for the moment until the next social media buzz where they can act like advocates again. I'm just not for it. You guys are all fakes to me, and I believe that to the
And I
bottom
just also think that people need to stop playing with people and running their mouths like this on this YouTube. Like this is starting to get dangerous.
Oh,
that's what it's starting to get for real. It's starting to get dangerous. The people need to stop. It's starting to get dangerous.
Come on, then.
And not everybody gonna play with you. And
no, everybody is not going to play with you. I'm saying it. I'm agreeing with you, Dots.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's
right. This is right. People can pull your name up on the YouTube and find out a whole bunch of stuff about you. Stop playing with people.
That's right.
Something about that.
Don't know what be in the mindset. Stop playing with people.
Yep.
Y'all get into arguments and divide each other over information
that ain't even got nothing to do with you.
Cause y'all to want to fight. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. It really is. I mean, y'all pulling each other down, doing the worst to each other. The worst. This is ridiculous.
And from real advocacy, because I really want to go off on so many people, but I want to see more after school programs. I want to see more backpack giveaways. I want to see more clothes given away. I want to see real advocacy. I want to see that these women don't feel like they have to be on the streets to feed their children. Maybe you can go and get them in grocery stores and say, "Hey, don't worry about your kids this week. I got you." There's real things that actually make a difference in our community.
And would you film? Let me ask a question. And would you film that for the world to see? So when you're doing your giveaways or what have you, right? Do you guys like take the camera out and then upload it, and then months later, weeks later, or whatever when you choose to use it, say, "See, I told you. I suppose. Look, I gave them clothes." Huh? Why is that? Why do you even
personally know? I think there's a way to do it to show that we care about our community, because I think I was watching and I was bringing this up last night because on the sit down with Bro Sanchez, he talked about some of this stuff. And a lot of times we big up the worst people in our communities. We big up the gang members. We say it's safer to be around gang members than the police and different. And that's just not true. Like, these gang members are definitely terrorizing the community. There's people that are being shot 500 times, and you're saying that they're safer? Like, that's crazy how we get to a point where we're immortalizing all the bad and stuff like that. So I definitely think there is a balance to actually show good and show it to our kids and different things and record it and stuff like that. But it shows what your motivations are when you're like, "Oh, look at what I did." Like, just do it. Do it, put it out there and keep doing it. Just be consistent. Don't have to be like, "Oh, look, shine a light on me," all this other stuff, because that just seems fake. If you're recording yourself more, like those people that were recording themselves giving out food to the homeless, and they just like getting all the shots of themselves while they're handing out food, that just seems fake. Like, put your phone down and give these people the food.
The food. I know that's right. Gosh, I don't know. I mean, there's been a whole bunch of programs that Unscramble Minds have talked about that we want to start, but we don't even know if we can start the programs because we don't love and trust each other enough to even start the programs. We need to start programs like the programs that we all talked about death. This is a real deal. Okay, we've talked about starting the we ain't gonna tell you about the program, but we want to start some programs. Okay. But then they're really smart programs that need to be started because things are real. They're real. And we need to protect each other. We need to play forward. And sometimes we need each other. If you can't pay a gas and electric bill, then the pot is there for you to get your gas and electric bill paid. Or you can't pay your mortgage or your rent this month. We have to stick together as a family. And the biggest platform that we all stick together in is the HOK. But we dog the main person who got the whole thing together. He keeps afraid to even start anything with us because we put him down so goddamn bad. I'm saying, come on. When are we going to stop the bull crap and realize that we're our own worst enemy? It's ridiculous.
And I would say, open to knowledge, I would commend that person that helped save someone, but I would not big up all the gangs, and I cannot because I know way more people that are dead because of gangs than that one person saved. And I have times where my life has been on the line and a gun in my head from a gangbanger. So I can't just say, okay, well, because this was good because I like Nipsey Hussle, then all this that's happened in our community isn't bad. No, we know that homicide is the biggest form of death for young men because of these gangs. And we big them up like they're really the biggest and greatest part of our community. And these same people that are just being like demonizing the House of Consciousness or anyone else, they're the first ones to go to these people that are actually terrorizing the community and say, oh, they're the good in the community. Where?
As a public defender, Judge Carey fought for her.
Okay, my question is it now gang members still, or is it just a bunch of ruthless kids running around that don't give a damn? Because
both.
Right, because right now I don't really know if it's still I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if it's still gangs running around like it used to be, or is it just because some of these tactics that I hear, like the way that like sometimes when I go back, not sometimes, but I always go back to Milwaukee. I got kids there. But so when I go to Milwaukee, sometimes they might say be careful riding your car over here and there, because I remember at one point they might throw out a bunch of nails on a certain street, and this is how they get you. If they throw the nails out, then you have to pull over because your tire flat, and the next thing you know, this is how they steal your car. Or you might be at the gas station, and somebody might look like they pumping gas, and you know what I'm saying? The next thing you know, you come out and your car gone, unless you got the key thing to your car, or something to that effect. They might take your key or, run off with your keys to your car or something, so I don't know, but that's why I'm wondering, is it gang still, or is it just a bunch of little badass kids running up on you and just honestly doing ruthless stuff? Because
I think it's both, because what we see is a lot of those kids, they seek validation, they seek that camaraderie, and they're not getting that for whatever reason, whether they're not in sports, or they just dropped out of school, or they feel like they need to get money or anything. Those groups become their families, and those are gangs. Like, it doesn't have to be just the main ones like Crips versus Bloods or anything, but even if another group of people and they call themselves a certain thing because they're in a certain region, and then they do crimes or anything based on it, they're still a gang.
Well, anyway, the situation is we're not accusing nobody of nothing over here. We getting to the get down to what the get down is. We don't know what happened, but we do know the man was not charged with rape. That part we do know. That part we
Those
know.
rape charges were dropped. But we also do know that he is expecting jail time. He is expected to get jail time. He's gonna have 60 days or less to turn himself in. But right now, which a lot of people got demonized for, it was so stupid. Even Unc got demonized for it, which is like Unc and me, he's always saying I'm pseudo, but when he's right, he's right. Like, use your ears. She said, like, I will enter a plea. We will enter a plea on the 7th. So he was saying that we don't even know the plea yet. And they're like, yes, we do. It's guilty. All this. No, you don't. We don't have the plea.
You don't.
The plea happens on the 7th. So even the sentence, we may not know on the 7th. All the 7th is about is him actually putting in the plea, which we can guess that it's going to be some form of guilty plea.
Well, no, the 7th is he supposed to talk with Sai and tell him.
On the 8th, yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, the 8th is when he's supposed to.
Yeah, I'm saying like what the charges, because they're gonna bring the actual charges.
Yeah, because see, what they got was the first charge that he was ever charged with. You know how you can get charged when you first get charged, you got all these bunch of charges and stuff. They ain't even looking at nothing. You just got all these charges. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people brought up Michael Jackson, but when Michael Jackson was tried and they had over 40 charges or something, he got it is not guilty for all of them. That means that whether you believe he did it or not, they did not have enough evidence to say the man, even though they put all those charges on him. They were like, oh, they're going to get him for one. They couldn't get him for one. Because
wait a minute, what about the child who came back and said, excuse me for talking, no, he doesn't there, but the parents told him to say all the stuff. The white, the little boy, right? His parents told him to say all the stuff. I'm just saying, it's just too much.
I'll say Tanisha in the chat, you said he could only accept a deal. He can't just make a deal. Well, that's not necessarily true. His lawyers can make the deal for him. You got to understand how it works. It's a game. So his lawyers and the state, they could be working together. They could go play golf together. So it's a game. That's just how it go. That's how it go. I done been through it, done seen it. So one hand washes another. I give you him, you give me him.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
Sometimes it's like that. I wonder what the parent, the mother, and the child saying, because it's weird to me. The whole thing is weird to me.
It is. It's definitely weird.
Everything about it is weird to me.
Story. It's a weird story that because the first time I heard it, it was a party at the house, and she was there at the party at the house, and then he was taking her daughter away from the house party. Then it changed to she's at a hotel or whatever, and then he goes to a completely other different hotel with the daughter. It is a lot of questionable. We don't know what happened, and then people are acting like we have all the documents afforded to us, and that's what people were doing with Meg Thee Stallion, is acting like we got court documents just in front of us because someone, a Negro on the internet was like, oh, I got the real court documents. No, it doesn't work like that. We don't have the evidence that court has. So that's why a lot of y'all was like, oh, she never got shot, to turn around and watch the court and see she got shot.
It was just
you didn't know that until the court. So what a lot of people are doing is there's documents being released. We don't know if it's real or not. We don't know if they're credible, but they're going by these documents and saying, oh, it says this, it says that. No, we don't know anything until it happens in court. That's where we'll know the stuff. Outside of court, we don't know anything, because it would be unfair if we actually knew things that were in the trial. Then Polight could definitely get off, because it would be a mistrial, because the public has information that should only be released amongst the jury being able to review it. So no, we don't have any information yet. And anyone demonizing people for just telling the truth that we don't have the information to judge him, you guys are stupid. Y'all
Yes,
are
that's sad.
y'all
Those
live in
are the
belief.
demons.
Y'all are in belief land. You want to be like, well, I truly believe he did it. Well, believe all you want. We're saying once the facts are presented to us, we can act like adults. We can read the facts, and then we can come up with our conclusion once we have all the facts.
Right.
And it does make you mad for somebody to not listen and got to repeat themselves over and over, and you still got selective hearing what you want to hear and all kinds of stuff, twisting it up, putting it in your own perspective just to make it fit for your own narratives and all kinds of stuff. Stop. It's sickening. It's sickening. You grown. It's annoying. It makes you pissed off. Then you got a whole bunch of people saying stuff too, and you allowing it, and then you calling yourself my friend in the same breath? You got to be kidding me. You are not my friend. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care.
Yeah, that is true. It is sickening to see people, and you know that they're doing
you
it.
Expect somebody to do. I'm sorry, y'all.
You know they're doing it for clout. You know they're just doing it because they want to build their YouTube channel, build their fame, it off this, and it's sickening. It's sickening to watch because it's like you're the sick person and you don't even see it because you're using this to be negative. But for real, Sister Freedom, no matter how many people we have to start this stuff, we really need to start this stuff because there's really stuff that we can do. There's stuff we can see when there's young girls and they're hungry or they want to be in school. We can help them. We can help them like have food, make sure they're good, make sure they're not getting caught up in a lot of these things that they're getting judged for after the fact. That they get caught up, but they don't have their parents on their side. They don't have their mom on their side. They don't have anyone that's looking out for them. They only can rely on themselves. So they got to do what they got to do. But we gotta really be like, okay, now what can we do to actually make things better in our communities for ourselves?
Yes, it's just unbelievable that the loyalty is just so girl, it's so sickening. Where is the loyalty? There is none. And next week you'll be smiling up in my face like I'm supposed to forget what you just did, Judas. I'm not forgetting nothing. It's sickening.
And it's crazy. The craziest part of it all, especially with the Sonetta thing, is that the people that will hate on him most, like you need him to record because you're using his recordings and he's letting you. He's letting you use his recordings all the time.
To everybody.
So you're complaining about him recording, and you're definitely gonna take everything that he recorded and talk about it the next day and complain that he's recording. Yeah. It's like, okay, so I know some people, they can't put two and two together. They're not that smart in the audience, so in certain audiences, so they're not seeing it that way. But it's clearly that way when you're complaining about a man and his presence on YouTube, but you're using his clips. Like, you need those. That is part of your content. You should not complain about things you're utilizing because you're utilizing that content.
And then you mad at him about everything that go wrong in your life.
Ain't that crazy?
And then he the one to help you get where you are at one point or another. He gave you advice. He showed you how to do it. He built you up. He encouraged you. You see what I'm saying? And now all of a sudden you don't need him no more. So F him and feed him beans for all you care.
That was so crazy.
And then you turn around.
Supreme, that was crazy.
You see, and then you turn around and now all of a sudden he the bad guy. But it's like just what Scarface said. Everybody loves the bad guy. You know why? Because it makes you don't look so bad. It makes you look good. So you love the bad guy. So let Frank be the bad guy because you need the bad guy so you look good. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and he'll so again, right, and he'll be the bad guy up until he hits your panel, and then you give him a 1-to-1 interview, girl. You know, so the man that you really, really allegedly dislike, hate, boom, 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 or you know, whenever the name pop up in the chat, all of a sudden, come on the chat, come here.
Yeah, come on.
Right. Now it just upped your views by 500, 1,000, because you got to get them to come up, and you see it. You see the difference. But it's just like you said, be the bad guy, give them a quaalude. They'll love you again in the morning.
There you go.
But I tell you one thing.
That's exactly what he said, ain't it?
Nature Boy and Polight, we Unscramble Minds. We are going to interview them both if they want to. If they want us to interview them.
Yeah, because we're coming, and it's going to be the hard stuff.
Know what's in your mind. We want to pick.
How do you go? How do you go from Nature Boy, the esteem, where you're talking about nature and getting back to nature and spirituality, to a damn demon? That's something we want to know.
What happened when you run around naked? Shit.
Know how he had so much control over them people. I want to know how
anyone that can make these grown ass men give their whole life existence, like they're literally working for him. They're literally giving him their business, just like Jeff Warren or Warren Jeffs. That was the exact same thing. He had men under him, and I guess for the women, maybe they were doing it. That's what I'm guessing for Nature Boy too. Maybe it's for the women, who knows? But you're giving him everything. Like, you're not just saying, hey, let me donate to you because you're cool and all this stuff. No, you're like, my whole 50K I made in a year, it's yours. You distribute it back to me as you see fit. Like, what? I don't get it. I don't know what he's doing to those men. I don't get it.
It's a fixation. And you know,
doing it to those men.
Sometimes they don't
making them feel good.
And then
you understand he was doing it to those men.
Yeah,
and he turned into the God.
Yeah, the God, not Nature Boy. Just straight up Jesus return.
To be honest, there's not. Listen, right? As long as I've known about Sa's channel, right? It's been quite a while. Okay, I haven't always been happy, or even I haven't always understood his reasoning when he brings on certain guests and how he questions them, right? I go through it, and I remember even with the Nature Boy thing, right, where I could see how a person could say, "Oh, you're in support of that," because when he came on your panel, right, it was like you're giving him all these easy questions, you know. But then
Nature Boy, he wanted to laugh.
But then over time, I have to also check myself and say, at the end of the day, this is his bread and butter. This is a business, right? And he has a choice to decide, because I don't agree with everything that Sonetta does. In fact, especially in the past, there's many things that I disagree with him on. However, because of that, I can still support. I can still watch, right? I can be in disagreement with you. And okay, so of course I don't support child molesters or pedophiles. Well, then why do you say it? Well, we're not talking about him. Can we get back to what we were saying?
That part.
Two things can be true at the same time. Fall back.
And you know, in his defense, and a lot of older guys' defense, and I think where us as women, we got to take over some things, is that these people are signing up for this. So you don't know how to advocate at that point when you have young women that you see he's taking advantage of, but they're going back, they're doing things, and it's because we need to address
I'm agreeing with you,
within the young women that are making them choose those things. We need to address what's when they are feeling low and they feel like they don't got anybody and they're hungry and all this other stuff, and this guy comes and's like, hey, you know, I can fix all this for you and all this other stuff, like just come with me. And then all the messed up where they end up because of that. We need to address that initial problem that they felt alone. They felt there was no one they could go to. And then Nature Boy comes in as their knight in shining armor. We're not addressing any of those points. And then we just judge them at the end because it's like, why do you keep going back? Why do you keep doing this? Most of those girls were virgins when they met him. And he took advantage of them being naive, young, all this other stuff. So
No, they weren't only a few. They weren't all.
I know Violet
Most of
was.
them
I
weren't.
know. I know the other guys.
was lying, girls. Some girls.
Yes, they were. There was a
Sheba
few.
was. Yeah, Sheba was.
Sheba was exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, they met when they were very young, and the known thing about it is either they don't have fathers, they don't have mothers, they don't have people that care about them. They're living with their grandmas. They don't have a way out or anything. They don't know how they're going to get their next meal, and then Nature Boy comes along. Because those are things that we're not addressing. And then we see the effect of this girl that's now, whether she's with Nature Boy or she's in the strip club or anything, we see the after effects, but we weren't there when she was hungry in the first place. We weren't there when that guy came in and got her pregnant in the first place to be like, hey, let's stop some of this stuff and prevent it from happening. We only judge the after.
That's the village we talking about. We got to rebuild the
Let me
village.
get back. Let me say this one. Listen,
sorry.
I've never met a person and a man that's more forgiving than Sonetta. I've never. With all the dirt that I've seen people do to him, I've never met a man so forgiving like him. Hey, Top Cats, how you doing?
You know what? To your point too, Dulcinea, in terms of thinking about the reasons, the decision-making of the young brothers and the young and the young sisters, but also there's a population. There's been quite a few that would be attracted to that. Like for example, Sheba has an intact family, right? Didn't grow up in a ghetto. Beautiful home with her parents in Washington State. Right. So there's also young girls that are just attracted to that for whatever the reason. They could have came from a strong foundation or good family. Right. However, they're still attracted to that. You get what I'm saying? And
but I think that there's still like help that, that we could give them. And there's still reasonings probably that it's not always just a 2-parent home or anything. I agree. Or a single parent home or even poverty. But we do know that poverty and different things like that increase. Mm-hmm. And of just where people are from, their demographics. But I definitely agree with you. That doesn't sum it up.
Top Cat, come up, please. But I'm just saying,
they wanted to be a freak. What if they just not like it? It don't have to be in the street.
It was really weird to me, the whole thing. Ain't no way that man had some type of mental control.
But when you don't raise your kids right, and these kids right here don't have respect, and that's the bottom line. You can spoil a child and don't do all of that, but when these kids don't have respect for their elders, half of these kids don't respect their mama. So if they don't respect their mama, you ain't got nothing coming. I said that when I raised my son. I said, and so if a son don't respect his mom, his wife don't have nothing coming. And that goes as well for your daughter, right? So if your daughter don't respect her mom, what do you think you got coming? You see this right now in these young ladies right now. Anytime your kids don't respect you, then what do you think is going on out here? That's why we arguing with these young girls right now. I might look your age, but I am not your age. And you yet to talk to me like that. And then call you all these names and all this other stuff. Because why? You mad because I don't look like I drank like you do. You mad because I don't look like you do. You see what I'm saying? And then you want to call all these names. It's so disrespectful to the point you don't even know you're being disrespectful. Some of these people right now in a job, I've managed and trained my whole career. And then they'll tell you, you can't talk to me like this. Exactly, I'm supposed to talk to you like this. Why? Because this is your job. I would expect criticism and say, excuse me, let me calm you down so I can be able to assist you. Instead, you tell me you don't talk to me like this. Let me tell you something. Not only am I going to talk to you like this, but let me speak to your supervisor, because apparently you don't know your job. It's not your job to tell me how to talk. You get nurses to talk to you like this. You buzz a nurse, and then a nurse will come in and say, "What's up? Let me speak to your boss." Because I've worked for many of doctors and sat on many of board of directors, and I've never been addressed to by a nurse saying, "What's up?" So what's up is the doc. Let me speak to him, please. Now you scared. Don't be scared. Be careful.
Right, that part.
You see what I'm saying? So this is the problem we having. So if we don't snatch back, we can't keep talking about rebuilding or building. Let's rebuild what we have. Because these kids, again, Babylon is grown up and they need something to do. They need a path. We sitting up here complaining about a Bible that half of them don't even know. But the history of us is not even in that Bible. It's not even in the Constitution. We know this. We trying to understand it. We're consciously aware of it. And our kids, not mine, but at the same time, it is mine. Because if it's yours, it's mine. Because I grew up with the village. And I'm trying to regain the village. Why? Because I still call my elders sir and ma'am. And do you think I grew up to this age to be called bitch, get out the way?
No.
And see,
okay, then.
I agree with Sakina. I think that is the major problem, whether it's a two-parent home or a single-parent home. What people had before was unity amongst the community, and that's not what we have now. We're all individual sex, and you grow up in your house, whether you have your mom and dad or anything, but you're not really adhering to what your neighbors say or anything like that. And then even to the point where it's even scarier now, I can only imagine of just being like, okay, who is trustworthy for a village to
exactly, not even that, but all of it. I had to teach my daughters it's more to life than being pretty. Why is that? Because my daughters need to know that they have to cook, they have to clean, right? They have to have morals and values. Right now, if a woman cooks some green beans, some macaroni and cheese, and some fried chicken, she thinks she's doing something. You think if you put some Jiffy Mix and a couple of eggs and some milk together, you'd have made cornbread. No, you ain't. You made Jiffy Mix. Quit playing with yourself.
But whose fault is it, though? Let's look at that. Whose fault is it? If we talking about, okay, so a younger generation would be, to you, Sakina, would be, I would probably say younger than Dulcinea, right? Or
somewhere in their 30s. In their 30s.
Okay, so if that's the case, then their parents would be your age, right?
The younger generation.
Right, so their parents would be around your age, right? So if that's the case, then who dropped the ball?
It don't matter who dropped the ball. I say how you raise it.
It does matter because it matters because that's where you're going to get some of the attitude and the disrespect from. Because now they're looking at you like
if we want to dig that deep, because the younger generation right now can't even hopefully live to be 25. Let's look at that. So I don't really want to count them because they don't make it. So I can't count them because they don't make it.
And I
so
think
I gotta count Dulcinea's age because the other kids may not make it to see Dulcinea's age. Them the ones I'm trying to save. That's who the community need to build about.
And I think there is a lot of, and Sakina, I have talked about this offline. There's a lot of dropping the ball all the way down. Like every generation, even our generation has to take blame. We're millennials. And we have to take blame for these Gen Zers and everyone because we're the ones that what I would say is now we're the money hungry. We're the ones that it's less time as a family together. It's more, I gotta be at work. Let me put you in front of this TV. Let me put you in front of these electronics. And then of course, but that's where again we're getting into. There's this lack of unity and everyone's searching unities from somewhere. And that's what these kids are doing. They're searching for unity, they're searching for love, for acceptance, and then they're getting into these groups, gangs, or just stupid kids doing stupid things. And that's why, yes, like Sakina said, it's, I guess, for our young men, they're mainly getting between 18 and 30. And once they make it to 30, that's an accomplishment. That's when we know that they'll have a higher life expectancy, but they have to make it to 30 first.
So all we trying to do is rebuild our communities instead of trying to build new ones. Let's rebuild the ones we have. Let's restore from the ones we have. Let's show our kids what it takes to be these men and women. And fix those so that they can instill from their children moving forward. We can't keep building a new. How is to try to influence and enforce right now without trying to snatch them up, trying to instill some fear in them. That's not going to work. Let's see if we can talk to them and handle them different. See if we can correct the wrongs without trying to do it strong. Maybe that's what they're running from.
Interesting.
You know what? I see this in a little bit different way. And because I've always said that the solution, or at least one of the solutions to the things that we're discussing now that plagues the community, is the trifecta: Black man, Black woman, Black child, meaning family, right? First. And oftentimes what I have seen is that, we'll jump over the trifecta, right? And we'll go and help a stranger in a heartbeat. Knowing we see our neighbor every single day. We are aware of what he or she is going through, and maybe you'll give a conversation, or maybe you'll look and walk away, but for whatever the reason, we'll go straight to a stranger. And I feel like at the end of the day, the accountability has to fall on the parents. I feel like I hear too much blame about schools not teaching, the white man, all of these kind of, I feel like, talking points, and they are valid, right? But also forgetting that the foundation, the root, right? The root that produced the seed, their child, they have to fix. That foundation has to be firm. And then when you're raising your babies, and when they get older and they go out into the world, they're taking everything that they have seen and heard, for the most part, from the people around them raising them. And then they make an impact. But if we can't get the family together, right? If we can't even get it together within our own household, why are we trying to go out and help anyone else? That is foolish. Repair your boat first. Take care of the problem first. Trifecta: Black man, Black woman, Black child. Period.
And I agree with you guys, but at the same time,
the school doesn't teach children. You do teach them. Why would we expect a system, like we always say, it wasn't made for us? So why the hell will we assume that they are going to, quote unquote, teach our babies? It makes no sense.
Okay, now I worked in a nursing facility for like 20 years, and I'm gonna say this: after I done sat there and raised my kids, and me and my family and whatever, and my kids all grown and started moving out and doing their thing, and my ex-husband at the time working third shift and whatnot, and then I'm seeing people in the nursing home, and some families don't come see their parents at all. And I lost my mom and my dad at this time. And when you see enough people that don't come visit their families at all, and then maybe the cooks quit, and then somebody got to cook for the elders, somebody got to wash for the elders, somebody got to take care of the elders. And then we say, well, we're going to wait on somebody. We're going to wait on the family. We're going to wait on this. We're going to wait on that. But then who going to cry for them? Who going to work for them? Who going to do for them? It's got to start with somebody. Yep. If we're going to work as a village, we don't wait for somebody or nobody or anybody. If it don't be you, then who? And then the next thing you know, somebody's going to be there to thank, whether they thanking you or not. That's why my knees is bad right now. I got bone on bone because it didn't matter. My mom didn't get to be 61. My dad didn't get to be 58. So at the end of the day, I was thankful and grateful for 96 elders that I was able to provide for. No, I didn't get to sit in my office and do the things that I should have did some days, that I was down there doing laundry, or I was down there being a caregiver, or I was down there cooking, or I was down there, you know, putting up food or whatever I was doing. I did that because somebody had to do it. Some days I had to be the CEO. Some days I was CFO, but so what? I did that because somebody had to do it. I got paid a salary. That means I didn't have a 9 to 5. So if somebody had to call me at 3 o'clock in the morning, I had to get up and be there at 3 o'clock in the morning. Why? Because somebody had to do that. Once an adult, twice a child. No, I could have said, no, that ain't my mama. No, that ain't my daddy. Sometimes when somebody acted a fool and they knew I was subjected to bring them popcorn to calm them down, to keep them from knuckling up on somebody's head, because if you ain't never got hit with 150 pounds of dead weight and get black eyes, and that's just part of the job, but I would make sure that that didn't happen for that person. That's something I did. It came out of my pocket. It didn't come out of nobody else's pocket, but any caregiver, any CNA can tell you about when they have to get abused by seniors, and it's just part of the job.
No.
So yeah, somebody has to do it, but this is just the village. And who knows what the parents is going through. But sometimes, if the parents is doing it or they're not doing it, or whatever it is, sometimes we just have to reach out. If you have to reach out and tell the parent, now my goddaughter is not the best, but she does her best. And when she wrong, just like my kids, I tell her when she wrong. Because the truth hurt.
So anyway, with this situation with Polight, what we have to do seriously is just wait until the 7th.
I still love you, Docs. I'm just saying, for as a village boo.
Oh, girl, come on now. You know how we give it up on here. It's all love. It's all competition.
You know how I be talking strong, though. People think I'm hollering at them, and I'm not.
Me too. You know, me too. Come on now. Apologize. I got you. And that's okay. And much of what you said is true. With the goddaughter, that's part of your family. That's the foundation, right? That's the root.
Yes, yeah.
Open to knowledge. Where's he? I thought you saw him. Hey, brother.
Hey, brother. Yay.
Dulcinea, you coming on this side? You know my close out for me is 12 o'clock.
I've already been on this side.
Oh, okay, baby. All right. Open to knowledge. What you think about everything that's going on? I want to hear your opinion as a father and a man and an uncle. I want to hear your opinion. I'll mute.
Oh, now when it come down to that, now I love the kids. Now ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about that. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean. What I was gonna tell y'all is before I even gave my. Does anybody know Florida's law? Because you know every state, every county has their different statutes and law. Now to us, it's wrong, definitely wrong. But I'm talking about as far as his case wise. Does anybody know the law in Florida?
I mean, as far as what? Because
right
on the statutes of the cases. Because reason why I say that, because Florida is still Spanish rule. Spanish don't have no age.
No, that's not no.
In their country. What I'm telling you is, baby girl, who are the people running that country?
Florida.
Huh?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that's not. It's you talking about the age of consent?
Yeah. As far as Florida laws and like those charges that he got, like in my state, those are some serious charges. But in other people's states, it might not be. That's what I'm saying. So what it's serious, period, man. And I feel for the family that they got to go all through this shit again after stuff been died down. We got to look at this girl and her mom. Their whole life changed because of this shit. You know what I mean, man? And I could only imagine if that was me. You know what I mean? And what I have to do with my daughter. And the counseling and stuff that she would have to go through. You know what I mean behind this shit, man. Like,
I
damn.
can't. I understand what you're saying, brother, but I don't necessarily. I don't know. I don't look at it like that. I guess because we really don't know what happened. So I can't say that. Okay, first of all, I'm not going to look at a 15 or 14-year-old like I would look at a 6-year-old. That's different to me in my mind because I was a 14-year-old girl. So by me being a 14-year-old girl, it's way different than me being a 6-7-year-old girl. So that's already is a difference. So I guess I'm not looking at it as, because who knows? She could have, if she been around this man, put it like this, and come on now, let's be for real.
I mean, that go both ways. Both sides are affected by this, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm sorry this whole thing even had to happen and go in the media. Yeah, both sides might need counseling.
Okay.
Even if it didn't happen, or if it did happen, or if it got taken out of context, man. Listen, man, I don't got nothing to do with that. I'm talking about the effects of this stuff. Period. Of this whole thing. Period.
That's the thing. We don't know what it really was, so it might not.
I don't care about the outcome. The outcome is that I hope this little girl, nothing happened to this little girl. That's my whole outcome. I hope nothing didn't happen to her. That's what I'm hoping. I don't, you know what I mean? I hope nothing happened to her. But what I'm saying overall, the whole mental effect and the outcome of this on both sides, this is, you know what I mean? It's crazy, man. Like, damn, it's crazy. And Tazariak said it right. If it wasn't Polight, nobody would give a shit. But everybody, because it's Polight, everybody is using his name, and they all popped out of the bushes, and now they all doing something on this man. You know what I mean? And damn, all Sarnetta, and I don't like how they fucking try to put Sarnetta in that shit neither, man. That's fucked up. Sarnetta is a goddamn journalist, man. He got the right to do what he want to do, man. For real, like on some real stuff, man. And it's crazy. The whole thing just crazy. Damn.
Can you see that, Ashe, Tanisha? I just wanted to show so everyone got some content of where everyone's aligned. But yeah, I'm a millennial, that 1980 to 1994. You know that we have a lot of problems, but we're still the best.
I'm Generation X.
Y'all are second best.
No, we're the best because 2 is not a winner. We're the best. You say baby best, Generation X.
Baby best.
We're baby best. 2 is not a winner. If nobody remembers, we're the best. It say baby best, not the boomers. We're the best, baby best. See, y'all ex niggas. They say ex niggas. Y'all ex.
I agree, and that's why I say we have to wait to get the information. What you're saying, Nisha, I don't necessarily just believe, oh, he just did not do it or anything like that. Right. But I will say, as far as it, there's a lot of dynamics, and I have known personal dynamics of children being told to lie because of different things. And I know personally of that, not like, oh, you just heard that story. No, I know personally of stories like that, where a whole grandpa was exonerated after quite a few years because they just got mad at him and had the baby lie. So it's one of those things that, you know, we just can't automatically say, oh, we just go for this person on this side, or we feel bad. The only person we can feel bad of is for the girl. And to just be like, we don't know what we feel bad for the girl is. We just need, hopefully she gets help, hopefully whatever that she needs in the future, because this is a very traumatic experience no matter what happened. but it is something that's definitely weird, especially when you're talking about one of your wife's children. So we don't know what happened.
Oh,
Right.
Tanisha,
That's what we
you the
won't know
baby best.
Right. We
You the
don't
baby
know.
best. Oh, you Generation X. You the baby best. You
So
just
you
played it,
saying
girl.
so you saying that it's a possibility that she was wearing her mama shirt and it was done wash and that was old?
Well, one thing is it's the discrepancy if it was a shirt, a dress, or the scarf that the DNA is on. And we don't have that information. Anyone that's saying they have that paper would make the court be like a mistrial because
Right.
we would not be able, as the public, to have their evidence. So we all we know is that there was DNA found on some article of clothing, and then people have taken it upon themselves to try to find the article of clothing, try to find the semen or different things like that. But they also
Right.
remember that his clothes went missing and that
Right,
he
right.
was
Okay.
originally in a hotel with the girl's mom.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
So that's why I could look at it and say, I don't know. So I'm not going to
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't know. People lie. That girl, people play games. He could have been dead in the wrong. She could have been dead in the wrong.
Damn.
But we don't know the ins and outs. We wasn't there when it happened. Period.
Right. Did you see what Proper Perspective said? I think he put up damn near a date rape law. If you're less than 24, you may lawfully have consensual sex with a 16 or 17-year-old.
It depends on the actual place, I
If you're
think,
older than
because
20.
there's places that it's consensual to be with a 16-year-old, and I don't think you have to be less than 24. Honestly, the consenting age for adult is 16 for them, and it's dependent on the state. Most states are either 17 or 16, I think, majority, and then a couple that are 18. But yeah, usually it's 16 as far as when she can be consensual. I think even a state was 14 because if I'm remembering correctly, it was like a senator or someone that was in the Congress that they found out he was with a 14-year-old, and then he doubled down on it. Like 14 is consensual.
If Hawaii.
Oh yeah, Hawaii. Okay, that's where it was.
So
I'm surprised that a kidnapping charge wasn't involved with that because he took her to a whole nother spot than where he got her from. That
And
can
that's where I
almost be
say,
like a kidnapping. You know what
yeah.
I mean?
And that's why I say we don't know the whole story.
Right.
If
It's
it was, if
crazy,
we had the
man.
whole story, they would have gotten
It's
him for
crazy.
everything they could get him for and lock him under the jail. But
And
this
that,
is my belief, and this doesn't
right.
have to go with anybody else's
Right.
belief. But this is
Right.
my belief. The mom did something. It's something that the child doesn't want to implicate the mom. So there's only so much information that she can give over that time, because she can't say of her mom's doings and goings. But it sounded very suspect in the first place for you guys to all be together and then say, "Oh, he snuck out when I fell asleep." It just doesn't make sense.
Right. And I feel, Nisha, all we can do is make assumptions, but I'm glad that y'all only making assumptions as far as the details and not making y'all own assumptions whether he's guilty or not. And that's the whole thing. Nobody should be saying he's guilty or not. The whole thing, we need to just feel bad for the feel some remorse for the little girl that's involved, regardless of what happened, is that she's young, and that's crazy. I have a 13-year-old, so
Yeah,
I
and
can
I can
only
say
imagine
for
the
a fact
emotional trauma,
someone took advantage of her.
period that
Someone
she'll
definitely
go through.
took advantage of her. I don't know who, but someone did. So I definitely feel you on that.
Right.
I don't know. I just know when I was 14, so I don't know. Maybe I had a wild life. I don't know.
No, I understand because like
Country ass.
I was when I was that age and the R. Kelly thing came out, I felt convicted because I was like super Riley when it came to that. I was like, I would move out the way for P. I wouldn't go back to his hotel in the first place. So she knew what she was doing. She did this or that or the other when I was young. But then I had to learn more of the story. I had to learn that okay, parents are bringing these children around him when they're young, and he's bringing them up. And I'm like, all those parents deserve to be in jail, and we don't talk enough about all the enablers around these situations that are helping this to happen. And there's a lot of enablers. Like Kay Michelle came out and said, one of her main things was she would have the moms see the moms at the house cooking breakfast after the daughter hooked up with R. Kelly, because it's like they're utilizing them at this point to know, okay, I can get new stuff. I can get to this man's house because he likes my daughter's age and my daughter's beautiful. Like that's crazy. That's sick. And we just gonna say, okay, R. Kelly, no, lock all their asses up.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, shout out to Proper Perspective, man, because that was Florida laws that he posted, and that's what I was asking about. Do we know Florida laws? So that Florida law said that anybody that's under 24 can sleep with somebody that's 16 or under, but if they over 24, they cannot sleep with nobody unless they're over 18 years of age. So you know what I mean? That right there put them charges in a whole nother perspective now.
Don't it?
Because now we know the law.
Come on.
And that's why Jocelyn, that girl, if y'all have ever heard about her, I think her name was Jocelyn, the one that stuck with him or sticking with him, married to him now, I think, in jail, and she's having his baby. But that's why she's so tied to him, because her mom actually brought her there on purpose. She actually was like, my parents are fake. They brought me to this man. And I believe her. There's no way why she wouldn't want to be back with her family if it wasn't that, in my opinion.
It makes sense. It makes sense. And now you don't want her to be with him and she already in love and all this other stuff. Come on. What do you expect her to do?
Just
it's
looking
crazy,
at
man. That's
age,
crazy.
Looking at the age of consent thing that I'm looking at, these
That
ages
shit
is
crazy.
really low, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's really low. We getting 14, we getting 15, 16, but then that make you think, shit, Louisiana 17, Maryland 16. Pretty much everybody at 16. So
listen to this.
Shit, at one time, I think South Carolina went down to 14 at one time. I think
They don't
went
have
down
really
to 14.
always have less respect for women in some kind of capacity. I don't see it.
Not to cut you off, Nisha, but the thing is that
look at women the same way they look at men.
For women to be or for anybody to be emancipated is 16.
Why they got an age for women, but not? I mean, it's like
no period. For any child to want to emancipate themselves from them parents, all they got to do is be 16.
Yeah, that's been like that,
right? So if they can emancipate themselves at 16, then all of it is legal at this point.
But back in the day, it was your period that emancipated you from your family. Once you went on your period, you was considered a woman in the South. Once you went on your period, it was a wrap.
But they had to make a change on that because young ladies started getting it before 16. But what really messed me up was
if you look at most families, excuse me, Shakina, real quick. If you look at most families in the South, they probably had kids before they was when they was like 13, 14 years age. That's when they started having kids. Soon as they hit their first period and they could have a kid, they started dropping kids in the South. You got to think now the South was also infected by breeding farms too. So let's not forget about that. So all men knew was just like, get it. And you know what I mean? That's it.
Okay, because we ain't finna talk about that because that's why sheep herders had to be married and You're right. So we don't want to get into that. Right. So what was I finna say?
You was about to say that
Right,
ain't right
because
about this age
it's
group. Go
a lot
ahead,
it's a
Shakina.
lot of
My
stuff
bad,
back.
baby.
It's
Wait
a
a minute,
lot of
excuse
stuff
me.
in the South.
Wait a minute, excuse me. Tomcats, can I ask why do he want to know if Dots can cook? Now, I mean, wait a minute now. Cook.
Topcats love him some Pocahontas.
He's so crazy. But one
Pocahontas.
We done sent him the thing. Ma'am. Girl, he is terrible.
Pocahontas loves
That's my dog.
There it go again. There it
Come
goes.
the legend.
Y'all know y'all like y'all some Indians. Y'all know y'all like y'all some Indians. Stop that.
We do, because you are one of our men.
We're mixed with Indian, duh.
Open to knowledge. He's from college.
There go my dog.
Sakina.
Huh?
Your thing is so loud.
Okay.
So let me ask y'all, what's the difference between?
Hey, Nepal.
Peace, Nepal. Peace,
Hey,
queen.
girl.
Peace, queen.
What's the difference between my great grandmama getting married at 14?
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't even know nobody was calling my phone.
What's the difference then versus now? What's the difference?
I don't know.
The law. Let's go.
Oh, wow. Okay. I just noticed it. All right. It was on. It's on quiet. That's why I
Peace,
didn't.
Big Chief.
Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat.
Peace. Hey, brother. I'm not talking. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Got a stuttering already. Yeah, she already.
Oh, be quiet. Be quiet.
You gotta watch that now.
Whatever.
Okay,
what do you think about it? What do you think? What are your thoughts?
I'd rather not give my thoughts right now. I'm actually studying right now. I have a big lecture coming up. So I'm a nerd, so I'm over here studying. So I was just listening in, came up to speak.
What's your sign?
I'm an Aries. I'm a true Aries.
Okay,
My sun and moon Aries. Yeah, you better be scared.
Sorry for you.
Scared.
I feel so sorry.
Yeah, you feel scared. You gotta walk on the wild side. Yeah, messing with me.
How about you? Open to knowledge. What sign are you?
Aquemini.
What did he say?
He said he got one eye.
I said Aquemini. Your ass, Shakina. Somebody got one eye. I said Aquemini.
What's that? I'm like, an Aquarius?
Aquarius, yeah.
Aha, got it.
What about you?
Well, I'm a Virgo.
Oh,
The best ever.
You know what they say about the Virgo?
Beyonce. Who else is the Virgo, you guys? Michael Jackson.
How tall are you?
Who else is the Virgo you got?
How tall are you? 5'1", 5'2"?
No, I'm 5'5".
Oh, okay. Bite size.
Yeah, I'm 5'5".
5'5" bite size.
You know what? I'm getting ready to drop down, y'all, for real. My eyes lit.
Me too. I'm about to get out of here too.
I ain't messing with top. I ain't messing with
I'm about to get out
Let
of
the
here
cat
too.
run you off now.
Yeah.
You
I
let
just
the
came
big
to
chief
speak.
top cat run you off. He legendary for that.
Hey, y'all continue to be. I'm gonna
You
listen to
ain't
you.
shit, Sakina.
Now you can't run after you run her off. Now one of y'all gotta stay.
She can stay. She can stay. She can
No,
stay.
actually, Aquariuses, though, interestingly enough, Aquarius tend to struggle a lot with the longevity of like friendships, where Aquarius is also, they get excited about learning new things, which is always a good thing. You know what I mean? However, sometimes they not procrastinate, but they lose their focus, or they lose that kind of like interest very quickly. you know. And a lot of Aquariuses, honestly, they tend to be very much attracted to spirituality or anything that they feel is going to help them ascend, if that makes sense, you know.
Right,
But for
because
strong,
Aquariuses are dedicated.
those Aquariuses are something else. Mm-mm-mm.
They're dedicated to whatever they're dedicated
Damn,
to,
I'm
though.
saying, did I ask to get my horoscope read? Did I-
was that
I'm
was I wrong?
saying, if you wanted to know about me, you could have just asked. But yeah, some of that was me. You know what I mean? In my growing stage, yes, it was me. But one thing Aquarius do know is that once he has his focus and he know who he is, he know he's capable of doing multiple things at one time and be successful at all of them. That's why he's a water bearer.
All right, you guys, I'm dropping down. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, y'all. God bless. Good
Good
night.
night.
Bye, y'all.
Later.
Bye bye.
Good night, sister.
Did Sister Freedom already drop down?
No, I think she there. I don't know. She's
see.
there, I believe.
I see Black Lion Supreme say that we as a people have very little Indian DNA. Stop the madness. Well, shit, very little of us got African DNA too.
We're mostly Black European, open to knowledge.
Not all was black. Not all was black. I ain't gonna say that. I'm saying, man, we a mixed. I'm I'm gonna stop right there, man, because I'm so mad I didn't get to do my article. But I'm gonna stop right there because, you know, people like to say stuff and they like to say source up, but you know, so.
What article?
The one from he need to finish out that article, that presentation, because we never got to finish it. We only started it, and we was 5 hours deep, but we started talking about
Yeah,
we went all over the place.
topic brought a bunch of people in that night.
Yeah, we
I
started and
tapped
we
out.
ended up
Proper
giving
perspective
therapy.
says we mostly got African DNA. Please stop the lunacy.
And that's where it's gonna go when we started it. When we started back up, we're gonna need proper perspective. We're gonna need Black Line Supreme. We're gonna have open.
Yeah,
Yeah, when we
I love
open
to
up
hear
the
from them
panel, y'all
brothers,
got to
man.
come up. Y'all can't just leave
Yeah,
us here defending everything by ourselves. You know, Nisha
Don't
is
act like you ain't ready,
always
sister.
she floats like a butterfly. She stings like a bee, but Nisha can't do it all alone.
Oh, we talking about you.
Punches too.
I'm straddling the fence.
Dulcinea, you always the one throwing damn punches. Nisha will start the match, and you always the one that come to box the goddamn match.
Right.
Goddamn.
I don't know if I should say Rocky Balboa or Apollo Creed. Which one?
Y'all just keep doing what y'all do, though. You know. I just come to give other perspective to y'all channel. You know.
Okay,
I just don't like the fact.
Money on it. You gonna put some money on it?
Put some money on what?
That we're a little bit of African.
I didn't say that we didn't have no African.
No, you said that we have a little bit of African DNA. I think Black Lion Supreme said put money on that you have a little bit of African DNA.
Oh, well, damn, he talking about himself or he talking about the whole?
He talking about you too. He talking about you too.
Oh, he talking about me.
Open.
Oh,
Let me ask you a
damn! How somebody can tell me what I got?
Let me ask you a question.
Damn, let me get the lottery number then. Let me get the lottery number for tomorrow then. Shit.
Damn, what I was about to say.
I don't know, Nisha.
Cause
58.
I was gonna ask you that. Oh, so do you believe in the DNA testing? Yes or no?
I believe in it, like when as far as like the parental DNA,
Mm.
because I know that you know what I mean, that works because I done went through that. Now the DNA that tells me where my people been at 30,000, 40,000 years ago, and can't tell me a specific tribe, and then my tribe from Africa never came to look for me.
That's crazy.
Then or they don't remember us, or you know what I mean. So
People dead.
I mean, there's a lot to go with that.
Okay, but so if you don't believe,
Nisha, I'm not pushing my Indian paradigm on you.
no, you don't
I'm
understand.
saying, so why do we always got a conflict? You act
She's
like
well
I'm one of
known,
these
but she
ones.
has
You act
questions.
like I'm one of these ones that's out here saying
You
like,
ain't letting
yo,
me finish what I was
oh,
gonna
okay.
ask you. Thank you, sir. So what I was gonna say is, if you don't believe in that part, then where do you think that they got the indigenous Americans from off of Ancestry? Where did they get them people from?
I don't know. Did they say they only got 2,000 of them, right?
I don't know how
Well,
many.
shit, how you gonna ask me a question that you don't know the own answer to?
No, listen at what I'm
No,
saying.
yes, I mean, you asking me a question for me to tell you the answer. You should
No,
already have your answers prepared to see if I'm telling the truth or not. But they only got
no,
like 2,000, right?
this is not a right or wrong. This is just me trying to understand how you think. So by me saying
And
that,
I didn't never say I didn't believe in DNA. I mean the DNA testing. I didn't say that. I said I believe in the parental one, and then I went into that, and then you stopped me. But
no, that's not what you said. You said that you don't believe that they can tell you about your tribe and why your people ain't came back and got you.
right, it can't. Can it? Can it tell me about my tribe I was at, or can it tell
Not
me a place that I was
ancestry.
at?
The African American DNA can, not ancestry.
It can tell you an exact tribe now?
They can, the African American DNA. This is what I'm telling you. It's expensive, so I haven't tried that. But they can
okay,
do that.
okay.
They can do that. So that's what I was asking.
Oh, well, I'm open to that. I'm open to that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I'm open to that.
I was just wondering, since if I have indigenous on my DNA, then I don't see why a lot of Indians won't take it, because it came up in mine.
Yeah, I ain't mad at you. If you notice, man, every time I talk to you, baby girl, I always tell y'all I'm gonna take the test, but I'm just trying to do as much paperwork as I can first. So when I do the test, I want to see if it adds up. I said that multiple times, so I'm not against the DNA. I can't be against something that I ain't tried.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You
Then
can take your mind to
I'll just be like everybody else. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Dulcinea, my bad.
No, I was saying that Black Line Supreme, since he wanted to pay for yours, he can pay for mine instead. Mine in a proper perspective. But I looked it up. I couldn't find the amount of participation.
He say he can pay for mine. I don't need nobody to pay for my shit. I got my own money.
He was like, he'll pay for you to do it. So
Pay for mine, motherfucker. I got my own money, man. What are you talking about? I got my own money, man. I got my own business, man. I walk around with this. Man. It's my own money, man. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? I don't need no money. I don't need no help, bro.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows where you're from. Okay, open to knowledge. So keep it close. Like, don't show them.
Nah, I'm just saying, dog. My money goes into my neighborhood. They know where my money goes at. I do book bag giveaways. Those shit that you was talking about, I do these shit. So I ain't just no talking, you know what I'm talking about? I'm a real Creekside dude now. On some real shit. You know what I mean? Nah, you can knock my knowledge or my information all day now. You can knock that.
And then you flashing your cash is all I'm saying. People might roll up to Creekside. So You know.
I want them. Come on. And I guarantee you, once they roll
Don't
up,
come
I
on.
guarantee you when they leave,
Don't
they're
come
gonna say, you
on.
know what? That's a real ass dude, and I gotta go back. That's what the fuck they gonna say when they roll up. That's a real ass dude, and I got to come see him, and I'm going back. Good word. Anything else can be uncivilized. Straight the fuck up.
It would be uncivilized.
But
Hey, we
anyway, so
straight
I looked it
motherfuckers.
up.
Hey,
Anyways, I
we
looked
straight
up
swamp motherfuckers around here. I
I
ain't
looked
lying.
up
Ain't
the
nothing but alligators and swamps
participation.
around this motherfucking dog. I ain't scared of
All
nobody.
right, that's
If
true.
I was scared, I'd still be going to church. I ain't that.
We have hogs down here, so that's where we are. We have hogs in Fort Hood, so they're not finding you in Fort Hood. They don't care. But anyway, hogs in East Texas, and then we have Fort Hood. Fort Hood is the military base, and they're known for they found like over 100 of women's bodies just buried in not even deep graves, shallow graves, just a lot of people can go and bury you in Fort Hood and know that you're never gonna be found. You're not gonna be identified. Yeah. So we have that and the hogs of East Texas, because they eat everything.
Yeah.
But
How about why not? Why not?
the indigenous American DNA, I'm not seeing Ancestry say as many people as participated, but they said there's more than 570 federal recognized tribal nations and 60 states recognized tribes. So I would guess that they got participation from as many of those tribes as possible. Do you
Was that before the Indian Removal Act, and was that before the colonizers, when the colonizers first came in?
well, obviously it's not that.
All
It's gonna be
right,
based
then.
on people right now.
Therefore, man, let's stop
But
playing
would you
fucking
say
games
that
here,
you're
man.
not? Would you
All
say
right,
you're
man.
not related to anyone that's Native American right now, or there's particular tribes that you guys might be related to?
I don't know.
Mm. Mm.
I just want to say we love you.
I'm just saying, man. I don't know. I mean, you asking me a question I don't know, but I guarantee you the next time you get on the show, I know the answer to that, or I look it up for you. But you know what I mean? See, one thing about me, dog, I don't have no problem with saying I don't know. I ain't gonna sit up here and act like I know. Man, fuck all that, man. That's some more gay ass shit. But anyway, you know what I mean? Back to what I was saying though, like, you know what I mean?
I think as far as when it comes,
It's
we don't have.
crazy, man. Hey, let me ask you this: How, what? Any one of y'all took y'all DNA test yet?
I have.
I haven't.
You took yours, Nisha.
Yeah.
What year was you in Africa? No, don't fucking laugh. I'm saying, since motherfuckers gonna tell me take a test to see where the fuck I'm from. You took a test to see where the fuck you from. So what year was you in Africa? Please tell me. And where you was in Africa.
I want to
Alright,
say,
then.
I know she gonna answer, but I want to say respectfully, she has dated.
Alright, then. Alright.
She has dated and given us, and it was with Chief Topcats on the platform. She gave us the ancestor that's actually from Africa. They just changed his name.
Yeah, I did do that.
She gave us somebody who lied or some shit to get on some Dawes rolls, I think, or some shit she was talking about.
No, that was another.
About some Dawes rolls.
That was on my mother's side.
I was driving from Miami during that time, so I might have
person.
misunderstood what I heard, but I was driving from Miami during that time. But anyway,
Right.
Nisha, back to the question
Right,
though.
you were turning up.
You took the DNA test. Tell me where your family was at in the 1700s from your DNA test. Please show me that. I'll pay anybody $1,000 right now if they DNA test can show me where they was at in the 1700s. And Dulcinea, I send it to your Cash App.
They had just came from.
I ain't asking you that. Can your DNA test show me where your family was at in the 1700s, or where y'all was at in Africa in the 1600s, 1500s, 1400s, before y'all came with Christopher or whoever y'all came with? Can that DNA test, before I take it, will it show me this? I'm asking before I take it. So before I take this test, will this test show me what year I was in Africa, what year my family was in Africa, what year we started?
Well, doing your DNA, okay? First of all, you're going to have some history, like I know you already have some background history, but what your DNA, what that test is going to do is it's going to put everything in line, and then you're going to be able to pull up other people that just by going through the records, and also but by me knowing who my great granddaddy was, and that he was born in a certain time, and also looking at the slave records where it correlates back to a number. And that correlates back to other records that I have on my grandparents that I know that he did come from Africa in 1712. So it can go back, and they came from out of Cameroon.
Okay, what tribe out of Cameroon?
I don't know.
No. Why they didn't document what tribe they caught them from?
Because that ancestry.
That would be a direct. Hold up now. You said he came over.
Oh my Lord.
All right, go ahead. My bad.
Take the African American ancestry test. Take that one. Not ancestry if you want to know, because they go further than ancestry. I haven't taken that, so I don't know that if I do take it, what will be the results. I've taken ancestry only, not the other one. The other one to tell you.
Okay, my fault. So with Ancestry.com, in order to do your DNA test, you need a paper trail, right?
No, you just spit in the thing, send it to them, they'll give
Well,
you.
No. You go back and you look at Ancestry.com, and you go on their website, and you go up underneath reference panel, and you will see that you need two things for a complete DNA sequence or test or thing. You need
I pull mine up right now. What are you talking about? No, you don't.
Well, pull it up.
You need to
Pull it up, baby. Pull it up. Go to
Mine
Ancestry.com
right
and pull
it's
it up.
Open.
Sis.
I got thousands of tabs.
I'm not trying to make no problem. I'm just showing you that you need a paper trail and you need something else. So a paper trail is your genealogy. You need your genealogy in order to have a complete DNA test. Without both a paper trail, and I think it was something else underneath that reference panel. I can't remember the other one. But you need both. You need both.
It'll help you build your genealogy.
Right, it'll help you build your tree.
Well, go ahead. Pull it.
But proper perspective, did it give you the tribe that you were most likely from in your African ancestry one, or does it give you a multitude of tribes that you could have been a part of? That's something that I think most people have a question about with African ancestry.
And also the ancestry only shows where your people might have been for a period. It doesn't necessarily show that your people stayed there.
It shows you the migration also.
Okay.
Ashe Tanisha says she didn't even put her parents' names.
Yeah, but if her last name, and if somebody else did it though, if somebody else did it, that's how they find matches.
No.
Somebody else in her family could have did it that she don't even know nothing about.
Okay, so proper perspective says African ancestry has different type of database than the others. It's all based on what markers they look at. African ancestry is specifically working with Africans on the continent.
Oh, okay then. Then I respect that then. I
Right.
totally respect that.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, I don't
It
knock it, so
specifies one side.
I'm actually asking questions. I'm not knocking it. I'm asking questions before I get into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I want my
You know what I
brother to
mean?
do it. I'm gonna pay for my brother
Yeah.
to do it because I want to know.
I
I
wish
know
proper
that most
perspective
African
had come
countries they
up.
just
I
have
wish
the
proper
father.
perspective
So I
had
want
come up, man, and tell me it. You know what I mean? Because he could elaborate more into that. Because he done took both. So you know what I mean? Shit, he done took both. So that's deep. He can go deep into that shit, man. People who were adopted can find their parents. Okay. All right.
And you don't even have to put your real name on the thing. They don't have to know nothing about your first name, your last name. You could be Hooga Booga.
Mm.
So they're not gonna match you because your last name this
Nah,
and
I just asked, you know what I mean, if they can pinpoint me to the 1600s where my peoples them came from, maybe in Barbados or Africa. So, you know what I mean, I can see exactly who my family them is in Africa. That's what I'm saying. Shit, don't just tell me we came from a certain area in Africa. Who the fuck is my peoples them? That's the whole purpose. At least when I do my genealogy, I can go to that person if they still living and be like, look, we got the same person right here in common, and this, you know what I mean? Boom. Now, once I do this ancestry.com, this blood thing, I should be able to go back to where they took me from. That's all I'm asking. Damn, it don't tell us where you've been taken from and what tribe. And since they
but it's
documented
a
everything
start.
else, they documented how many slaves they brought across here. You mean to tell me they ain't document where the hell they took them from?
But that's just records, though. That's just records that you get off the census, and different publications. Those are just records. And ancestry is not blood; it's just saliva. And it's like the starter kit.
And all
okay,
that go back
I'm
to that
dropping it
out of
now.
Africa theory. Okay, somebody say drop the link. Tanisha say drop the link, and she'll tell it. She'll tell us the breakdown on it. I hope proper perspective come in too and drop that breakdown on it.
I think you just should take it. Just do
Huh?
it. Just do it.
What happened? Just do it.
Like a Nike commercial.
Yeah, I told you I was gonna do it, Nisha, but I told you I want to finish my listen. I still got older people around me that I'm tracing my genealogy. See, I still got old people around me, 80 something, 90 years old around me in my family. So I'm still doing genealogy on other sides. You know
You
what
could
I
do it at
mean?
the
So
same time. Ain't no
nah,
excuse.
fuck that. Nah, I'm gonna do that first. I don't need that shit. If I can trace on paperwork back to 1700s already, and you telling me you can't trace where the hell you come from in the 1700s, but I can trace where the hell some of my family was at in the 1700s just from genealogy, from bloodline.
Yes, I
What
did.
the hell?
I told you.
What?
I told you already.
No, you didn't tell me what tribe they come from. I can tell you
No.
literally what land my peoples them came from, and I can take you there today.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Well, you just moved the goalpost, but she has said that she can.
Oh.
You said at first you can't show who your people are in the 1700s and where they resided, and she has brought up people from the 1700s and shown us where they resided. She can. She has the paperwork and she has the DNA test.
I asked her, could she tell me what tribe, where they was from in Africa, and when did they come across here? That I asked like 4 questions. I did ask a bunch of questions at once. Now I ain't gonna lie. Now I did overload Nisha. Now I ain't gonna lie.
Well, I was talking about the
I
questions
apologize,
Destin
Nisha.
asked,
You know you
though.
my dog, Nisha. You know you my dog, man. Y'all can't win all the goddamn time.
Peace, Ashe, Tanisha. Thank you for joining us.
Hey.
Peace, Queen.
Well, I wanted to say, like, they say the DNA test is not real and stuff. I found my biological father. I grew up with a different father my whole life. I got brothers and sisters from this father. And 1 year later, I finally convinced my sister to do the same test. She finds out she has a different father as well. Now we're trying to get my brothers to do it. They skeptical. They don't want to do it. They scared now that our tests have come back. They scared to do it. But to
Were
say,
you able to talk to your mom about it, like about the other fathers?
yes. I mean, like, my mom was very transparent. My sister's mom, not so much. But my mom was very transparent. And I found my father. We have a great relationship. We good. She found her family. They have a beautiful relationship. I have a beautiful relationship with my family. Like it. I mean, it is what it is. But what I was saying is, he's saying, like, they're not like, they can't trace where you're from. Genealogy. When you're dealing with genealogy, one wrong parent can change the whole trajectory of everything you talking about. So if there is a wrong parent anywhere in there, and we know what happened to our ancestors, so if something like that happened to our ancestors, you would know that that's not I mean, it changed your whole genealogy. Genealogy is not a I'm trying to think of the word. It's not. It doesn't. It's not a valuable source. It's not.
Right.
You need to take the DNA. DNA is everything, because I could have been writing down my father's name and writing down his mother's name and his father's name and their father's name, and the genealogy would have been all wrong.
Right.
Come on.
So genealogy that's not the right way to go. You need to go with DNA.
What do you say, open to knowledge? What do you think about all that?
And I agree. One wrong move in your genealogy can be offset. Definitely. That's why we go with the matriotic line. You know what I mean? That's the way we usually travel our genealogy tree. Well, how I travel mine. I travel mine through the matriotic line. You know what I mean? Because the woman always held most of the records and was control of the tribe. They was always the you know what I mean? The you know, how can I say, the bond of the family? In other words, you know what I mean? It was always grandma or great grandma, however you put it. So we travel a matriotic line, you know what I mean? And she's right, because when you're dealing with fathers, you know, you could get lost in there because shit happens, you know what I mean? But let me ask her this: how did you find your father through a DNA test?
Well,
Tanisha, I'm just asking, please.
I did my heritage first, and my closest contact came back to a woman. It said she was my first cousin once removed or something like that. And so I was trying to figure out who she was. I'm asking all my family members, who is this lady? Who is this lady? Is my first cousin once removed, because first cousin once removed sounds really close. And nobody can seem to identify her. I'm asking my mom's side, I'm asking my dad's side, nobody can identify her. So I said, well, this ain't enough. This just ain't enough. So I said I need to go to a bigger platform, which is Ancestry. Once I did that test, my closest contact first came back as my mom. My mom did it years ago, obviously. So she will be my closest contact. My next closest contact was two girls, and their names weren't even like their names, they were like handle names. So they didn't even give Ancestry their real name, they gave them like handle names. But these girls, one of them had 29% of my DNA, and the other one shared like 23, 24% of my DNA. And I said to myself, these are either my half sisters or my dad's sisters. And I don't recognize their names, their handles, nothing. So I know that the person I grew up as my father is not my father. So I just called my mom. I said, Mom, such and such is not my father. She said, What are you talking about? I said, Such and such is not my father. She said, Well, such and such is your father. And come to find out, I guess he told her he couldn't have children. I don't know. It's a long story. She was with one for years, went into a new relationship, and that's what it was. So here I am, him thinking he couldn't have children. Here I am. He didn't think he could have any children. So, and that's what it is.
Gotta get here some kind of way.
Right.
And that happens to a lot of people on both sides, men and women that are told that they're never going to be able to have children. But lo and behold, sometimes you can have children despite what the doctors say.
Yeah. Well, he believed he couldn't have children, and they haven't had contact in all these years. I'm 45 years old. So I'm finding out this information 44 years later. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So he had some children after that, but he never knew that I was his child. He always says today, like, I wish I had known you was like, he would see me, but he didn't know that I was his child because of the dynamics or whatever happened or whatever. But it is what it is. And we have a great relationship now, and that's all that matters. At least I got to meet him, spend some time with him, and he's still here. My sister, on the other hand, her father had already passed. She finally did the DNA thing, and her father had already passed. She got to meet his family and stuff, but I'm sure it's not the same as meeting her actual father. She found out she had another brother and stuff like that. So it's all weird and everything, but at the same time, I'd rather know the truth than believe a lie. So it is what it is.
That is
Peace, peace, Ashe. I'm sorry, Ashe. I'm just coming back.
Peace
I'm
and
sorry.
freedom.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
And I wanted to say to
Peace to you, Queen. I'm
Niamh,
glad. I'm glad you found that. Peace, peace. I hope more sisters do that too.
right, that's awesome.
Thank you.
And I
I'm
agree with
encouraging a lot of people to do it because, like they say, mama's baby, daddy's maybe.
And you know what's crazy though, but so this is what this is why I asked her how did she find her dad, and just so happened it was other females who led her to her dad.
Yeah, they had
So I'm
already taken
asking,
the
so
test.
does DNA trace mitochondria, or does it trace the father line when a woman takes her DNA test?
I
Can a
mean,
woman find
we're
her
related
father?
on
Can a
on the.
woman? Oh, hold
it's
on.
the
Oh, let me
deepest
finish.
in mitochondria. I think as far as how they say it goes back the furthest, but what the mitochondria can be on both sides, so it's not necessarily that your father doesn't pass down some mitochondria in his DNA from the mother on his line as well.
Right,
But
right.
you withhold, like the eggs as a
Mm.
female and different things as your. I think you go up to your great grandma. You
Uh-huh.
have some of their eggs as a woman, so it's just that there's that much DNA for women
Right,
when it
right,
comes to
right.
the mitochondria DNA because
Okay,
it's passed
okay.
down
Thank
fast.
you, thank you. And reason why I asked that because I noticed when it comes down to paternal testing, like for child support, if a girl goes and takes a DNA swab, she cannot trace down her father unless somebody else in that father's family DNA is already in there. That's
Yeah,
the only
because
way they
the
can trace
Y.
her. And it's
Yeah, because
crazy. But a boy can take his test and he can find his father, but a woman can't. And that's crazy. So I wonder how much stuff got lost during that when we can only trace the female. Just say, like, if me, for instance, say I had 15 daughters. I had 15 daughters. Not nan one of them would be able to trace back to me. Unless my brother or something puts his DNA in there, or my niece. But say I'm the only child and I had these 15 daughters, and that happens. How would they be able to trace back to me if the woman can't trace back to the daddy
But it's the same thing
without a
as what
male?
happened with her. What happened is
Right.
it pulled up the mitochondria of the father side to be like, hey, you're related to these females over here,
Right.
and they're
And we
related to your
share
dad,
like
your biological dad. So it can still
right.
find your relatives. It just can't directly trace the Y, and that's why it says to go with the brother or your
Right.
actual someone that's close to your father yourself, because he has the actual Y or they have the Y, and as a woman, we only have like the mitochondria DNA from our dad's mothers and stuff like that.
Okay,
Exactly.
okay. Bet.
Like you can only uh it can only be a person from your father's family, a son, a brother, a uncle, something like that. But um like when I got my results back, these two women were sitting here with 23 shared DNA, 23% shared DNA, and another one 29% DNA. Like that's a quarter of my DNA. We obviously
Right. Those are
share
like,
a parent.
you're related. You definitely.
Right. Very closely.
I
Very
I feel
closely.
you, but when it come down to us, if you don't fit within that gene pool, then you're automatically from Africa. And 2,000 samples out of millions of people that they just took from the eastern coast, from north and southeastern coast, the millions of Indians that they took from here and shipped them other places, 2,000 ain't shit.
I mean, I think they may need more DNA samples from indigenous Americans um to I mean to,
But then the big question is who do they test? Who are the real tribes that they should be testing? And then I guess for the main portion to that would be that if you're saying they're not doing that, then we're going to have our own DNA testing centers, and we're going to have to take those DNAs, whether it's from where you can locate the tribes across the seas or where you can
or
locate.
who are they classifying as indigenous? Because like I have
Exactly.
some indigenous DNA in my DNA results, but it's so small. The majority of it is from Africa. So I'm not going to claim this, you know, small percentage over this larger percentage. Like that's weird.
Did it give
Facts.
you
I
some of
agree
the
with that.
tribes?
Otherwise,
I
because I
totally
have like
agree with that. You got the right to claim whatever's in your bloodline. To me, that's the way I feel about
I
it.
mean, I have like 23% that's European. It's like 10% Scandinavian. Like, am I supposed to claim that? Absolutely not. Like, I'm not
You can
claiming that.
claim. So are you 24% African and you 24% European?
No.
Oh,
I said
oh.
I'm like 10% Scandinavian, but the whole European percentage is close to 23 to 25%. I'm not. I'm. I'm not claiming that.
What
How much
countries or
is your
what tribes
African?
did it
And
give
how
you
much
the
is your African
African?
again?
Right, exactly. And what
Excuse
the
me.
tribe did it
How
give
much
you?
is your African again?
My African is
Percentage.
like 73, 73%,
And did it give you
74%.
tribes or did it give you countries that it's
It gave
associated?
me countries.
Which countries did it say?
Mali, Cameroon, Bantu.
West
I can't
Africa,
remember
North
all of
Africa.
mostly West Africa,
In North Africa,
Nigeria,
exactly.
Nigeria, mostly West African. Mostly West African.
How
So
the
you think
hell?
There is
they do that
some
How the
Central
hell
by
all
African.
us
wait,
come from
open.
there?
Do you think they do that? You think they do that on purpose as far as just saying that majority of us are from West Africa?
I
I'm just
don't think
saying,
so
everybody
because
that's African.
because
Oh,
we know the
excuse me.
slave trade is real. We know the slave trade is real. So
Oh,
I
yes, I
no, I
agree
don't
with that.
believe
I
that.
agree with that. I agree with the slave trade. I'm in South Carolina, baby, so I'd be a fucking fool if I excuse my language. I'd be a
So why
fool if I
wouldn't we
didn't agree
believe
with it.
that a large majority of our heritage comes from the west coast of Africa?
Okay, well, how many came to
West
America?
and probably
Hold
middle
on, hold
north.
on, hold on. Now let's deal with statistics. How many West Africans came straight to North America, to Charleston?
What difference would that make?
Right,
That
and
makes a
nobody really
big
knows for real.
what
Because
happened?
they all mixed. It wasn't like Cameroon stuck with Cameroons and the Bantu people stuck with Bantu. They was all mixed up together and they
So
were
is it a
mated together and they
possibility?
was put on buck
Okay,
plantations to
okay.
procreate more children.
Right, and
Like
I was gonna say, have you ever heard?
In
Has anybody
Africa?
heard
In
about the?
Africa?
Not in
Oh,
Africa, but once the
no,
doctor
not in
died.
Africa, in North
Has
America, in
anybody
South
heard
America.
to
I'm
stop the knowing of your tribes and your languages and different things like that? They
I'm
partner
lost.
different tribes with each other, and they
I'm
partnered the
lost.
Native Americans with the Africans and breeded the babies. Has anybody else heard that but me?
Well, we know we intertwine. I know that
Okay,
for
but
a
I'm saying
fact
that
that
they
we
It's a
intertwine.
purposely,
little more than intertwined
yeah,
though.
they
Like
purposely took
they
Indians,
literally had
purposely took
farms.
Africans, made sure they
Right.
weren't part of any tribal connection, made sure they didn't know each other's languages and everything, and then came
Put them
together
on farms.
happily.
Hold up. Where are you talking about now?
I'm
What
talking
country
about
we
during
talking
the
about?
transatlantic slave trade in America, that they were doing this in America. They were
They oh
breeding the American Indians with the African slaves and taking them, purchasing their children, and making sure that they separated any kind of tribal affiliations. That's what I've always been taught, family lineage wise down, as well as.
Dulcinea. I've been know that, baby. That's what I've been
Well,
telling
that's why
you.
I'm
That
asking
y'all
you.
ain't the only one. Y'all ain't the
Yes, that
only
would make
one.
sense
African
so that they
Americans
wouldn't
ain't the only
uprise.
one that went
If
through
they could
harsh
communicate,
slavery,
they
is
could
what I'm
uprise.
saying.
We know
The
that.
people
That's
on
why
this
most of
land, the
us
people
know
on
we're
this land here
African and
before us
Indian.
went through some hard shit too. Yes,
We
we went
know.
through some hard shit over here too. You know what I mean? All over. Any place the European touched, you know what I mean? It wasn't nothing but devastation. Let's put it that way.
That's
So I'm
true.
not
But what?
knocking the struggle. I'm not
Mhm.
taking nothing away from what happened to the African Americans. I told you I could have that in my lineage. I told you that, Dulcinea. So all I'm saying is what I claim is what I claim. I don't push that on nobody, and I hate when people tell me like, "Yo, um, you know what I mean, I'm not this and I'm not that. No,
Have you
no,
taken the test?
no, sweetheart, I haven't. I'm doing the rest of my genealogy first, and then I am gonna take the test. I'm not one against the test. I'm not one against it. I'm gonna take it.
How would you
It's
feel
very
if you
valuable
did,
information.
Uh-huh. And
if
so that's why I was asking
Ashay
questions about it before I
Tanisha?
take it. That's why I was asking questions, Sister Tanisha, before I take it. That's why I was asking questions.
What would you feel? Do you feel like you'd be in a box if something like what happened to Ashay Tanisha happened to you doing genealogy first? Like, for instance, if you found a whole ancestor, that means like someone down the line, like a father, is not your real father or anything. Would you be accepting of that, or do you feel like the genealogy is going to immediately make you feel like the DNA test is wrong?
Nah, I know who my peoples is.
That was the other thing. My sister.
That would I don't know. I can't put myself in that shoes. You know what I mean? I feel that's why you know what I mean, I love Nisha's story, because at the end she found her real goddamn people. Not everybody find their real peoples, but I can't put myself in that shoes, Dulcinea. So I can't really answer that question, but I know who my peoples is.
My sister, she was able to find her mother's father's family. Like, I'm telling you, this the DNA can open up a whole new world, and it can make you have a million emotions going through you, like happy, sad, mad, everything. But I mean, like, for me, I rather believe the truth that I rather know the truth than believe a lie. So it was good for me, but I mean, it's going to cause some heartbreak. I had to call my auntie, that I've known my whole life. I'm like I said, I found out when I was 44 years old. So my dad's only sibling living, I had to call her because I didn't want to feel like I was lying, and I had to tell her that your brother's not my dad. You know what I mean? That was so painful. Um, but I mean, it's been 44 years. She like, you're my niece. I'm your auntie. That's gonna always be. It is what it is. And that was a beautiful thing, but everybody don't get that. But it is what it is.
Dulcinea, you can share my page, my screen.
Yes. Let me see. I don't see it showing yet, but when
Oh,
you
hold on. I got to go to it. Hold on.
Damn, Nisha ready to come at some bullshit. Nisha, you leaving me alone? Huh, baby?
Get him, Nisha.
That's what I said. Nisha
You
is the
ain't gotta
mom.
get me, man. I'm a good guy, man. You already know, man.
You was talking spicy. You was like, pull it up. Pull it up.
Right.
Oh yeah, hold up. I was talking about the what the fuck was we talking? Excuse me. What was we talking about? Oh, we was
1700s.
talking about the ancestry DNA. Yes.
Yeah,
Where it
1700s
says
and
that you need a paper trail, and yes,
you
with the
don't need no
reference
paper
panel.
trail.
Yes. I
You
was
don't need
talking
no
about that.
paper trail. I never put my parents' names in there at all. All I did was send them my spit.
But you said you did a heritage too, right?
Yes.
That's a paper trail.
I never sent them
You
my
don't-
parents' name.
you didn't have to. Somebody else could have.
How didn't I? Wait, let me tell you.
I'm talking about with your
There's
heritage,
nothing
babe.
on paper saying that this other man is my father. So how would they know?
No, I'm not talking about your father. I'm talking about how you find your people's period.
That's what I'm trying
A
to
half
tell
of
you.
that came with your heritage. You need both.
No, when I did my heritage, that's a company who does the same
Uh-huh.
test as Ancestry. They're just a smaller company.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And I just sent them my DNA. That's it.
But you did your heritage. You put your mom and you put your
No, I never sent them none of my parents' information. I just sent them my DNA.
Oh, when you did the heritage, you sent your DNA to the heritage.
To both of them. I never gave them my
Oh, so
parents' name.
heritage is
I
DNA
just
too.
sent my
Okay.
DNA.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
heritage.
Okay.
My heritage is a smaller. It's the same as Ancestry. It's just a smaller
Uh-huh.
company, and not there's not as
Yeah,
many
you're supposed
people
to have
on there.
Jewish ones too. I have mine here. I
Okay.
haven't sent it in
Okay.
yet
All
though.
right. What the hell is this?
So this
This
is how it
yours?
look. Yeah,
This yours?
this mine. So
You got a bunch of Canada in you in it.
I
camera
What that
wish I
red
had
is?
my
49%.
computer.
What that red is?
The red down here at the bottom is indigenous.
That's a bunch, isn't it?
No, that's just 1%, but it's coming from the North America. That's what they're telling you.
Oh
Then
wow.
I got a little bit of white people in me.
I could tell that already, Nisha. I knew yours was gonna be African. I'm afraid a little bit to do mine because I'm like, oh, it's gonna come up with these white people. But you know, like yours, I knew I could look at your face and be like,
Damn, you ain't got no South American in you?
Mine was so
You didn't come no
dispersed.
parts of South America in you?
I can't
Nisha?
believe how much she
No,
got so much red
That's
up there.
crazy. So your peoples them came straight
phenotype
from
looks
so
good.
now your peoples them came straight from Africa straight over here. They didn't make no pit stops.
At all.
we was on them ships. We was on the
That had to been during the steam engine time then. Because they wouldn't no goddamn way they could have made it across there from fucking Africa all the way to North America with no sail ship.
Yeah, they could have. They
No, they
already
couldn't
proved
have.
that. Yes,
No,
they
they
have.
couldn't
When
have.
you had
People was
explorers,
dying. People was
hold
dying.
on. Yes, when they
People was
talk about the
dying.
people in those packed ships of 600 people that they weren't feeding for months on end. Yeah, we know that as far as that, but I don't even believe all that is true. But anyways, what we do know is that explorers have gone from the coast of Africa and they've just set their sails or just let their sails go, and then they've ended up in South America, or even
Hold
vice
up.
versa. They ended up in
The
Africa.
thing is though, it was just the captain and the crew. We talking about a ship full of slaves.
We know that.
No, they had to
Not
make pit
hold
stops,
on. We know
baby. The
that
first times they tried to do that shit, it wouldn't work and people was dying. Shit wouldn't last. And that's why they started making pit stops in between where they had to go at. It was
we
like
know the
pit
whole
stops.
transatlantic
Yeah.
kind of theory is not true because we know that people were actually going to different places before the transatlantic slave trade. So it didn't all happen at one period of time
Right.
when all these Africans were brought over to America. That's not how things went down.
right.
So I mean, if people
Oh yeah,
believe
it did. Oh yeah, it
that's
did
not what
happen
we
within a
believe.
period of time in Charleston.
Not
Cause
like
that's
not
where
300
90%
years.
of them came in at.
The Africans?
90% of them came in at Charleston during a certain period.
Well, that could be, yes, that could be because that's when Charleston is first coming into existence. That's
Right.
because when it
No, whoa,
first
whoa, whoa,
calling
whoa,
it
whoa,
Charleston and different
whoa,
things like
whoa.
that. But what I'm talking about is the North American continent that wouldn't been even called North America at the time, wouldn't been Charleston, wouldn't been any of these
Oh
things,
shit.
and Africans were traveling to here and have if you want to say
I don't know
Americans
nothing
were
about
traveling
that.
to
I don't
Africa.
know nothing about that.
Well, you know the Moors were coming at least, right?
Stop that.
Nisha, they got a timeline on there for like everything you got like highlighted in the Carolinas and stuff. They got like a timeline or something like.
I see how they got the Florida. That's
I know I
interesting. Like
can't.
they did for Florida
Yeah.
African.
They got like a
Yeah.
timeline
African
of like
American.
1600s, 1700s. It'll tell you.
Yeah. 1700 to
Yeah, it says 9 possible
1975.
ancestor stories found. What kind of ancestor stories have they found?
I'm sorry, my dog tripping. What you say? Say it again.
saying what ancestor stories have
Shit,
they
that's an
found?
intruder, Bob.
So
Security.
just
Right,
going.
making sure don't step close to that front porch. Okay, stay your ass back.
Look, it said right there, 1700 to 1975.
Yeah.
Right. And the one crazy thing that I've discovered on this journey was my mother has had a brother that died about 4 years ago. That was my grandfather's first child, but not with my grandmother. So he was just a half brother of my mother. So, okay, we knew of him. He lived in Fort Lauderdale. So he died a couple of years ago. And just doing a little research, and I was just looking at to see if a property was still in his name and who name it was going to go to next. So I'm researching the property, and I discovered this name. And I'm like, why this name look familiar to me? It looked real familiar. So then I get his obituary, and I see that the name that I saw that's on the house is his sister, right? Going back to my DNA, I'm related to his sister. Don't know how that is because only I'm supposed to be related to him because that's my granddaddy's son, not
Right,
his
but
sister.
obviously the sister was too.
No.
Yeah, that
She
means
wasn't. She wasn't
Well,
his.
she wouldn't be on your DNA match if y'all wasn't
No.
related unless she your
No,
cousin.
we're related. We was related,
Yeah, it
right?
could be that she's related on a different line because
Right,
yeah.
that just means that your granddad messed with a family member, a second cousin, or
Exactly.
something removed. But there was this
Exactly.
guy. There's this guy that's just like this. Oh, if I can find them two, they're cousins, but they look like twins, and they're like how. And basically, Grandpa was sleeping with people. But anyway, but they look like twins. They're cousins, so people just be sitting there trying to like write down their family line, and he's like, my auntie slept with this person and this person, which is this person. We're like, what is going on? But yeah, it just like they're messing with family, they're messing with cousins.
Nisha,
That's
that
like when my
that
sister
DNA,
when
that
my sister
DNA
did
test
her.
didn't tell you what line she was related on. I know it
Yeah,
had to
she
be from
related
your
to me.
mama's side, right? From your
Exactly.
mama's side, right?
She is related to me on my mother's side.
My side,
So the
right?
crazy part about it is that right here where it say Ulysses Squire, I know exactly how I'm related to him. Him and my mama are second cousins. She related to him too. And her sister is related also to us. So it was so much of mixing with the
Yes.
family. It was ridiculous. And it just
Yes.
crazy. It's just
I have
crazy.
cousins on that they don't know whether to put them on my maternal side or my paternal side. They don't know which one to put them on.
Is that what that tree, that link
And
tree
they
means?
mark
So
them as
link tree means
unassigned.
genealogy,
They're
right?
unassigned because it's not that they don't know. It's unassigned because when they did the last update, they didn't get put in that update. That's why they're unassigned. Because I got a first cousin that's unassigned. So this is the lady
I
right
mean,
here. This is my That's why it's like that.
one of my matches was actually on my mother's side and my father's side.
I got that too.
Yeah. At first she was listed as unassigned, and then she was listed on my paternal side. I guess because she was closer on my paternal side than my maternal side. I don't know, but like they at first she was listed as unassigned though, and then they switched it and turned it into one side or the other. But she's really related to me on my mother and my father's side.
Yeah. I got family like that I'm related to on both sides.
That's so weird.
Where you from, Tanisha?
I have a lot of family like that too.
Ohio.
Related on both sides.
Yeah.
Midwest.
Yeah, I'm in Ohio.
I mean,
LeBron James, Akron, Ohio.
Shit, I got a cousin in Nebraska. I didn't even know that it was black people in Nebraska. But
Yeah.
yeah, I got a cousin, and I don't know, and she is a second cousin to my mother, and don't know how we related.
You don't study your African history. And it was a black settlement in Omaha?
They're not from Omaha though.
Oh, where they was from? Ain't nobody from Nebraska from Nebraska. They all migrated from somewhere else. Shit.
Now, in order for her to be related to me and how close it is, they have to be from Georgia or Florida.
And that's what I was
And they
saying
moved
about
up to
when I did
Nebraska. Oh, they could be from
when I did
Mississippi
my
too
first
now.
test.
And look, I found it. Hold on, let me.
Or New Orleans. They could be from
Yeah.
Louisiana. They could be from Louisiana, Mississippi,
I'm here.
Alabama, up that way too, and going up straight up through the Midwest like that too, Nisha. Because all of Florida they split. Some went to the south. I mean to the northeast, and some went to the west out that way.
People always.
That's what's up though. You could trace your peoples them all the way back to that.
Yeah, when I did my first test,
So how many
that
granddaddies you found?
lady came up as a first cousin once removed, and it was like she was in a different state. She was in Georgia. Like I said, I'm in Ohio. She was in Georgia, and I'm like, a first cousin once removed. Like, did one of my uncles was they a truck driver? Like, can somebody tell me something? Who is this lady? Like, who is this woman? But I mean, the branches of and that's the same thing with what they call evolution, or saying that we're related to the apes or monkeys or whatever. They're a cousin. They have a common ancestor. A common ancestor is like a cousin to you. Like, it's not that you came from them. They're on the line somewhere.
Girl, I see you got Bennett in your bloodline. Is
Who is
everybody on
Bennett?
this list your family? 4 through 6 cousin I seen Bennett.
Bennett.
Yeah, Nisha had some Bennett up there.
Oh,
I think it was a lady name.
yeah, I mean, everybody that showed me, I was
Okay.
I got pygmies in there too.
Pinkney?
Yeah,
Of
see,
course you
I
do.
was
We
saying
heavy
y'all
in
whole
Florida.
cousins.
Yeah,
Whole
we heavy in
cousins.
Florida. Yeah, we heavy in Florida. We heavy Daytona Beach, all of that. We still there. We
But hey,
still
y'all,
there.
let me show y'all. So these are cousins, but see how they say they're brother cousins. But listen,
Yeah, they can be first cousins.
We twins.
They look like brothers.
Yeah, we just cousins.
They do look like brothers.
Wow.
they do. They look like twins. Exactly.
They damn
Let me
sure
tell you.
do look like
Hold on,
brothers.
listen, we from South Carolina.
They look like twins.
Y'all ever heard of inbreeds? So what happened?
That's how me and my sister looked up.
You and your sister?
Yeah, because we don't even have the same moms. We look just like
my dad, which is
Oh, play.
I know.
Me and my cousin, we sound alike. Like,
and me and my
hear
sister
her
have the same voice.
Like, I hear her speaking and it sound like me talking. Like, I'll be like, what?
happened was my dad, which is his uncle, which is my aunt, his mom, which is
Well, that sounded crazy.
Right?
His dad and his mom is brother and sister.
They are cousins.
But he didn't say it right.
No, I think they're cousins. Well, hold on. We'll see. We'll get it. I think it's granddad that I don't know. Someone, all of this.
Cousins / brothers and sisters. They ended up having his grandma is my sister. They end up having sex, so
Wait, his grandma is his sister.
Yeah, we call each other cousin brothers, nephews, uncle, son, all type.
Damn. That's why they look so much alike.
I'm glad they don't look like the Appalachian people.
Nah, that ass sound like some incest. Rewind that. That shit ass skip, man. That shit sounded.
It was.
That sounded like some brother sister shit.
Lord,
It was.
Christina, did you hear that?
From the dirty south.
Said they from the dirty south.
So
Yeah,
what
that's
happened
real
was
dirty.
my dad.
Oh God.
Dad, which is his uncle, which is my uncle.
Damn, why is it messing up? Good gracious.
His mom, which is my auntie.
His mom is my auntie.
They were cousins.
No, maybe they were brother and sister.
No, the mom and the uncle and the mom and the whatever, they were cousins.
Yeah, he ain't finished
We
yet.
heard
He
something
ain't
about a
finished.
grandmother.
Right, because
Yup.
grandma's sister.
They are cousins /
Wait for it. Wait for it. It's coming.
It's coming. The craziness is coming.
brothers and sisters. They ended up having.
He said it like so matter of fact, like
His grandma is my sister. They end up.
his grandma is my sister. What the fuck?
That don't make sense.
Having sex, so
That's why I was telling. My head hurt. I watched
Right.
it.
Trying to figure out the family tree. Like this is some bullshit.
Still don't understand. They wrote
Grandma raised somebody's daughter.
Yeah, we call each other cousin brothers, nephews.
I wouldn't get on
uncle, son.
internet and say this.
Yeah, the grandma raised somebody's child.
Yeah, is it?
And they raised them together as brother and sister, but they were cousins.
No, they said something about a sister and a brother ended up getting it together, and that was at the end.
His grandmother is my sister.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then he said something else after that.
The grandma and one of them kids was brother and sister, and the grandma raised somebody's child as their own.
That was by the grandpa or something. Cause what the fuck?
No, he said. I feel you, Shakina. I heard that part, but I also heard him say that a brother and sister got together. They didn't know, and boom, they got together. I heard that at the end. That's why I kept saying, wait for it. Because after he talk about the grandma is his aunt, and my mama is his auntie or something like that, that's when that heavy stuff came in. Yeah, and then some heavy stuff came in right there. Somebody interbreeded.
Right. That's
if
all
I'm not mistaken. I'm not the only one that heard that, am I? Or am I tripping?
But there is evidence. There are statistics to say that, like, when you don't know that you're related to someone, that attraction can happen, and you don't know why the
Big
attraction is because you're related, but there can be an attraction to each other.
Exactly. Look how Nisha be messing with me. Look how Nisha be messing with me. She got my bloodline in her. Paint me ass in it.
She related to you. She attracted to you.
She attracted to fucking with me.
Kevin Gates was the one that said if he found out that he was sleeping, or he found out he was sleeping with a cousin before or after the fact, like an ancestry or something like that, and he was like, once you're already doing it, he was like, F it, I'm gonna continue. Like, heck no.
There are some stories on YouTube like that though. being attracted to your family member that you didn't know was your family member is like a real thing, because it's almost like in science you're trying to keep the gene going. You're um
The
not
dynamic.
Trying to keep the
not
blood strong.
Nah, once you're my cousin, you're my cousin. Even if we're not like blood
Nah,
cousins.
nah,
I mean,
nah.
if you
Hold
don't
up.
know, but if you don't
Everybody,
know,
right.
like
Go ahead,
you
sis.
didn't grow up with this is your cousin, you don't know this
Right, but
is your
once I
cousin.
find out you're my cousin, you're my
Oh
cousin.
yeah, oh yeah. And once I find out, but like when I found out I had a different father, now I have a brother who he looks exactly like me. Like me and him look more alike than me of any of the sisters that I found out I had. Like he's somebody I would like, like yeah, like if he hollered at me, I holler at him. Like but he's my brother. You know what I'm saying? But
Good
I
thing
would have
y'all found out first.
right. So now is none of that. Like, but I'm saying before that, I didn't like if I didn't know that that was my brother. If
No,
because
I
we're
get
in the same city.
don't
If we're in the
know.
same city, we're in
Yeah,
the same city, and we don't know that we're a brother and sister. And I
I
just
was
see him
told
out.
to stay away from certain last names. I've always stayed away from Thompson, Johnson,
I
Wheeler.
didn't know that that could be my brother.
They just
If
told
I
me to
didn't know
stay
that
away.
that could be my brother, and I just seen him out, like he would be a handsome guy to me.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Like you can
Didn't
see someone that you don't know is your cousin, and they could be fine. I'm just saying, like after you know, it's just
Oh
like
yeah, after you know it, that's a
how
different
would
story.
you?
That's a
Let
different
me ask you
story.
like this, Dulcinea. Um, since y'all want to claim y'all African American side, didn't the African
Wow.
chiefs, brothers, them boys split off into different sections and they were married back down the line somewhere where it wouldn't mess up the blood. It would keep the blood strong where we could say it's both the same blood, but it's not uh first and second or third, fourth. I think it was like after fourth generation they
yeah,
did the
after a certain amount of cousins, but we can
right,
see that in
right. So we
more
definitely can
than
say that
African. We can see
right.
that
So
in a lot of different
we can
royal.
definitely say that that part of the Bible came out of Africa because that's one thing they didn't do. They didn't go first, second cousin or sister,
But
brother, no
really,
none of that.
that was
Yeah.
depending on nobility, is what I'm trying to say. So what you
Right.
see is the higher, what you would see as chiefs, kings,
Hmm.
different things like that, of them keeping it in the family line to be like, okay, one of their main things of doing that was about allegiance. That's why they didn't really in the past like mixed people becoming chiefs or becoming kings, even though I'm sure some did in history, but people didn't like that because they would question your allegiance once you're mixed. And we can see actually that Europeans, whether we want to call them black or white, they used that assimilation to actually come into a lot of noble groups by marrying in, having children, and teaching those children to have their allegiance and different things like that. So that's why a lot of people have kept it in their tribe, kept it in their family, just to be like, we know your allegiance will be towards the same family of so.
Thank you, sis. Good answer. Good answer. See, Nisha, that's how you answer a question without getting so goddamn hostile.
You know what? You gonna leave me alone because
Punch him out, cousin.
you gonna leave me alone because
He just
let me
messing
say
with you.
something.
I gotta get on you before
You
you
gonna
get on
steal
me.
what I speak.
Y'all have
Gosh
the
darn
same
it.
nose,
I'm
for
gonna say
real.
goodnight to
Like,
everybody.
I'm
I'm sorry, Delsey. I don't mean to cut across you,
no,
but
it's
I'm
okay.
gonna say goodnight to everybody since Delsey there. She can handle everything from here. I didn't see Sakina saying too much, so I was like, let me check my girl.
Your girl about to fall out too.
Ah, But
Right.
I'm
Y'all
holding on like
y'all really do
LTD. I'm
look
holding
alike.
on.
Open to knowledge, Anisha. Y'all
I'm
look
about to
alike.
fall out because my
I had some
Nah,
nails.
I'm not going
Y'all have
nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm
eyes.
I'm gonna chill with you for a little while.
I see the
Peace, Sister
phenotype.
Freedom.
okay.
Peace, Shakina, if y'all about to go.
Yeah, I'm about to crash it out because I'm.
Hotep and Malaikum Assalam.
Man, he's so crazy. Okay, good
It
night.
gotta be for you, Freedom.
Have a good night.
All right, to my beautiful sisters, and Ashe Tanika, and Ashe again, Tanika, and Ashe one more again to all you queens.
Thank you.
And open to knowledge. Listen, let me know when y'all get ready to come on and do that.
I say.
And I'm gonna be here. Right. And don't be trying to fight on Dawson Hill while I'm gone, because otherwise
Right.
Dawson will
Sing
hit
us
me up.
out. Tell them.
I'm gonna have to
Gang
wake
up
up like
time.
Thriller.
Gang up time.
I'm gonna have to wake up like Thriller. All right. Peace to the
I
chat.
say.
Hey, Hashaka do
Y'all
it.
have a good one.
Hey, Hashaka do it.
I would play the song right now.
I'm gonna have to get you later.
I will say, like, sometimes I think JJ goes too far. I'm not gonna
Hey,
lie.
this
I can say that
song
he's
is
my cousin.
creative.
He's
This
like
song
he's
is
your family
creative.
or anything. But when he had the ad libs to that song, I was cracking up. Shaka's song is so funny.
This song was creative, though. I mean, during that time, that was
Yeah,
serious.
and
You know what I
you're
mean?
gonna remember the words, and you're gonna teach him. He's gonna teach you that they were black.
He probably got more likes now than when it first came out.
Oh, for sure. Like our generation just don't got no sense. So we gonna make it go viral for all the wrong reasons, but it's gonna go viral.
For all the wrong reasons.
It is.
So, so have anybody?
You got that African back scratcher, huh?
Yep, sure do. Rep it, Nisha. But I really do think your phenotype is definitely very African. I see, like, usually people, when you can look at someone and be like they're African, they're like their DNA says like 90%. I don't expect mine to say 90%, but at that 25% European.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
Hey,
see that
peace
one.
to Black Lion Supreme, man. You know what I mean? I respect that brother, man. That brother is serious. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. On a whole other level. Peace, man.
Yes, everyone that comes out here, they're all nice. Oh, I wish I had said it before everyone left, but we did confirm the Jane Elliott, so that's going to be next Wednesday. And we just will have to see if we can't get her on the StreamYard. We're going to call her, but hopefully we can get her on the StreamYard. That's all. I think it'll be a good one. I think it'll be controversial when we talk about like the human race being one. But what do you guys think about that? That there is no race. It's a social construct and human beings are all one people.
I think that sounds good in theory, but in reality, I don't believe that's real. I think that I don't. You know what? I don't even know if I could go for the out of Africa theory. Also, I don't really. I teeter on that a little bit. Because you just really we really don't know. We speculate everything. We wasn't there at inception, so we really speculate every single thing and go back and forth and say this and say that. But I wouldn't say that we are all one. I can't. That don't sit right with me saying it. I don't sit right in my spirit.
Do you think that's because the what's been taught to us to be more like in our social contracts, to be divided, to be separate or anything? I'm not necessarily in the out of Africa either. Let me make sure. I'm clear on that, but I do believe that human beings are the same species. We'll have this whole based on the race and construct and how it's come in to destroy us as a people. We'll say, oh, they're a totally different species than us. But I don't believe that. I believe we're one complete species, no matter what ethnicity and nationality that we are. It's just people mess that up because human nature, because there's always going to be that sense of, okay, there's the people that work hard and then there's the people that just take it from them.
Okay, I could go for that a little bit. I could go for that. I could go for us being, we are humans. So, but as far as, yeah, no, I can't see us all being like what Black Lion put in there. We are 99.9% genetically related. Mm, so genetically related. So is he saying like, okay, just about us being Homo sapiens? Is that what he?
Kind of. It's just like
No,
how
because your
God
DNA test take y'all back to the same place.
that, and it's saying that it's based on it being alike. They compare and say, genetically we're alike, the sequences, because we don't know even 98% of junk DNA. So what they say as far as is the sequences of how alike different things are, like how men, they're born with a vagina in conception, but at a certain point, you either keep your vagina or your vagina falls out and becomes a penis. Like that's how close we are. It's like minute differences that make us different.
Mhm.
Interesting. Um,
I do believe culturally we have a different story. What do you think, Tanisha? Do you think we are one human race?
um, I I think we have become one human race. Um, I don't think it originally started that way, but I do believe that's what we've become because everybody has mixed with everybody. Um, and I mean, there's no pure race at this point. There really isn't. There's no pure race. There's no pure
None.
tribe. There's no pure. It's
And
just
I don't
everything
think we even seek that. People can say we seek that all they want, but I think when I believe in more innate attractions. Of course, it's developed over time, and there's social constructs that go for our attractions into other people. But innately, I feel like you're looking for, like women are looking for strength. They're looking for someone that can fix, someone that can be work hard, different things, qualities that you're like, okay, my family's gonna be set. I'm gonna be okay. All this other stuff. There's like innate natural things, and I believe those are things that would always supersede someone's race or culture if you felt like they're going to be a good match for your children. And there's a lot of things I feel like are innate in your womb to really feel like this person is going to be good to have children with. And that's what makes you the most attracted to them.
Well,
Mm.
I wish I had those qualities 20 years ago. I did. I did not. I was not looking for that. Maybe they were looking for me, but I was not looking for that. Like, um, I don't know. I don't know. I think like in the way we live now, people are having babies with everybody.
But you don't think there's some kind of attraction of what's making them like have those babies innately? Like, or if
Um,
Yeah, TV.
person.
TV.
it's
I
a
don't.
lot of oops babies. It's a lot of
But
oops.
even the oops baby, what made that person be a oops? We didn't forgot the condom. My bad.
Yeah.
What there has to be some kind of attraction that made it get to the oops in the first place. So I think that stuff is still like kind of animalistic in us, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, we try
Right,
to
right.
human, but I think it can be animalistic.
Which points to the fact that
That's where we
we
learned
kind
it
of are
from.
one race. We are one race. And everybody's mixed. There is no. I mean, I don't see any pure races anymore. Like,
No,
I
I
mean, you.
agree. I think so, and I don't technically, like I said, agree with the out of Africa theory of it, but I would
There are
definitely.
Europeans, there are Caucasians who are taking the same test and finding out that I'm their black cousin. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like we kind of are this. We're. I mean, we can't uh procreate with each other if we're not. Just like a
That also
horse
let you
and a
know you
donkey.
can't go off of phenotype
Just like a
also.
horse and a donkey. I mean, like if you was to make a mule, then that mule cannot procreate. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if we weren't the same, then we wouldn't be able to continue to procreate. So
Okay, I could go for that. You're right. That's right. Mm-hmm. That's true. I'll go for that.
it's still a difference, though.
Big difference. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's a different
I think
culture. It's a different culture and a different lifestyle. But I agree with you that you know what I mean. How could we not say that they're the same person if we all say we came from this one place? Well, y'all say we came from this one place. So how could we say they're not the same person? But culturally, and you know what I mean. Yes, that's the big difference. So I agree with that totally.
why shaking your head, shaking my head, 369. That's a name. No biologist calls the so-called leftover DNA in genome junk DNA anymore. It's called intragenetic regions, and they are thought to be functional. I agree. I think so too. That's definitely like a recent conception in the last few years. Before they were calling it junk DNA, just like people are still calling space nothingness or nothing, even though they said that dark matter isn't nothing, and they say that dark matter has to be the progenitor of the Big Bang theory, but people still call it nothing.
Mm. Mm.
Nisha, you always an instigator. Talk about,
No, I be thinking those be my thoughts. What you talking about? I be thinking. I think, and
I
I
love
ponder.
it, man. I ain't lying to you. I love it, man. That's why I rock
Right.
with
Stop
y'all.
messing with your cousin, OTK.
And Tanisha, man, I'm glad you came up tonight, man. Especially when we was talking about DNA, because I'm glad you realized that I was asking questions and not just alluding to a point. You know what I mean?
I respect that.
Oh, so nice. One day you'll get your DNA test and see that you 95% African and
You going off the way I look?
Right.
You going off a phenotype? So you going off a
no,
phenotype?
not at all.
So why you say I'm gonna go back to Africa? Because that's what everybody else should go back to. I'm just asking.
Because y'all are cousins, and she goes back to Africa.
That don't mean shit. We could have left here and gone to Africa. Ain't that what y'all more say? Ain't some of y'all more say we left from over here and went and colonized over there?
If the
Yeah, we
majority
say
of
the
your
Let me
world.
stop.
DNA
Let me
comes from
stop. Let me
We
Africa,
stop.
say
you
the
are
world is
African,
ours,
sir.
so we don't stop. We're the
What happened, Sister
passport.
Nisha?
I said if the majority of your DNA comes from Africa, you are African, sir.
Mm. Let me ask you this: 99% of people with complexion like us who do their DNA test, does it all come back to Africa? 99.9% of the time.
For the most part,
Yes.
yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
Shit. Yes, it does.
So therefore, we're going off of the Darwin theory out of the item Africa theory. Now, Nisha, you just contradict yourself. Now, you
That's
just
I
not a
said you
believe the
don't believe. Hold on, hold
progenitors
on. Let me finish. You
of
said
human
you
life
don't
is from
believe in
Africa.
the out of Africa theory, but
I'm talking
yet
about
you
for
believe your
everyone.
DNA takes you back to Africa. That
Wait,
shows
hold
you the
up,
out
but
of
we have to
Africa
wait.
theory.
No, that's not. Wait, gotta stop you there because that's not the
That's what
out of
she just
Africa.
said.
No, but the DNA is not the out of Africa theory because what they're doing is comparing whether you believe. I get saying the DNA is not all the way the best answer because for me as well, I've always been debating, but Nisha is what convinced me. So I actually spit in mine, but I was going to send dog's DNA to be like, is this real? But I was like, okay, I'm just going to do it. But what's happening is they're testing different people. They're testing different Africans, and then they're comparing your DNA. So they are actually saying, hey, you have this DNA based on a region of people that they did test. Now, I don't believe that they've had a plethora of a lot of African testing. We're testing a lot of different tribes or different peoples. So that's where I've always felt a little loomy about it because it's like if you have a whole lot of Europeans and not a lot of different melanated people, of course we're going to come out more European because there's more DNA to compare versus to say which African countries we come from or which tribes we
And
come from.
that's what I was saying about the indigenous
Right.
DNA.
Yeah, exactly. That
We
people.
need more indigenous DNA to see, do we have more indigenous DNA than what they're saying? I mean, they can only tell us what they have.
But that gets back to my
So
other point that we should do it ourselves, especially if we're saying, okay, these people might not be or these particular people are like there's an indigenous dark tribe in Mexico that not a lot of people talk about or really talk about their Afro Latino-ness. And then us being like, okay, let's go and run those DNA tests. And then we have those reference points. A lot of the things that we don't believe are true, I believe we could fix by just doing it ourselves.
that's just like Nisha's indigenous American DNA. Hers was from the north, mine was from the south. So that's that's two different tribes of people, period. You know what I mean? Like uh hers was her DNA, her indigenous DNA from being from the North America. Mine was more from the south. It was saying Aztec and Mayan and stuff like that. From the north, I'm not sure what that is probably Cherokee, Blackfoot, uh Iroquois, that stuff up there. And that's two different, you know what I mean? We need more indigenous American DNA to even say were Africans or were black people or were, you know what I mean, like were we here already before Columbus got here? I mean, there's stories and stuff like that, but we really don't have no concrete evidence to say that we were already here or that our cultures mixed or any of that. We just don't have a definite answer to what really happened or what really went on. Because my like
Nisha,
I
you
said,
want to go to Mexico?
my indigenous heritage comes from South America. It comes from Mexico and South America. Like I don't know.
Would you go to Mexico to take a look and see like the different cultures there or anything as far as the ancestors? What they left behind?
I would go, but I don't know how that would tell me um where
It'll give
my
you
ancestors
it,
come from.
it'll give you
Um,
a
to
whole
me,
different way of life.
those
Cause right
those
now everybody
heads.
claiming Africa because of Egypt. If nobody never knew about Egypt and how great Egypt was, or farther
That's not
down in the
true.
south,
That's
That's
not
nobody
true.
will be claiming Africa. Let's
that's
be
not
for
true. Well, I
real.
That's
learned
not
about
true.
West
Well,
Africa
Tho-
why
before
didn't they
I
go
even left
back? Why didn't
Egypt.
they go back then? Why didn't they go back?
those heads over
Why
there
didn't y'all
in
go
South
back?
America that
Because once you're
everybody
American,
says
you
look
feel
like
like you have a right to
Africans.
travel
Hold on, hold
everywhere.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Would you say, Sister Tanisha? What you saying about South America? What you saying, sis?
I was saying those heads over there that look like they say everybody says they look like Africans,
Everybody
but
say.
to me,
Everybody say.
everybody says they look like
Yeah.
Africans, but to me,
Yes.
they look like Samoans.
Mm.
I mean, they have big ass heads, big lips.
I
If you
see
look
that
at a
exactly.
Samoan,
So now y'all
that's
doing
what they look like. They
phenotype.
don't
Now
look like
y'all doing
they
liquor
don't look
ship.
like Africans.
So y'all doing liquor ship.
No, I'm not doing liquor ship. I'm
That's what you
saying
just said.
my
You say they
indigenous
look
American
Samoan.
comes from South America, and Nisha's
Yeah.
indigenous DNA comes from North America, and these are
No,
two
no, no.
different things.
Do you have a picture of a South American from where you came from?
The pictures that I have look like Samoans. That's what I'm
Before you say
saying.
that those heads that you talking about look like
The-
somebody else, do you have any picture of the indigenous people that was living around there where those heads was at and found it at?
they look like Samoans. They don't look
No,
like
no, no, no. Hold up, hold up. Do we have any picture of the people where those heads was found at to
Have you ever
compare at?
heard of Negro? Have you
it
ever heard
doesn't
of
matter.
Yes,
Those
because now
statues
you're doing
look
liquor
like
ship. You
Samoans.
comparing
They
those
don't look
people to.
like Africans. They look like Samoans.
We know they ain't
Negro?
African, baby. We know that.
One of the statues named El
Samoans have
Negro.
larger lips, larger noses, and big ass heads. That's what they look like to me.
They
Now,
talking African. You can't say that.
Nisha,
It's been all
Nisha's
Africa then,
indigenous American
right?
ancestry from North America is something totally different.
Turn your mic up, Big Chief.
But so you admitting that all life don't come from Africa by saying that the Olmec kids look like they're not from Africa.
The Olmec to me look like Samoans. The Olmec to me look like Samoans.
Are you
Now,
familiar
what
with
people are they? What are they a mixture of? I don't know. I mean,
Are you
to
familiar
me,
with
from
the Olmec head El Negro?
excuse me,
Are you familiar with the Olmec head called El Negro?
no. I mean, is that the famous one we always
Okay.
see?
Maybe not. You can share my screen, Dosey. Dosey, Do.
Yes.
That girl. All right. So this would be this is El Negro.
They look like Samoans.
He look like a Samoan.
He don't look like an African. He look like a
Well, I agree they're
Samoan.
not African. Yeah, I agree they're not African. A lot of them did come in um, from the Pacific, and yeah. So some people like to call them the sheep people, which you find their language over in the Pacific, Asia side under the Shia people. So I agree they don't look African.
Mm.
Well, I went to school with a lot
So what is
of
the
Polynesian
argument?
people, and Polynesian people include like Samoans, but there's like different. You can be from Fiji. I went to school with a lot of Tongan people, and what I would say about the different admixtures is it's different, like African, Asian, like there's different things that come together and make them even
Mm-hmm.
size, make them what they look like. So I believe that they're mixed with African. I don't think it's like a lot
Yes.
thing, but it's an admixture that makes them look like that, but they're mainly Asian.
That's what I believe is that they're mainly Asian, but they have some African blood, and
How
that because that's what Samoans look like.
would you?
They
No
look like
disrespect,
Asians with some big
no
lips and big
disrespect, Mama.
noses,
But would you?
like Africans.
No disrespect, Mama. But would you procreate with an Asian?
No, I would not.
Okay, then. So why would you think your ancestor? You think your ancestor they freaky?
That don't have to be freaky, Tom Cass. What are you talking about?
So,
You
Right.
can dabble and dabble with everything.
so Nisha, Big
I
Mama
don't
say
know
on
what
the
my
hit dog and
ancestors
holler.
did.
So Nisha, maybe I need to ask you that question. You
I
get
don't know
on.
what my
Now I know you
ancestors
told me you
did.
out them backwoods, Nisha, and you. I
I'm
heard you
pro
over here.
black. I'm sorry. I'm pro black. I don't mess with
Okay, all
nothing.
right then.
I
There
don't mess
you
with
go.
nothing else.
Right.
But see, your ancestors could have been pro black. You are your ancestors, right?
No, I got a little white in me, a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. Some of their
Okay.
ancestors
Somebody,
weren't just pure
somebody
black.
mingled in.
Shit, apparently I got
Somebody
23%.
walked on the wild side. Somebody like white meat. Everybody don't like that
No,
dark meat.
it was from the colonizers. I can guarantee.
So you saying they took it?
They took it.
Do you know the story on that?
No, I do not.
So look, I'm gonna show you something that happened to me, right? So I found slave records on my fifth grade grandpa, and my fifth grade grandma had been looking for us so long. When I find this shit on the slave schedule, so I'm looking for a slave. I find out it's her husband, but I had this feeling in my heart, and I was kind of upset at him, you know, but until I went to my family and understood the story better and understood the laws that was taking place in Texas, and so uh, when we look in our genealogy, it's spiritual. This our true spiritual system, and so I feel like we should approach it in the spiritual way as if we would do any of these other spiritual systems out there. But see, this is a little more personal because the other systems get you to worship something outside of yourself. And so our ancestors, they kept obituaries back in the game. If you're old enough, they had picture books. Everybody had the picture books back there, and they used to brag about who picture books was the largest. Not only that, but Granny would keep obituaries. Everybody that died, they'll attend their wake, and they'll keep the obituaries, and they'll match them up with their family members, and people will know them by their families. What I'm trying to say is, cause y'all done took me all the way out there. But you know what? I'm gonna leave it there. 'Cause I don't want to take it nowhere else. But genealogy is spiritual, you know. So you have to accept your whole story, or your ancestors really want to reveal themselves to you. So when we come to this, we can't really draw conclusions because we could be wrong. They could be a love story. They could be somebody that took care of Granny, and maybe was a means for her survival or whatever. So until we know the full story, I feel like we should give our ancestors their just due. And even though they come from, even if they were of different ethnicity or culture, we don't know how they treated our family members. And so, yeah, until we know the stories, I guess I'll close on this. Until we know the stories, let's try to approach genealogy spiritually. And like I always say, genealogy is the highest form of spirituality you can get here because you're not going outside yourself to honor something. You're actually honoring yourself. I land there.
Well, wait a minute, Top Cat, because I remember you saying that Okay, I'm gonna rephrase. I'm gonna say it like this. So you said that you found records of your great granddaddy's slave records.
My fifth great grandma on the
Oh yeah,
slave
your fifth great grandma slave. Where was she enslaved?
Texas.
By who?
Her husband, her fifth great, my fifth great grandpa.
Okay. Uh, so
Mm.
mm, so why did he enslave her? Why did I mean I know, but why do what was the story on that?
Okay, well, in the state of Texas, if we know understand the history on the state of Texas, it was a fight to um Texas was one of the only places outside of the union or outside of the states. So they were outside of the laws, the guidelines. So a lot of these other states, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, they fell under the laws of the union, which had slavery on the books, which it was legal. Texas through the fight for the revolution away from the Spanish in the 1820s, they fought against it. 1829, the first black Mexican president, Vicente Guerrero, he outlawed it. So Texas became a haven after 1830 Indian Removal Act. A lot of people going west. A lot of people wanted to make it to Texas. So 1836, the Battle of Alamo, they write their Declaration of Independence. And 1840, they created the Ashworth Act, which they wanted to remove all black people out of the state of Texas, free blacks, whatever. Because what happened is Texas today has the largest black population in America. Well, when they arrived, the indigenous population plus a lot of the Spanish were melanated people. So once they were bringing in this new system with the settlers, they came in 1822. They wanted to rid them of these free blacks people owning all of this land. They wanted to get them out of there because they didn't, they were a threat to this new government. Long story short, after 1848, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, they the American Mexican American War, they would bring in their laws, which basically saying they're going to enslave all Indians. Here, I'm gonna close on this here. This weekend, I went to a Juneteenth museum in Galveston, and the guy showed me a chart made by Rice University, coming from slave voyages, and the migrations into Texas was from 1822 to 1848. Now, the population of slaves that was brought in was 15,000. The population brought into Galveston Island, which was the largest city in Texas at that time, was 11,000. But from 48 all the way, and remember, 48 was the Treaty of Hidalgo, Guadalupe. Now, 1865, the population of slaves in Texas was 360,000. And he had to admit, I can play it to you too. After me and him speaking about the indigenous history, he said they had to enslave the people who was on the land because they show how many of the population that was brought in. So I say that to say this here: the laws in Texas, either you will be under the wardsmanship of the state, or you will go under your family. So a lot of people, they would have slaves, but they would be slaves under their family. And a lot of these cases, Carolina, wherever, that's what I always tell people when they say, "Well, we come off a plantation, or we was enslaved." Well, you want to look into the stories because a lot of time people they 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 put their family down as documented their family down as slaves, so they wouldn't become wardsmen under the states or under the laws. So they were private owned, and a lot of them were indigenous, so they had large amounts of land, whether it be ranches or what they call plantations. So I like to tell people to be careful because a lot of times this our family, and not only that, but it's our inheritance. So a lot of us still own those. That's how we still have land in the country, burial sites, so on and so forth. The places we used to go when Big Mama and them was alive to have family reunions to go meet her sisters or her cousins in the country. And
Who would say that? Like this is our land, and we just gonna say like that don't even make sense.
Wait, what?
I think when she's saying, when you said that, like, to preserve our land, we had to say that we were slaves or put down slaves as family.
No. I never said that. Your family, in order to keep your family intact, a lot of people, like I say, the slave laws in Texas, you had to leave Texas unless you knew someone under the 1840 Ashworth Act. My family came in 1837, so they fell. Once those laws came in place, they fell under those laws. So my grandma, to keep her in Texas legally, her status had to be slave, even though she didn't have to work in no field, and then we owned our land, still own it today. We have a historical cemetery marker for our cemetery being one of the oldest here. So we still have land today, like I say, but
She
legally,
agreed to that.
was legally the slavery was
Did
allowed.
she agree to it?
She didn't have a choice. Legally,
Right.
she was under the state her status, because you have to understand slavery was a status. So people would take women, would, if their husband didn't marry them, well, they would remain a slave, and their child takes the status of the mother. And so, hold up, I want to pull up a source so I can help y'all understand what I'm saying. So I'm gonna pull up Negro slave masters in South Carolina. Now, W. Du Bois even wrote on this, and I want to show you how a lot of these people actually were enslaving their own families. It wasn't. That's why they were getting inheritance. You hear about a slave, he'll go back and own the property of his. Now in history will tell us he went back and bought the plantation. Man, the daddy gave it to him. George Washington's son, he left the land to George Washington Curtis. That was his little boy.
That's
His
what I was gonna ask. So you're saying that no one just went back for their family, or just they made sure their family wouldn't become enslaved to someone else. So that's why they purchased them as slaves or put
purchased them
them.
because the laws on the books. The laws on the Because of the laws on the book. So if you were a free person, like my fifth great grandfather was, he legally purchased his he brought his wife in under those laws. So like I said, you would have to know someone, a landowner, or there was cases in the state of Texas. So I can take you through the laws or whatever that they was creating here in the state of Texas. And yeah, let me see. But I want to find Negro slave masters and show y'all a little what I mean.
I'm
It
gonna do a
sounded like you was.
video.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna do a video on one of the black slave owners. He's probably like about 15 minutes away from me, man. They got the cemetery still there, and he's buried in the middle of the cemetery. So I'm gonna go on video record that and do something about him. You know what I
But
mean?
okay, so do you know the difference between when it's a black slave owner and they own their family versus, I guess, black slave owners that own other people?
That's why
So
I say
what Top Cat was telling you was like, yo, if say like I done became a free man, or I'm already free, but my wife is a slave, and underneath the slave owner. In order to have her, I have to buy her, and she has to be classified as my slave in order for me to keep her. She wasn't recognized. In other words, he's telling you that a woman wasn't recognized to be free at that time. She had to be underneath somebody control. So he's telling you about the slave codes, and they also had those slave codes here in South Carolina too. The mother and the child is the child is what the mother is, but the father can ride out and go wherever he wants to, but he has to purchase both of them or purchase one of them in order to get them out. And sometimes that didn't always happen. So I think that's what Top Cat was telling you, man. It was crazy in the South.
hey, I want to share my screen just real quick.
Okay.
All right. So the families belonging to such the slaves belonging to such families were few compared with the Lord's number. So when I come down here, slaves of Negroes, slaves of Negroes were in some cases the children of free fathers who had purchased his wife. If he did not thereafter emancipate the mother, and so much such the husband failed to do, his own children would be born slaves as what they reported by the numerator. So some of these husbands were not anxious to liberate their wives immediately. So they considered to put them on probation or whatever. And so right here, so a purchase in Charleston where somebody ended up selling his wife, finding hard to please. Um, but yeah, this is it has the senses in here. So yeah, basically it's gonna tell you about how different situations, and a lot of times the people the children will come out slaves because they will get the status of the mother. And why did a lot of people get status? Well, you had different ways. Um, Once statehood came in or the union came in, then the indigenous government systems they weren't respected by the U.S. government. So you have to be recognized. So you would have had to be part of the expansion of the U.S. and of one of these governments that they formed to be a government on government relationship. So basically, that's what I was saying. So everyone, if you look on there and they say slave master, that don't mean that that person beat them or what society has taught us slavery was. A lot of them protected their family and kept them together that way. And a lot of these plantations and lands was ours, and ain't nobody said it to us. That's shit. That's where you from. That's where your family from. That's your land. Some of these towns named after people. So like, is that real? Like,
And none of those Negro slave masters are like mulatto European slave master children.
mulatto for black and white.
Yes.
I don't know, man. You know, a lot of niggas. Everybody was fucking, but it
I don't
wouldn't.
think you would just call it having sex if your
But
slave master was
I said
raping
it
your
wouldn't matter.
slave.
To make it simple, it wouldn't matter. The only condition that would matter is the status of the mother, because that's how a child becomes a slave. It's the mother. The child takes the status of the mother, unless her husband, marry her and free her legally. But a lot of them, they kept their foot on their neck, you know, basically, by promising to marry them or promising them to do this, because the land on the heirs went through a lot of the women. So a lot of the men married them and got the land. Like my great grandpa, my great grandma, they come from a large land on the family. When she died, later on, that nigga sold the land. They've been in our family for damn near 200 years. Shit like that. But it's real.
That is messed up.
See,
Well,
I
I
don't
wanted.
think Denmark. I don't think Denmark Vesey could have bought his wife after he hit the lottery ticket. I don't think he could have purchased his wife out of slavery. I think that slave owner put his foot on the neck.
Hey, boy, that was the coldest one. You know they sitting around just coming up with anything. They told you, boy, hit the jackball. Yeah, hit the jackpot, man. The Powerball,
Yeah,
and bought
yeah,
himself out of slavery. Yeah, would have bought a church and everything, new shoes,
yeah.
outfits.
Mother Emanuel. That
Yes,
that's that's what Mother Emanuel is now. It used to be the Church of Charleston, but it's named Mother Emanuel.
say he came to the dice game. Somebody put him in a dice game, and he hit everybody that night. Came nigga won a
Stuck it.
Powerball, man. Boy, they come
Word,
up with
good word.
anything.
Niambi shared this picture as far as the OMAC showing they're saying that it's not African, and you can kind of see. I see what Tanisha is saying though with the face. I don't think it'll let me go down. Hold on. Well, it won't let me enlarge it. But she was saying it looks
Hey,
like
Top Cat, when y'all going to Mexico, man?
November. Yep, we got our dates. We pulling out November. Dosey coming, ain't that right?
I don't know.
You do know. You gonna get your babysitter, and you coming out there. You bringing the whole squad with you. Yeah, bring all of them. Freedom, all of them coming.
The Unscramble Mind crew.
Bring the whole crew. I'm welcoming y'all to Cancun, Mexico.
But Tanisha, she was saying the Olmec they had braids.
Right.
Do you think that's African top cat?
Stop it, girl. You know Africans can't grow no braid.
And is
So
that braid or braid anyway?
West Africans? West Africans?
What?
Men?
Nisha?
West African men walking around with braids? Really?
What you talking about?
Tribe? What tribe? What West African tribe?
Don't let me Google it.
Don't you? Why you gotta Google? Why Google gotta hit?
Miss Google.
I don't know.
Culturally, you supposed to know that. Now, if I asked you, did Black Americans rock them? Would you have to Google that?
I do know that West Africans
did
rock braids, but I will say, as far as if this represents cornrows, I don't know if all of them repped cornrows, but we know that in Mali and across Ghana that they had braids. They would braid their hair.
Who? Why they don't do it now?
They do it now.
Not like that. Yeah,
I think they have a whole bunch of different.
We only do it like that.
Like we do.
We
like
do
our
the
girls
underhand.
don't wear
We
Where that's some
Yes,
Allen Iverson shit.
people
That's
in
some
Senegal.
fish bones.
The men in Senegal.
Stop it.
Cameroon.
Stop it. Extra stop it. They hair can't grow long enough.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Why you don't
What
know?
year is that picture?
No.
What year is that
Why you don't
picture,
see him walking
Nisha?
around with afro?
They do have afros.
In
They
order
do
to get
have
voted
afros.
down like that, you have to be able to grow afro.
And Africans can't grow afros?
What tribe? What tribe walking around here culturally wearing afros?
They don't want to wear afros. That don't mean they can't grow them.
Now we know the Pacific Islanders, they wear afros.
So what you think of? Wait a minute, Top Cat.
Well, how do they cut their hair?
Pacific
How do they cut their hair?
Pacific
How do they keep their
Islanders
hair
are
at one
what?
height, not to grow an
Samoans?
afro?
They
How do
don't.
they
They
cut
don't
their
look
hair
like
to
they
keep
look
their
today.
hair at one height?
We talking about the indigenous Pacific Islanders.
And you saying that Africans can't grow afros?
I'm saying that's not culturally. That's not something that they do.
No, they don't do it now. That don't mean they ain't never been able to do it.
Why we still do it? We always do. We've been doing it.
What difference does that make?
But it means culture, mama. So we have to follow the culture patterns.
Wow.
Yeah, everybody don't eat the same thing. If I come to your house, it might not be.
I don't see no Samoans growing afros.
So it
Them is
says
Samoans, man. Them is Samoans. Those are Samoan people.
They're not. They're actually not, mama. We actually know who they are. They're not.
They Samoan people. Like, what? I mean, look, they Asian with big ass
Samoan is a new
heads.
age term. Stop it.
No,
And they
man,
got
it's okay, mom. You don't have to guess.
some African noses and big
We don't
lips.
have to
I
guess.
mean,
It's okay, Mom.
they Samoan.
It's all good. Y'all want everybody
no,
to be
several tribes,
Pacific Islander people.
That's good.
such as the Tutsi and the Hutu tribes, people of
What year is that
Rwanda, the
picture?
Yoruba, the Nok civilization, are just a few of the different
I forgot my best
Well, the
friend was a
picture of it.
Tootsie. I can show
When
you a
was the
Tootsie with
Tutsi
an
and
afro.
when was
Well,
that
Right,
tribe
thank
came
you.
about? When did
So
Tutsi
what are you
came
talking
about?
about?
Show us a picture
Like
of
they
them.
can't grow afros.
Show us a
We
You
picture.
didn't
said
say
it
they
like they
couldn't grow
can't grow
afros. We
afros.
say they
We said
don't.
culturally.
They culture or they don't. Right.
Cut it out.
Nah, show us a picture.
Now.
See
Yeah,
y'all
they
folks.
can grow afro.
Can
We
I
not
share
saying
my
that.
screen?
I be having a smoke dealing with top cats. I swear.
Yeah,
Right,
I'm
right.
gonna
Like
fire with you.
this is weird as shit.
My nigga.
This some weird shit. You trying to say braids and afros
Can y'all have my screen
lots of
sharing?
hair don't come from fucking Africa? Like
Okay.
for
No,
real?
what I'm
Yes,
saying
it is
culturally.
sharing.
What I'm saying culturally, they don't practice that. So he go to Melanesians, right? Now we're going to the Pacific Islanders, like we were speaking of. Now culturally, they wear their hair in froze. Culturally, they braid their hair. Okay, this how Melanesian people look. These are the Pacific Islanders that I was just speaking about. These people went through it's a Pacific slave trade as well. So I'm saying,
I don't see
show
no
me those
braids.
people culturally doing these
I don't
things.
see no braids.
Well, you had two gentlemen standing there with braids. Man, we're not talking about no females. Go get the dude.
Now it's females.
It's still an
Like
afro.
you
Go get the
tripping.
dude.
You
Twin
tripping.
with
The
an
dude.
afro.
Now we know the females rock froze. Go get the men.
Wow.
Culturally, the men. Go get the men.
Now we talking about females.
No, all we saying is show us a tribe that culturally rock their hairs afros. We not saying
Or
that
with
they can't grow hair.
cornrows. Or
Or with
cornrows.
cornrow. That's all we saying. We know they can grow hair. We not knocking that. We're saying show us a tribe in Africa that does that culturally.
For men?
Yes.
Show me the your tribe that does that.
We just showed you, mama.
Where?
I just pulled it up on the screen, mama.
I seen
Can you pull
women
it back up again?
with afros. I seen African
No, y'all gotta
women
give us some. Nah, this ain't no.
with
Nah,
afros. I
this is
seen
not
like
fair.
I ain't see
Unscramble
no
Minds.
men
See,
just walking around
Okay,
with
I didn't
afros
know that
other than
your
African
provision
Americans in
was
the
you
not to be a
1970s.
man.
See, I knew this wasn't a good
I
idea.
told
to
you
hit
I
the
had
link.
a friend. I
The
told you I
Dosey
had a
never
friend
failed
that
to me.
whatever. I told you.
Never.
Wasn't no
I had a
men
friend
walking
that was
around with
Christian.
afros
I
except
didn't
for
know
the
it had to be a man.
1970s. It was the 1970s. Men were walking around with afros.
So why did that guy just have an afro that shows
It's
you
a,
the Omega head guy? El Negro. Why he have afro?
what old make head got an afro?
The guy that showed you.
Show it again.
Come on, mom, you working me.
Show that again. Show me
working me.
the Olmec with an afro.
Yes, man. You win.
Look at Miss Google up there. Look at Miss
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's an afro.
Yes,
And you
ma'am.
saying that's what? That's a black man?
I mean, you tell me.
I don't think that's a black man. You think that's a black man?
Well, he looks black to me. I think he'll be classified as black today. Yes, ma'am. For sure.
Wow.
I mean, if y'all sell people like
And
Chris
an
Harris,
afro.
y'all
You
sell
think
people like
that's
Chris
what an
Harris as
afro
being
look like?
black. Y'all consider people like Chris
That's what an
Harris.
afro look like.
Yes, ma'am. I
Is
will
Chris
say that
Harris
guy.
not black?
No, ma'am. I mean, that guy. If y'all don't consider that guy just so black, but y'all consider Chris Harris black, I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't think. I think y'all being disingenuous.
What is Chris Harris? Is he white?
He look like a Pacific Islander. What you was bringing up? What you said earlier, Ms. Lay?
A Tongan?
He look like a Shanghai. Yeah, that nigga look like a goddamn Jackie Chan or one of them little Shanghai monks or some shit.
I think he looks like a Negro version of that. Even if he looks like that,
That nigga
he's definitely black.
noodles. Yeah, that nigga like he eat soups with egg, boiled eggs, and noodle, Roman noodle eating that nigga. Yeah.
Dustin, there,
Anyway,
share my
man.
screen for me.
Okay.
Oh, it took you a long time. I hope you got something good.
Wait a minute.
Nah, go on. What a man is.
That
Yeah.
those
Those are
ain't it.
men. That's a little
And that
boy
brother
right
ain't
there.
hairstyle went like that.
Excuse me,
That,
what you said? Come again?
I'm saying that's not the same thing. What we talking about?
Those are braids right here.
Oh, stop it! It gotta look
What
like
you
the
mean?
braids that we showed.
Those are braids.
Those are females out there.
Yeah, she was
No, they're
steady going
No,
back
not.
to
those are
the.
men.
Well, that's his mama. That's somebody's
That man
mama.
got that one ponytail like tuck them boys. Like Shaka
Yeah, he on some
That's
Amo.
still a
Kenny, he on
braid
some
out
Shaka
there.
Amo shit. Yeah, that nigga they on
That's
some
that one.
Shaka Amo shit. Egypt
That's
was
that
a
one
black
braid that they keep for
land.
life, right?
Does not Shaka almost wears a braid? Like, isn't
No,
that a
see,
braid?
Egypt was a black land. Yeah, that's Peruvian though. Yeah, they
We were
got
just talking about
Peruvian.
that
You will
song.
make any excuse not to
You be dancing
Right.
to it, Dosey.
Right.
I like that song.
You can't dance. Dosey, you can dance.
No, I can't dance.
You just two step.
Yep. That's it.
Okay. Well, don't get it. You know what Zydeco is. You're in Texas, right?
Yes, I know.
Can you Zydeco dance?
No.
You're not Indian. Confirmation.
I'm definitely not.
and you
I
ain't either.
know.
This is
I'm
crazy.
African. We've
Right.
established this.
Well, not actually, but I hear you. We haven't got to the bottom of this yet. We working on it.
Let the investigations continue.
Right.
But people wear afros. I don't know how we got separated of the men and the women, but there's men now that like are in Africa and they wear afros. But I will say, as far as culturally, a lot of Africans do tell me that they're not stuck on one style. Like they change their hair up a lot and they'll cut it all off. But it doesn't mean
And
they
I've
can't.
never seen a hairy African.
I want to know how they cut their hair off to keep it at one length back in the day.
Where you get that from?
Not to grow no afro. I want to know what kept their hair short.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm
what? Yeah.
How
like,
did they
you're
keep a
saying
haircut? How did they keep a haircut? If they didn't cut their hair would have kept growing just like a lady's hair. If they didn't cut their hair, right? Over centuries, they would have long hair. So I'm asking you, what tools did they use to cut their hair to keep their hair short?
So you want to go on the African tools now?
No, I'm asking the question. Seriously, I'm asking the question. Like on some real shit. On some real shit. No, not trying to be funny, man.
Yeah, just Google African tools.
Oh shit.
Well, y'all know we created everything in America.
Ain't
We
no
created,
shit. That's why I
we
had to
created,
ask y'all that.
yeah, everything.
When did the people in America go and conquer Africa?
But we had different times. But I give you one example.
Okay.
6th century. They went in the 6th century and made it a colony and built the colony. They built colonies in North Africa and in West Africa and Central Africa.
Okay.
Well, you coming to the lecture, huh?
Yeah, I'm
All
gonna
right
be there
then.
tomorrow.
Well, all right then. I'm out here working on it right now. I'm just the hardest working man in showbiz. Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me go downtown.
What you got? 600 slides now?
I don't like to brag, you know.
Yeah, it was at
You
491.
know these niggas can't. You know they can't keep up.
He got 504 now.
You know they can't keep up with the kids. So
The only one I know that gets more slides than you is the Mighty Hebrew.
who?
The Mighty Hebrew.
But his shit be pictures. Nobody want to watch some goddamn pictures. We ain't in daycare. Yeah, we not
Yours
in
be
daycare.
pictures too.
Who?
You.
I proved that the other day. These are bars with the books, the page numbers, and everything. Nah, we don't do that. baddest man in the game right now, man. And
That what you
and
say?
you said Gorilla Hebrew.
I said the mighty Hebrew. Peace, E
Oh yeah,
Bizzle. You're
Mighty
out of
Hebrew.
hiding.
All right, I have 589 slides right now, though. Since you want to be
See, I
nosy,
said it.
Damn, that's
yeah,
I
I'll
was
another
probably be
100.
over. It's gonna be over 600 definitely.
That's another 100.
So we're gonna have to
Damn.
push it to a weekend to Sunday. I come out of
also you're
town
gonna do like the whole weekend. Just
because it's gonna
Clubhouse?
because we're gonna need some time. This a throwback. This 600 slides. They ain't never. I bet Hebrew ain't got none of them. And I know you ain't talking about. They ain't talking about the one out here. With them accusations on him, right? That polite shit. Was on that polite shit. No,
Don't
that
do
ain't the nigga
that.
on
No,
the.
he doesn't have
That
any
ain't him.
accusations on him.
Oh, okay, that
He
ain't
was
him.
with someone when he was 17 and he went to jail.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Somebody, they just word around the town say he on some polite shit. But
Yeah,
anyway, that ain't my business.
because they lumped him in with everything that was going on, but he served time. He's already been to jail and he was 17. Kind of like Nicki Minaj's husband type of
Nah, I
thing.
don't hear this shit. I don't condone.
You don't condone what? A 17-year-old being with a
And
younger
see, them,
girl?
them books and shit be telling niggas they can do that. Nigga bring up the fact the Prophet Muhammad was hitting them when they was a baby.
Wait, so
Uh,
you don't know anybody? You don't have any grandmas or anything that got married when they were like
nah.
15, 16? They all waited till they were 18?
Right.
Mm-mm.
Lies, honey.
Nah, I ain't
Right.
lying. My shit ain't look like that.
Yes, it did.
Nah, I don't condone that type of shit.
You ain't got to
I
I
don't
condone
get
know
it.
I
who
get
on
that you
your
don't condone
platform.
it now or anything, but I'm just saying so
But
all
I'm
the women in
saying,
your family waited till they were 18 to have children as
well,
well?
I say, to my knowledge, I don't know. But to the
Okay.
knowledge that I do know, what I can see, I don't see any of that. And it's not that the world that I come from, I didn't see these type of things happen. But again, I don't condone those type of
And they
things.
never
I can
could,
see,
huh?
but that's why your people are so young in comparison. That's why your grandma not that old and stuff, and you can't believe that we
Well, my
had like
grandma in the
grandmas
80s. My grandma in the
now.
80s.
My grandma was in the 80s and 2000, so it's a difference. But it's when they have children young, they're a lot older. They were born in like 1920s, 1911s.
Right. Right.
Why I
Right.
say this? We not living in the days of the colonies. Goddamn, you can't be out here fucking with these babies. It was dudes they used to have nice rides. They would pull up to the high school and they would pull off
Huh.
with
Word.
the come on, man.
Yeah, promoters would put girls in strip clubs when they were 16 and
Yeah,
17,
I
but
know. I know some people who got.
I don't see a lot of people trying to stop none of that. And my
But
opinion.
I'm saying like,
And you know every man that's been on your platform and his background and
you
what he
asking
done
me
did
that?
in his past.
You asking me
You
that?
know every aspect of that,
No,
huh?
no, ma'am, that'll be impossible. And that's not a question
Right.
that I've asked.
Right.
So no, ma'am, I have to say I don't. And
Right.
I also don't put nothing past nobody.
It's a lot of pedos on this internet.
Yeah, I agree, especially like when people coming out of these doctrines and these schools of thoughts where you have to follow somebody or something. A lot of times they do take advantage. But I mean, you can name it. They had the accusations on Noble Drew Ali, goddamn Elijah Muhammad.
But
To
don't we always follow someone? Don't people follow you?
nah, no ma'am, people don't follow me. My
So
message
you're
is
a
to,
chief.
but my message is to go back home. My message is to put the doctrines down and go home and start over. Find out who you are in your story. So that's why my following not as large is because I actually taught the people how to fish instead of coming to me and I had to feed them. So yeah, I gave them a blueprint and They don't need me after they start walking their journey.
Part
And
of
so
your story is your DNA. When you gonna do that?
excuse me, then who? DNA. Well,
DNA.
I know who my mother and father is.
That's not what I asked you.
Are you talking about a DNA test?
Yes.
Well, DNA tests are fake, man.
No, they're
Respectfully.
not. No, they're not.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me ask you this question. When was the human genome created?
What difference does that have to do with you taking a DNA test to see where
Well,
your
this is the
ancestors
reason.
come from?
Well, this is the reason why I'm not into DNA tests, because I understand where they came from, what was the agenda behind it, what would the funding come from, and again,
That has nothing to do with where you come from and
well,
where
I know
your
where I come
DNA
from.
comes from.
Well, I'll say this
And
here:
you going off of
DNA don't help
genealogy.
you.
Genealogy does not tell you where you come from. It really don't.
Oh, yes, it do, mama.
No, it don't.
DNA don't tell you where
No,
you
it
come
don't.
from.
One wrong
Okay.
move and the whole
Okay, so let me ask you this
genealogy
here.
tree is wrong.
So let me ask you this here:
One wrong move up top,
Well, I agree.
great
That's why
great
you have to.
grandfather,
Well, that's
great
why
great
you.
grandfather. This is my great great grandfather. If that ain't really my great great grandfather, guess what?
Okay, that's why you
Everything
have
up
to
under him
properly.
is wrong.
Okay, that's why you
Everything
have.
up under that is wrong.
No
Not
problem.
everybody
So
had
you
that
have
life
to.
like
That's
that
why
though,
you have
mama.
to.
You know what I mean?
That's why you have to know what you're doing while you're doing it. So you
You
don't have
can't
to.
know what you doing it if you don't got proof.
You can know
If you don't
because
got proof,
I know.
it's
You can
wrong.
know.
All
Your
your grandmamas be
genealogy
right?
is wrong.
Was all your grandmamas right? You don't know that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Well, my family is intact.
And no slave owner took advantage of their
What
slaves.
slave owner? What slave owner?
Shit, we probably was the slave
Oh,
owners, mama.
there were some slave owners.
Everyone wasn't.
There
Okay,
were
let
some
me ask you
slave
this here,
owners
Miss I say.
that may have
Have you done
taken
your DNA
advantage
test?
of those slaves.
Miss I say.
And if one father out of there is wrong, my
No problem.
great grandfather, all his brothers and sisters is black, and he come out high yellow with red hair and gray eyes.
Okay, you got Irish.
Something done gone wrong.
Okay, somebody fucked
Why?
Irish boy.
Probably
Let me ask
because
you
of
this here,
the
mama.
slave
I say
owner.
So if you
And
did
so
a
if I
DNA
just went
test, why
along
DNA don't take?
genealogy,
Why DNA don't
shit
give you
will
that
be all
answer?
wrong, right?
Well, why DNA didn't give you that answer? You should know that. If you're
Oh, it
telling me in
did.
order
It
to,
did give me the answer.
so
It did
why
give me
you
the
why you
answer.
don't know what happened?
I do know what happened.
So why you just ask
But
what
I'm
happened?
saying all his brothers and sisters
So what did DNA tell you?
are from the father that he was that's
Who
supposed
was
to
the
be
father?
his
What was the
father.
father name?
Huh?
What was the father name?
Of my great grandfather?
I'm not sure whoever you're speaking of.
I'm not sure who you speaking of. Like what the
Well, I'm
fuck you
speaking of
talking
the
about?
guy who you said. Speaking of the guy you were talking about.
My great grandfather. His brothers and sisters is all
Right, correct.
black as they.
So did
He
DNA
come out
tell you who his dad
high
was?
yellow with red hair and gray eyes.
And what was the reason for that?
Obviously, the plantation owner is his father.
The plantation owner is his father. And DNA told you that?
Instead of the rest of the father for his siblings that was on the plantation as well.
Okay, no problem. Let me ask you this here. What's your third great grandma name?
You want me to tell you her name?
Yes, ma'am. Your third great
On
grandma
my
on
mama's
your
side or
mother's
my
side.
dad's side?
On your mother's side.
Her name is Bertha Hunt.
And what year she was born in?
I don't know what year. I ain't
Do you know her
memorized
mother
the
name?
years. Yeah, I know all that shit. They ain't got shit to do with your father. They ain't got shit to do with who the fuck impregnated her. Like you trying to go somewhere else. And
I'm
I
really
know
not.
my genealogy.
How
I know
far do
my
you go back?
genealogy,
How far do you
and
go
I
back?
know where shit done went
How far do you go back?
sideways as well.
Okay,
And
well,
and
DNA
a lot
test.
of our genealogy has went sideways. Once you go so far back, genealogy done went sideways.
That's
Genealogy
not true,
is
Mama.
trash
Maybe for you. Maybe
because
for you.
one wrong move and everything up
Well,
under
that's
it
why
is
you have to
wrong.
know what you're doing. That's why you have to know
I
what
know
you're
what
doing.
I'm doing.
You
I know
cannot be
exactly what
100%.
I'm doing.
Nisha, you
I know
can be
exactly what I'm
100%.
doing
All
because
right, well, let
one
me ask you this here,
wrong
Nisha. Do you,
father,
no problem.
one wrong
You got you.
parent,
Yes,
one
ma'am.
wrong parent, and the
Correct.
whole genealogy up under that
Correct.
is
We heard
wrong.
you. Yes, ma'am. Correct. Nisha, let me ask you this here, Nisha.
What?
How far have you went back in your genealogy?
Oh, we don't have this conversation, talk, kid. I don't went back real far.
So what was it? Can you ask that question you just asked again?
What I'm telling you, what I'm saying is that even though we might have records, so you telling me that everybody was on the up and up, everybody knew exactly who not knew exactly, but nobody lied about anything. Nobody you could have had a lady that slept with this man, but this other man could be taking care of her, so she put the baby on him. So who knows? You wasn't in them people's
Right.
stuff like that. You
Well,
just
that's
never
why.
really know.
No,
And
okay. So,
everything
Mama,
under that
you do really know.
genealogy is wrong.
That's the whole
Everything under
purpose of
when you
doing.
once you
That's
put
the
that
whole
man's
purpose
name
of
and
doing
he's not the father,
genealogy.
everything up under that is wrong.
You
Listen,
could put
the whole.
anything on anything. Sometimes, first of all,
Especially
sometimes
back then.
you could change whatever you wanted to change. It wasn't you didn't have birth certificates like you do now. So a lot of things could have been manipulated. It didn't have to be, it could have been, oh, this family right here is about something. So I'm gonna make sure it's just like today. It's nothing changed.
Well, let me ask you this here. Do you know your mother and father name?
Yeah, I know my mom and daddy name.
Okay, so why you think your ancestors wouldn't know their mother and father name?
Because no, I just
is.
told a story tonight about my uncle
and me too.
And his sister is related to me and she not supposed to be. So my granddaddy's my thing is where I'm working on right now is trying to find out exactly who my granddaddy real daddy is, because it's not who they said he was.
Right.
Well, that's what this is why we chose the genealogy method.
No, the genealogy method told me that my daddy was somebody else, but the DNA says different.
All right, so that's why you have to cross-reference the DNA with the genealogy.
But you just said why I'm
so the genealogy is wrong.
Exactly. What
No,
you saying?
no. The genealogy. No, you have to cross-reference the two.
But you don't believe in the DNA, so come on. Which one?
Hold on. Don't say that, Mama, because my
That's what
family
you just said.
My family took the DNA test.
But you just said it's not real.
It's not real in the sense of it tells you how far it can go back, right? So it gives you your greatest ancestor and it gives you your earliest. So it's not going back to no far distance. It's only about 200 years, which they're gonna give you anyway.
What difference does that make?
It makes a lot of difference because if
no,
you
it
were
don't. No,
200
it don't.
years, okay, so 200 years ago, was your family in America or were they in Africa?
200 years is a whole lot of kids.
So 200 years ago, was your family in America or was your family in Africa?
Yeah, Nisha, your family was already in
200
America.
kids is a whole lot of kids.
Yes or no?
Point.
Nisha, your people was already in America.
That's a great point, actually, because if DNA test only taking you back 200 years and it's saying that you are in Africa, then you would have to be in Africa 200 years ago because it's telling you that you're going back to Africa. So my question is,
it don't. No, it don't.
Years ago, so what's the latest?
No, it don't. My grandmother, 95 years old. What the fuck? Like, she ain't got to be in Africa.
So how far? What's your greatest ancestor on your DNA test? How far it would take you back on your DNA test? It only go back so far.
You have to test
I know
the
because my
elders.
family
You
took
have
them.
to test the older people to get
We
some stuff
tested the elder
farther
people.
back. We can't get all that because we don't have the answers to all that. That's
Nah,
why
we tested the elder
African
people.
Americans are fucked up in the thing, but at the same time, genealogy ain't gonna do you a damn good because one wrong parent fucks the
Well,
whole
stop getting things
genealogy up
wrong. That's
from
why you
there
have to
down.
pass the test. That's why you have to pass the test.
And you ain't passed the test. Because I'm telling you that one wrong parent can change the
And
whole
that's why I don't have.
genealogy from there down.
Let me show
And
you
there
something. Let me show
down
you.
could be
Let me
60
say this here.
kids, could
I
be
called my
70
grandma,
kids,
right?
could be
I called-
100 kids.
No problem. I called my grandma and I said I wanted to ask you some questions about your family. So she told me to come see her. So I talked to her about an hour and a half, didn't ask her nothing. Then finally she said, "You want me to talk to you about the kids?"
Your grandma don't know
Yeah,
what her
hold on.
mama and daddy was doing. Your
She
your
don't.
grandma don't know what her great
How she
grandmother
don't? No,
and
maybe
her
not
great
your grandma.
grandfather was doing.
Maybe not. No, you can't say that about nobody else's family. Now, if you had
No,
if your
anybody's family.
if y'all had some
Anybody's
Jerry
family. You
Springer
can't
shit
say
going
that.
on, that's y'all.
That's life.
Now,
What are
if
you
y'all got some
talking
Jerry
about?
Springer shit going on, that's y'all.
You don't know what happened to your great grandfather, great grandmother.
She
You
could have
don't know
been
what
great.
happened to your great
She could
great
have
grandmother.
I do know. I do know.
No, you don't.
No, you don't know.
Listen. So what y'all grandma was out there doing? Tell us. Tell us what y'all grandma them
What
was
she
doing.
was doing, or what somebody was doing to her.
Who did something to her?
Wow. Wow.
No, that's a real
Wow.
You sound crazy
Wow.
as hell.
No,
dude.
you said somebody.
You
who did
sound
something to her?
crazy as hell.
Wow.
You sound crazy as hell.
So somebody
What
did
she
something
was
to
out
your
there
grandma?
doing, like for real?
Yeah, you talking about you don't know what she was doing. You say I don't
Cause
know
you
what grandma was
don't.
doing. So I'm asking, what
You
was your
don't know
grandma
what
doing?
happened to your great grandmother. You don't know.
I have a picture of my great grandma. I can show you.
Okay, you don't know what happened
I
to
know
her and her children.
husband. I know her children because her children is my great grandpa. I met him. I was alive before he died.
Daddy had to be
met him
that
don't
mean
mean
real
shit.
man.
What the fuck?
So what?
Dude,
what's
is
the
you
point y'all getting at?
delusional?
Everybody
Yes.
grandma wasn't having
Oh my
hot girl
God.
summers.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
everybody grandma wasn't
Oh
having
my
no hot girl
God.
summer.
Wow.
Oh my God. We cannot be this slow.
Wow.
We can't be this slow.
But I get
we
it
can't
from
be
both
this slow.
sides because yeah, not everybody was, but there's some people that are, and as you go and there's many people and many grandparents, like it's less likely that no one messed up, no one ever did that, especially when we know that they did.
Or no one ever got raped.
Grandfathers
You should
used
know
to
her
have
before you make
women.
that accusation, though. You should have proof on anything.
You gonna
You
have
had to
proof
prove
on
it.
rape?
That's why
You
we
gonna have proof
research.
on rape?
Yeah,
What
you'll
is the
have
proof?
proof on
The
that.
baby?
You'll have proof on it. A DNA test can tell you that. That's why you have to do your genealogy.
Right, but you won't take a
Sometimes they don't
DNA test.
even. Sometimes when that happens in your family and stuff, like they don't tell everybody. I know
No,
of
people
rape
know.
that happened, and they don't pass it down
The
to you guys.
stories,
They
the
just
stories.
tell the women.
You won't even take a DNA test. So what are you talking about?
I told you my family took them. Family took DNA.
No, I
test.
said you won't take a DNA test, will you?
My family took it.
Guess what? Your daddy might not be your daddy.
Come on now. Everybody was having a high girl summer.
Your
My parents were
grandfather
high
might
school
not be your
sweethearts.
grandfather.
My parents were high school sweethearts.
What that got to do with anything?
Come on now. Everybody ain't
Somebody could have
hot
took
in
advantage of
Twilight.
her on the date.
Come on.
And guess what?
I know
You just gonna make
everybody's
things
not,
up
but
now.
sometimes there can be. Is all they're saying. It's like in
Well,
genealogy.
they gotta leave that
Yeah,
on
but
them. That's why we give everyone
that
the
shit
freedom
start to
to
sound
tell
a
their
little
own
Date rape
story.
didn't
disrespectful,
just
man.
start now.
That
So
start
have
to
you
sound
ever
a
been
little
date raped?
disrespectful when you telling me my
Have that ever
grandmama
happened to
lied.
you? Have that ever happened to you, Ashay?
Yeah, she was talking about
What?
that
Date
earlier.
rape?
Yeah.
Genealogy versus.
Hell yeah, date rape doesn't happen.
I'm talking about to you.
Yeah, it's not happening.
I see. Well, everybody didn't have them experiences, and I'm sorry to hear that.
Well,
Okay,
we know it's
but
hard
they ain't
in
got
our
shit to do with
community.
my great
Majority of women didn't have
grandparents.
that experience in
That
our
has
community.
nothing to do with my great grandparents and what they did and what happened to them. That has nothing. What happened to me has nothing to do with them. So
But
doing
I say you
genealogy,
should say how your
doing ge-
DNA, how you were able to find your father with your DNA test.
What'd you say, Dustin?
Paternal
You should
DNA
say how
works.
you were able to find with her DNA with her My Heritage, she was able to find her father.
Yeah, when I did my when I first did my DNA, I did my heritage, and some lady came up as my first cousin once removed, and nobody could identify who this woman was. I'm like, I gotta do something bigger. I gotta go to a bigger platform, which is Ancestry. I go to Ancestry, I do the test, and I find I got two sisters right here. So now I find out, okay, so my biological father is not the father I grew up with. Now I tell my sisters that my sister from the father I grew up with, uh, why don't y'all do the test? She waited and waited and waited, and now she do it a year later. She finally do it and figure out that our father, quote unquote, is not her father either. You know what I'm saying? And now she got a whole nother family. Like, so you never know who mama's baby, daddy's maybe. That's what I say.
Period.
So that means mama know who her child is and mama know who her mama is then, right?
Mama don't always know who her child is.
See now that's
Who her,
disrespect.
what her father is. No, no,
That's disrespectful
that's
when y'all saying a person mama or
that's not
grandmama
true.
don't know
That's
who
not what
their
I
mama
said.
is.
That's not what I said. What I said was mama's baby, father's maybe. I didn't say, oh, mama always know. No, she don't always know, because my father told her that he couldn't have children.
What does that phrase mean? Please tell me. That phrase means something specific, or it wouldn't say daddy's maybe. It's letting you know that mama always
If
know
she
his
knew he had
child.
children,
Mama always know
if
his
she
child,
knew
but
he could
daddy,
have
but you might
children,
not know
she
who the
wouldn't have
daddy is.
believed that her ex that she just left from 9 years. She was in a relationship with him for 9 years, and she got back with her ex before him. That's what happened. She got back with her ex that was before him from 9 years. If she wouldn't have believed that he was the father if he wasn't saying that he wasn't the father. He couldn't
Exactly.
have
So
children.
that's what I'm saying. She don't know who the daddy is, but the mama know who the mama is.
Yeah, we know who the mama
All right
is.
then. All right then. So when y'all say grandmama
I
could have
said
lied,
mama's
yeah,
baby,
grandmama
daddy's
could have lied
maybe.
about daddy. Hold on, grandmama might
That's
could have
what we
lied about
talking
daddy.
about.
Yeah, but fuck,
I
grandmama
said
ain't gonna lie
mama's
about who
baby,
her
daddy's
mama
maybe.
is. But
We
hold up,
talking about
y'all
daddy.
looking like everybody is judged off of grandma's husband. But what about grandma's mama? Grandma,
No, we
mama,
never
mama.
said
Okay.
that.
All right. Well, y'all
We never
don't make
said
it
that.
seem like that because y'all be saying grandmama could have lied.
No, we
Yeah.
never
No,
said.
but
I
they're
never said
saying
that. I
they're
said mama's
saying
baby,
that
daddy's
that
maybe.
messes with the whole genealogy over. I can say a story about me that has nothing to do with that, but my grandfather is a Pendergrass, but at some point he transitioned to Copeland because he didn't like the Pendergrasses and they would have cookouts and kill each other. It was crazy. So he cut off his family and he went by Copeland. Now, if I go by that, then I could just be like, oh, we're Copelands and not know even about the Pendergrass just by going off of records. But that's where you have to kind of know the story and different things that could change your genealogy.
That's why you have to know the
Right, but
genealogy. But
that's what I'm
all of
saying.
that goes in
Genealogy
the
can
story
change
of genealogy,
because
though.
it wants to, like not
But but
because of
but
the
all
facts.
but what y'all are saying all falls into genealogy. The importance of it, the
No, it don't.
detail. That's
No,
where
it
the
don't.
details
No,
come
it
from.
don't.
Okay, like Miss
Genealogy
Dosey
is
just made a
trash.
great point. Miss Dosey just made an excellent point. Like she said, she could be going off for a certain surname, and not knowing the history. But since she know the history of it, she's able to identify still with that lineage or that bloodline and that surname because there's a history that is attached to it. So with genealogy gives you those details, and that's why we approach genealogy.
No, you
Well,
missed her.
genealogy is trash.
You
Well,
missed
I
her.
don't think we all agree that genealogy is trash, but I would say the majority of us think that you need both. You need both the DNA test and you need the genealogy because
To
they're both going
cooperate.
to work
Well, we
together.
just
Yes.
said,
Right.
you have
To
to.
cooperate. To work together. Yep.
I just said that's my family cross reference the DNA with the genealogy. It's normal. It's if you're studying, you're gonna have to cross reference. So
What African DNA did it say that your family had?
none. Ain't
Oh,
that so?
see, that's
No African DNA. You
Yeah,
full of shit,
zero.
dude. You full of shit.
-3 or some shit like that if I can remember.
You full of shit. They don't even come
Why
out
you
like
say
that.
that? Is it rigged?
no.
Is the system rigged or something?
No, you rigged.
Should my DNA say African? Is there any
Yeah,
reason that
because
What
you're
was
it's
the
African.
percentage?
You have
What was
some
the
African
percentage of
American. It's
American
Caucasian
indigenous
people that
in
come
your
out with
family?
African DNA. And you gonna say you don't got none?
none? Is that
It's
shocking?
European people who come out with African DNA and you gonna say you have none?
European people don't take DNA tests.
Ain't no
This
shit.
is a joke.
Don't
This
nobody
is a joke. I
listen.
gotta go to sleep.
DNA is only niggas take different DNA tests to try to find out where they come from. Africans in Africa don't take
That's
them.
not true.
Yeah, you
Africans
ain't
and
never
Africans don't, but
you never
white
heard an
people take
African
them.
say because listen.
Obviously, Africans are taking them. You
Okay,
can look on
no, that's
YouTube.
not true. That's not
You
true,
can look
mama.
on YouTube.
Well, you can read
Africans
the
are
white
taking
papers.
them.
Well, you can read
Africans are taking them, or we wouldn't be able
Are
to
you familiar with the
pinpoint where
white
our
papers?
DNA come
Are you
from
familiar
if
with the white
Africans weren't
papers,
taking
mama?
them.
Well, if you read the white papers on them, they tells you the population that they're able to test and how many people they're able to test. They do not have a large base for the Africans because
If
Africa is
Africans
only
weren't
based.
taking
Listen, you
them,
can only make a
we
base,
wouldn't be able
mama.
to have
No,
our
that's why it's
DNA.
bullshit. Okay, because Africans are not taking them, and Africans are not taking them and saying I found cousins in America. That is not
You can
happening.
go on YouTube and find Africans taking the test.
Africans do not take
Go
them,
on
mama.
YouTube. Go
I
on
lived
YouTube.
with
They're
Africans. I
taking
don't
them.
have to do that. I lived with
Man,
them.
you a YouTube
I bet.
scholar, baby girl, or do
I
you do
went
your
to
own
sleep and woke up with
research?
Africans. Africans don't take
I
DNA
do lots
tests.
of
Some
research.
Africans don't, but some have taken it before.
It's
But
not
yeah, a
even
lot of
popular in
Africans.
West Africa. It's not
Yeah,
popular. They don't.
I understand that, and in South Africa they're not as very
Yeah, they
popular
don't take that.
because
That
they
shit only
And
us
just
to
like the
us.
indigenous
Only people in
Americans, we
America.
need
yeah,
more of them
but
to take the
only
test.
because
Australians,
they're
Australians
not
don't
trying
take
to
them.
go back. They're not trying to even do their genealogy.
Australians
Most
don't
of
take
them,
DNA tests. Brazilians don't take DNA
they don't
tests.
care who their great
We
great great
do
No,
great
that's
need.
not true.
grandma is.
Everyone cares.
No, that's
But
We
not
it's
do.
true.
only
That is
catered
not
to
true.
us. The thing is, it's not catered to them. It's only catered to us. We're the people that are told we don't have an identity, but
No,
you
it's
have
more.
Brazil, you
It's
have
more
islands, you
Europeans
have all
doing it
these other people,
than
and
we
these
are.
people are not even taking these DNA tests. But we're the only
It's more
people in the world
Europeans doing it
that
than
need a
we are.
DNA test. That don't make sense to y'all.
Well, you're saying you can walk up to the average African and say, who's your fifth great grandmother on your mom's side, and they know.
And
They don't know because they don't know genealogy.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying that they
But
don't
some
really
of them
care
may
about.
know.
Some of them may know, but a lot of people just don't care about any of this. That's all I'm saying is
Right, and you'll never
they don't
find,
care
and they
about this.
sure don't care, but they know more about their family because of their oral. That's the only way you can get the history of you and your family is from your family. So when I answered that, some of them is because some families have kept theirs intact, especially when you come from generations who've been in the same places or still own their land or heirs to something. So yeah, or have like people in America, we have family cemeteries. It's been in our families 1700s, the 1800s, like myself. So there's ways, there's names, there's dates, there's history on these lands. And so now some people know, it's not far fetched as people would like it to be. Like you come from, so if
Well,
you're here today, you come
family
from
don't
somewhere.
don't mean blood all the time. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Well, I don't know what type of life you had,
Wow.
Yeah, well,
Or
even
you
even
either.
adopted or anything
Or
like
you
that, a lot
either.
of people can become family and they're legit family, but they're not your blood, but they're family.
Well, I
So
agree. Y'all my family. Unscramble Minds my family. So I agree with that.
exactly. But we're not gonna come up in your genealogy, so you gotta pass it
You still
down.
can come to Mexico though.
No, but Dulcinea asked you a question. She said, "What's the percentage of indigenous on your
99.9.
And this is on your family's DNA
Right,
test that
right,
they
right,
took.
right.
He
Okay.
lying.
Right.
He lying. It's
He
1%,
already.
I
just
wanted to
like
ask
ours,
another
Lisa.
question too, because you were mentioning a lot of stuff of our culture, keeping obituaries, keeping the records, and different things like that. Would you call that ancestor veneration?
Right, that's a spiritual system. That's culture. That's something that our family kept going and held on to.
That's
Yes,
very
ma'am.
heavy in African cultures as well, right?
Africans ain't have a wall or a tack or no tape. Yeah, stop playing. They didn't have tape
They didn't have a
tacks.
wall.
No, they
Wait,
didn't have a
what?
wall. They didn't have tape. They didn't have thumbtacks to put them up on the
This
wall like
dude just
Granny
say
did. They
anything.
didn't have
Like,
picture
he just say
frames.
anything.
Yeah, Granny put picture frames up from
Yo, you're
old World
saying
War.
Africans didn't have
Uh,
picture frames to what date?
nah, of
Because at
course
some point
not.
they
Of
got
course,
picture
of course.
frames. So
At what point? What
when
point
did
was that?
America get them?
Of
And then when
course not. They didn't have a picture frame or a wall to hang it or a house to live in like
This
we
guy
did.
is nuts.
Different bedrooms with kitchens and
Oh my
stoves and
God.
ovens in them. Of course not. Now we're gonna have to goddamn be honest here now. You walk through
This
that
dude is
hallway in Granny Hives
ludicrous.
and all of them old pictures, them black and
This
white
dude
pictures.
is
It
nuts.
feel like it's
Well,
ghosts in there. You gotta go piss at night, and you scared because all the pictures look like they looking at you, and African ain't have a hallway, a
okay,
thumbtack,
agree to
duct tape.
disagree on that. Do
Okay.
Africans pour libation and don't we pour libation to our ancestors and to our dead friends and family members?
What African tribe do that?
I
It's a real
cannot.
Lots of
question.
them. Lots of them.
Right.
So give me one. We don't need all of them. We just need one.
The
Like,
Tuareg do libations.
The
Fulani do
who?
libations.
The who?
The Tuareg, Fulani do
Fulani
libations.
is a mixed race
The,
Caucasian tribe.
the Yoruba,
The
they
Yoruba
do
was
it.
made up through colonization. They like a five civilized tribe of Cherokee, shit like that. Some fake shit.
Benin.
oh, they got Cherokee over there in Africa too?
Right.
This
Actually,
dude is tripping. This
well. Have you ever heard of? Hold on, because one thing I don't. I'm a teacher, so I
you
like
think
to teach.
so?
So I like to teach. So I love.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a gift the ancestors gave me.
And this is the 6th century that you told me earlier, right? When the Cherokee came into West Africa.
This some
No, they
funny
came in the
shit.
18th century.
Okay, but also American tribe before them came into West Africa.
Yes, ma'am. The Cherokee didn't come into 1794. So I want to share my screen right here if it's okay with you. Let me know when I'm up. I can't see.
You're up.
Okay, Cherokee and West Africa. Okay, examining the origins of the Voss Strip. So this brother went there with the Liberia movement by the name of Curtis Austin, who was a Cherokee Indian, and he helped create what is called the Voss Strip. And this is a African today. They teach it as an African language, but it was created by actual Cherokee. Y'all can look him up, brother Curtis Austin, and he went over to Liberia married. You know, they believe in polygamy out there. He got him a couple badass big booty Africans, and he chilled out and relaxed out there, man. King status. Yeah, so Cherokees did go to West Africa, mama. I love to teach. I mean, it's just a gift God gave me. You feel me, Dosey?
Man, boy, I cannot take it serious. Boy.
But
You the wrong. No, you should be a comedian because you is
Nah,
funny.
stop it. Stop it.
I was gonna ask though, so that Cherokee was black?
Of course. You know a white nigga named Curtis?
Well, yeah,
Come
there
on, you
was
probably got
some
an ex
white
named Curtis.
Cherokees at that time
Girl, wasn't
in
nobody
India.
named Curtis. Kurt.
Well, they would take over the names, wouldn't
Who,
they? The
Kurt?
white people that came in and
When?
called
White people
themselves
when?
Cherokee
When did that
in the
happen?
1800s in
Well, in the
America.
1800s, it was niggas who still Cherokee, like Curtis. So you
Okay.
got a white boy walking around West Africa. Is that what you telling me? Creating languages
There's a bunch of white people around Africa.
in the 1800s. You got white folks running around Africa, marrying black, beautiful, black chocolate African women, and having babies with them, and creating African languages. And his name Curtis, Uncle Kurt.
I mean,
Uncle Curtis
colonizers. It
out
doesn't
of the
sound that crazy.
out of the Carolinas. Uncle Curtis from the Carolinas, country ass.
Yeah.
If you say so.
Yeah.
Well, will they get they
Yeah. Well,
anything else y'all want to learn?
No.
Yeah, I love to teach. You know, that's what I do.
You is funny, boy.
So,
How old are you?
Yeah.
I know them Pan Africans don't teach y'all nothing. And I be feeling so bad for y'all, and I just say, yeah, because they just been miseducating y'all and just
Good thing we can read and learn on our own. So we can study for ourselves.
You know we
need to
Good
ask
thing
a
y'all
good
can go to y'all
question.
genealogy. Good thing you can always fall back on genealogy.
Podcast, how old are you?
25.
You probably about 35.
25. And yeah,
That's
and if you don't feel that, then your body must be numb. Yeah.
25 and you're Aries, right?
And you can choose, lose, stay confused. Yep.
And maybe you'll understand what we're saying about genealogy once you hit that 30 threshold. Maybe.
Maybe I understand about genealogy, right? Anybody who have anything to say about genealogy has never done that. They don't have no genealogy. That's what I say. Yeah, because if you had genealogy, you'd never say no shit like that. You don't got no genealogy. You don't know who their people are.
I know exactly who my people are.
What slave plantation they come from?
Arkansas and Louisiana.
What's the name of the plantation?
I have no clue.
Because you don't know, you ain't did your genealogy.
Well, what you know about Grove Point Plantation in Savannah, Georgia?
I don't know. I'm from Texas.
I figured that you know a little bit about everything.
Nah, I try to stop people business, you know.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
So with Curtis is the one that like taught them all to pour out the Hennessy on the graves and stuff, and just be like, libations that came from Curtis.
No. I ain't say that. I just no, I wouldn't say that. I don't know. I don't know if they do. I don't know who do it. And if they do, double salute to them.
But if they do, they got it from America.
No, I wouldn't say that. If they do, then they just pour out looking for the homies. Shout out to them.
So you don't think like we could be like cousins between the American Indians and the Africans?
What tribes? A lot of Africans.
Let's just say all the West Africans.
Well, I say no because all the West Africans aren't from West Africa. So when we take the largest tribes, they're like the Akan people who split off of splinter groups and created Ashanti and other splinter groups. These people origins are not from West Africa. They migrated there. And so a lot of these stories are stories of migration. So No, ma'am, I wouldn't say we could be all of them because all of them are different. A lot of them have become mixed people that mix with other smaller tribes due to survival where they had to fight after colonization. So, no, ma'am, I wouldn't say that we're all the same.
Well, I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna say peace, Dulcinea, peace, Nisha, peace,
Peace.
open
Thank
to
you for
knowledge,
coming
Peace, peace.
Peace,
and
Nisha.
y'all have a good night
out. You have
with
a
your
good night as
friends.
well.
Ooh, honey.
Jesus Christ, Jesus of Nazareth.
Yeah, top cakes.
How many blunts have you smoked, Nisha?
The Dauphin.
Getting high on the job and shit.
Boy. Yeah, I'm probably
This
about
is
to call you.
a job we allow you to get high on, okay?
Yes, I'm telling you, man. It's here, boy.
You're gonna learn one day.
I'm gonna learn.
You're gonna learn one day.
Yeah, you will too.
I definitely ain't learning from none of these teachers out here. Y'all be listening to. Shit, they can't teach y'all nothing. Them niggas need to be fired. Them niggas need to resign from their post. I'm telling you.
They going against their elders.
Each and every last one of them need to resign from their post.
Ooh, boy.
None
I
of
thought
them.
you said you liked John Henry Clark.
I do. He was my favorite out of them. I respected his knowing. So, him being able to know exactly what he was, the message that he wanted to get across. And, my story kind of similar because John Henry Clark came at a time where he brought forth a new paradigm. So you didn't get that Afrocentrism until '69 when John Henry Clark broke out from the African studies and he created the African heritage. So he was able to create a new paradigm from scratch, from nothing else. Now, a lot of the information they put out is wrong because a lot of the scholars can't use it today, but they created and ushered in this paradigm to where he felt as though the Pan Africans before him dropped the ball where they tried to actually physically take people from America to Africa. And so he wanted to take people mentally to Africa. And so, and leave them in America. But yeah, as far as creating a new paradigm, something that wasn't there, and it being brand new, I look at John Henry Clark in the sense of how I see myself and what I'm doing. But and like I said, I appreciated his knowledge, what he spoke on, he knew. And he didn't need no note cards. He could stand there flat footed and he can read the crowd. And so those are some things that I picked up from, I call them pops. Those are some things I picked up from him.
Mm.
And now I'm the best that ever did it. You did.
Nisha agrees.
Bad motherfucker. I
All
got
right.
600 slides. I bet ain't a scholar out there can do 600. Them niggas can't get together and put together they shit and come up with 600. On BCU and on God. Bad
I would
motherfucker.
rather have 30 slides of some real stuff than 589 slides of some BS.
Well, okay.
So what do you call BS, Nisha? Anything that don't agree with your African paradigm?
No, I don't have an African paradigm.
Okay, so what do you call bullshit then?
What I call BS is, so I done heard this young man talk a lot. And I done saw some of his slides. And what was the kicker one time is when I asked him about the black people in his family with it. And then they came from Portugal. Then they came from France. No, Switzerland. My bad. It was
Right,
Switzerland.
right. Switzerland. Later they called them Germans. Right.
Right. But the black person never came from nowhere, not none of his people, nobody. They never came from never was a descendant from
Africa.
Africa. Right. I just can't. It's just like it just feel like
You saying all black people come from Africa? Just say it. That's what the hell you saying. All black people
Yeah,
come from
you
Africa.
trying to colonize me.
Yeah.
You gotta colonize the mindset.
Okay,
Well,
so
we talked
before,
about this before, and you don't have to believe in the whole how they put the genome and the bones and everything to believe that the African is the oldest place and the oldest humans come out of Africa.
So why they
We don't
ain't
have to
build
go to
nothing?
the end.
Damn, why they ain't build nothing? Like if you the oldest, where your shit at?
They
You ought
built
to
a
be able
lot,
to put
so
up.
I guess it's based on what you consider building something, because the Great
Well,
Zimbabwe, I think, is building
civilizations.
So Giza wasn't building like
Yeah, but we
civilization.
got shit over here before then. And plus Sunday when you come, I'm gonna show you how Egypt was a colony to America. I'm proof without a shadow of a doubt.
What about the older pyramids in Sudan? They were colonies as well.
And Sudan, what pyramids? What type of
In like
pyramids
the
were they?
Arabian area.
Man, them ain't pyramids. They go put them up. They can
Oh, those are
bring
like
them
teepees.
that's some BS. But what I will say is the most pyramids in the world is here in America. We have more than everyone in the world put together. So you tell me who were the master pyramid builders. If we have more toys to play with than anyone else in the world, who were building civilizations? If we go over there and you don't even know how to build a damn boat, you ain't even got a house. Nah, man, you can't do nothing with not American civilization.
you know what? Bottom line, Top Case, you in the same boat as all us. Despite
I ain't no different than nobody. I always say that I'm regular. I be with the people. So I'm outside with the people. I'm mixing and mingling. I always tell people I ain't no. That's why hey man, I'm just like you, and that's why the people love me. I'm the people champ, cause I'm just like them.
you so modest.
I try. I really do.
It's because he's from Texas.
Oh
No,
no.
it's because I work hard. It's because I'm over here studying right now, and that's why these niggas
That
can't fuck
too.
with
And
me.
he's gonna be on 632 by the morning.
They don't put the work in. They sleep while they sleeping, while they bullshit. Any free time that I get, I'm studying something.
You don't think Brother Jabari's studying all his free time?
Where's his sources? Like in this game, they'll laugh at Jabari. Jabari can't go in there. Jabari teach off the basic curriculum of what the system has provided. He don't teach outside of that. He's not bringing hidden history. He's teaching it exactly. That's why I keep talking about the damn Stono Rebellion, not even understanding that there was a tribe called Stono right down there in Charleston that had been fighting since the 1600s with these people. You look on the 1500 maps, they actually have an area called Stono because there's a people there, and they rebelled in 1739. So Jabbar already bring it up as that, but I'm like, bro, you going off of, and when I asked him, have you ever heard of the tribe called Stono? He said no. So it's like a lot of times they don't know. What we finding out now is that a lot of these teachers are no longer teaching what, let's say if y'all been in the country community 5-10 years, a lot of these teachers are not teaching what they were teaching 5 years ago. And the truth shouldn't have no expiration date on it. And so now they're having to alter their stories. Now they're saying, well, now Jabari, right? Now we're finding out that Africans maybe have crossed, left out of Africa a little earlier than we previously thought and migrated to America. Nah, that shit ain't gonna work now. The truth shouldn't be moved, man. All work usually work. But I'm y'all teacher now. Unscramble minds, y'all with me now. God damn it. I'm getting y'all away from them pseudos. Y'all done gave them too much time and energy. And they about to kill each other over there now.
Hey, Top Cat Dulcinea asked me if I'm trying to turn this to Indian channel.
That's what she wants. Dulcinea into that Indian shit. She want to know. She's so intrigued.
Yeah. Right. Hey, but yeah, people don't know nothing about the Stono Indians, man. The Stono River, all that's still here, still named today. And I'm gonna give you this challenge, Nisha. Since so much African Americans came through by Charleston and made such an impact on Charleston, see how many city names or river names is named after African Americans, and see how many is named after Indians. I close my case with that.
But who say y'all was the Indians?
Who the fuck say
Our
we wasn't?
family.
If I
The
show you
only
we been
people
here,
that
who
can
you
that
been
can
here?
know. Your family.
You can't
Who else
even
gonna
trace. Tell me who the hell your fifth
Where'd the
grandfather is.
Blackfoot tribe come from?
Come on, man. Stop
North
it. Do your fifth.
Carolina.
Do your D. Yeah, definitely Carolina, and I already told her that. You know what I
They
mean? But
worked
do
in
your
tobacco
DNA.
fields. All right.
Yep.
And they were mixed?
Nah, they was niggas. Listen, today
Yeah.
they have North Carolina. What's the name of North Carolina College? The mascot.
Oh, you talking about which one? The Tar Heel?
The Tar Heels.
Yeah.
That's your
Yeah.
Blackfoot Indians. You go down to Florida State, who they got down there? They the Seminoles.
Seminoles.
You
Yep.
go down to South Carolina, you have Clemson, which are the Catawbas. All of these major colleges, they are sitting on Indian territory. Brown University, you have in Virginia, William and Mary was built for American Indians. But you have the University of Virginia, built for American Indians. Yale, Princeton, all of these were built American Indians. That's a fact.
So you said Seminoles are Blackfoot?
The North Carolina Tar Heels. That's what they're talking about, the Blackfoot Indians.
But you brought up the Florida Seminoles.
Right. I was giving the example, like they use the mascots for these colleges or these areas, and they'll name the mascot after the. So if you look it up, is most colleges have American Indian mascots. So you had the controversy with the Washington Redskins in NFL, where you had the Indians, or the Cleveland Indians in baseball, where they used to use the little black boy to come out. He was their mascot, a little black kid, little Negro kid. These type of things. So yeah, when you look around, even because sports comes from the Americans, we're gonna talk about that Sunday too with the lecture. So we'll deal with a lot of those things.
So what's the difference between a black Seminole and a regular Seminole?
Well, first off, a Seminole is not a particular tribe. It's actually like a confederation of people coming together.
Yes.
So you have people that went under the Treaty of 1790, Treaty of New York, and you had people that later became classified under this five civilized tribe as Seminole. So in 1845, they made a treaty, went to Oklahoma, left out, I think it was 57, came into Texas, and to escape the laws under the Creek, because they made a deal under the Creek government in 1845, but it made them subject to it, which had slave laws. So you had them leaving to Texas, coming to Texas. So that was the difference. The people that stayed back, which have recently said that they aren't the same. So in the early 20th century, you can read it even on Wikipedia to tell you that they made a split. Basically betrayed them. You know what I'm saying? So that they later in history. So pull up the Seminole Scouts of Texas. and you'll see that's where the black Seminoles went. They came to Texas.
But
So
I'm not under. What I'm saying is that if the Seminoles were black, then who was the other Seminoles? What were they?
Seminoles was just there is Seminole is not a bloodline. It's not a one group of people. It's a like a band. It's like an army. It's a confederation of different people who came together to fight. So it wasn't
So
Seminole is not one people.
if it's not a bloodline, so hold on, does that go for all of the other Indians also? It's not a bloodline, it's just a whatever.
No, ma'am. The Seminole what make them. That's what make them unique. They're not a bloodline. They're a confederation. So you have through Indian American history, you have confederation. So my nation, we're Kasadi, but we were a part of the Muskogee Confederation, which the Seminole were a part of this confederation as well. So a lot of those Muskogees after the war of 1815, I'm sorry, they were going to Florida and they would be classified as Seminoles, but they would be different nations and also they'd be from different nations, but they were called the Seminoles as they amalgamated together.
And you said the ones that went into Florida, they're the ones that founded Rosewood, Florida?
Right. Seminoles have history with Rosewood, Florida. Yes. They recently just started putting it adding the Seminole history.
So what's the difference between a regular Blackfoot and a Blackfoot?
There's no different than a regular Blackfoot is a Blackfoot.
But that's not what the pictures show though.
Well, pictures tell you anything. Pictures.
Oh,
who drew the picture? Who drew it?
All 100 of these pictures?
Who drew it?
Some of everybody. It's not. No. These are actually photographs.
I'm gonna start taking pictures.
No, these are actual photographs. Just like we could pull up photographs.
Right, like the Macy's paper, right? They have people that are modeling and shit like that.
No, you can tell that these are old. You can tell that. You can tell these are older pictures.
You can't tell. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what them people doing. Because we know they was taking pictures. We know they was dressing folks up. Have you ever heard of the World Fair? Go to the World Fair, and in 1898, United States fought the Philippines. They brought over Philippines as slaves, and later classified them brown brothers. Right, that's where brown pride come from. It originally was tied to these Filipinos that came, but they put them in these they moved them around America. Look up the Filipinos they got brought here in the early 20th century and see how they were classified as Native Americans. And they also had them dress up in these costumes and at what they call the World Fair. So yeah, that actually did happen.
I'm just saying, why the Blackfoot don't look black?
Didn't you say you had Blackfoot in you?
No, I ain't never said that.
Okay,
no, it's my
so you got
grandma
Blackfoot
that
in you.
said that she's Blackfoot in
So did y'all have like a Native American looking person in y'all family, though?
I'd say my grandma looks pretty Native American.
She do? You got a picture of her?
Yeah, 1 second.
So Nisha, so if she come back with her Blackfoot grandma, and she don't look like them people on the picture, is she lying?
My point is that
Yeah, Charlie Brown. Moving the football and shit.
listen, people look different, okay? And the Indians, as we know of today, they look like Indians.
Shit, y'all don't look like the Africans of today.
Yeah. Why y'all look like some Africans? What tribe of African you look like?
Ain't no shit.
Stop.
Oh shit, y'all, and that's thanks to
That
us.
shit got work both
And that's
ways.
thanks to us. If y'all came from over there, y'all better be glad y'all mixed with us to not look like them no more. God damn it. Good word.
There's beautiful Africans. Peace, Akili.
Oh my gosh. I got things to do in the morning. I don't know why I'm still on here. I got things to do.
Y'all done
Cause you
fucked out my
trying to,
little
cause you trying to
studying
leave
time.
with a victory. You trying to leave on a good point, but not tonight. You should have never braided your hair and got your shit to the side like no Indian. And that ain't no fucking
Egypt
African
was a black
hairstyle.
land.
Y'all motherfucking be fronting.
Oh man.
Don't see what that picture. We want to see this Blackfoot. We want to see if they look like Nisha Blackfoot. So she looking at over there. Nisha, tell us what we doing.
Shit, that look like my
But
aunt.
my grandma knew she was Creole too, an African. Sorry.
What tribe?
She just said that she was Creole and Blackfoot.
All right, so she know what Indian tribe. She don't know what African tribe though, huh? So overruled. Yeah,
Really?
yeah,
Case
they tell
closed.
shit that yeah, case closed. The court of law, they gonna throw that shit out.
Man, listen.
That's how it work, man. That's how it work. Or y'all got a lot of work to do to find that African. And these teachers of y'all can't help y'all, and y'all been following them. They can't even help you
I don't
find
have
what
no
kind of
teachers. I don't have
y'all
no
can't
teachers.
find. They can't even help you.
I don't have no
They
teachers.
ain't got no method to help you because they can't help their damn self. That's why every time I run up on them, they don't know what kind of African they is neither, and they want to give me this sob ass slave trade story about how the amalgamation of African tribes. Yeah, I'm sick of it. We not going for it no more. And y'all need to stop listening to these people and start looking into your genealogy and find out your family history. Cause these niggas
Yeah.
run around this hoe with doctrine.
And y'all wait till y'all get way over here in North America to claim some culture, but y'all bypass all of South America and all that. Y'all ain't leave no culture there, but y'all skip past all of those
We ain't
islands
had
and
to come
everything
that
and brought
way.
the culture here.
Well, because her DNA didn't
God
come with any
dang.
South American.
What
DNA
happened?
fake.
What happened?
Her DNA didn't come with any
Nah,
South
I ain't talking about her
American.
It
DNA,
ain't
but
come
the
with no
DNA of the
names neither.
transatlantic slave trade, supposedly.
That
DNA
DNA ain't
leaves them to South American
DNA
islands.
ain't come with no names, no family
None of that.
migrations in America. Yeah, it ain't do too much or nothing.
Yeah. Nisha don't even know what plantation
Hey,
she
y'all
talking
know
about.
hey, y'all know we called the I played that clip, huh? That guy from 23andMe saying why the test of fraud. They
Oh
just
yeah,
called
you
it.
did.
Yeah, I got one with the naval. They on there with with this dude out the naval. He was a commander, and he talked about the impossibilities of the transatlantic slave trade if you're having 400 personnel, cargo, passengers, and you're leaving from the east coast of America to the west coast of Africa. You would have to hydrate. So you would either have to have enough water on consumable water on board, which will bring excessive weight. And so what they use today, the technology is they have a system that cleans the water. It's an 8-step system to make it, which they use with the salt water because Atlantic salt water, and it goes through 8 different systems for it's consumable for human use. Now he's saying now crossing that, you will have to hydrate, or everyone on board will die. So Yeah. That one we recorded yesterday. We called up there. Man, we've been calling naval bases. We've been calling a lot of people. It's gonna all drop, but we trying to get down to the bottom of this. And yeah, the U.S.
So how did the indigenous to America and the Phoenicians hydrate?
How did the Phoenicians hydrate?
Yeah, or the Americans that came over, either one.
They made stops.
Right, they had colonies.
Everybody made stops.
They trip planned. A lot of these places they were pulling into were friendly ports to them, or they knew them. We'll talk about it Sunday. You'll see what I'm talking
Okay.
about. So no different than when what Columbus and them had to do. They took them to certain places. When they got there, they ate, they fed them, and then they moved on to other smaller islands or whatever. And here they'll maybe load the boat with such and such resource, and then they'll move on. And so, yeah, we're gonna go through all of that, man. So we got 600
And did your
slides.
people ever do that too? Like the people in your genealogy?
Do what exactly?
Like travel, make pit stops, migrate.
Well, my nation is actually known for being shipbuilders. So we built ships, we built steamboats, all the way up into the 1800s. So I'm pretty sure they did.
And they never amalgamated with any other cultures?
Well, I wouldn't say that because um, French, they were friendly to the French. They were also friendly to the Spanish. So I wouldn't say that.
But not Africans.
I mean, what were the Africans?
In Africa.
I mean, he would have to be present. I mean, we talking about interaction in America.
Okay.
Unless you talking about unless you calling your the Spanish, some of the Spanish black.
Well, some of the Spanish were black.
They were North African.
Okay.
Yeah, they were North African.
Which is African, but some of them are West African as well.
North African have more of a claim or a conversation for the American history than West African.
Definitely.
Like we know North Africans came here. The problem we having is proving that West Africans came.
But that comes from a thought process that makes Mansa Musa a created character, right?
Yeah, that's some shit a nigga made up. Nigga smoked the blunt and freestyled on niggas.
So who was like over Timbuktu?
You know what? You know that language that I just showed you that guy Curtis made in Liberia?
Yeah.
Do you know the rock that they claim? I think it's like a Brazilian stone or something like that. You know that they claim that to Abu Khari, saying that they found this stone and it was engraved. And guess what the syllabary was? The Va language that they got created in 1800. That's how it caught there. You know, it's just so full of shit, man. Y'all will see one day though. Y'all stick around. Y'all get to hang around Big Chief long enough. Y'all figure that you gonna know your genealogy, your family history. Yeah, we're gonna get you right. And we ain't gotta listen to these fairy tales and lies no more. Ooh, that shit! I need a Tylenol extra strength. Yeah,
That's how I feel after talking to you.
They give me a headache. Oh, you want me to preach like Jabari?
Oh my gosh.
You want me to pay family? You want me to preach like Jabari? He is not making an argument, family.
Nick guys say show North African culture in America. The North African culture, don't y'all know y'all was on the boat also with Columbus as free people?
I thought that was the Moors.
Nah, not all of them was Moors, baby. Some of them were just straight North
Some of them were
African.
Black Europeans. We're learning.
Listen, it's some North. It
Those
was
are
some
Black
straight
Europeans.
North Africans on that ship too.
Right? A Sephardic Jewish woman.
All kind of shit was on the boat.
You know what they say about them for 40 Jews.
No, I don't. What do they say?
You got the headphones in?
No.
Well, I ain't telling you.
I'm trying to understand why all of the people that claim to be Indians, native to here, I don't hear no other languages. Why everybody just speak English?
Same reason why we ain't hear no African language.
No, that's a different reason.
Right, we're
So
learning
what year
African
did we
language.
hear? What? Okay, so I can show you a clip of this guy in Galveston that I met at Juneteenth. He said that he just found out that his grandma didn't speak no English. She was an Indian and she didn't speak English. His dad just told him. So I say this as well. Where can we find a time in America where Africans spoke African language here? Any time in the colonies that an African spoke African language. It's not one instance of an African speaking African language in the
You
continent of
wasn't
America.
there, man.
So,
There is one instance, but
Ooh.
it's Arabic.
Oh, stop it.
So Arabic's not an African language?
You're a Muslim. That's you're a slick side Muslim.
Yeah, respect.
Yeah, you're a
So
low.
Hebrew, well, you wouldn't say Hebrew was here. It would be the Punic language, right? That was found here, not Paleo Hebrew.
I wouldn't even say that. I
There's no such thing as
You wouldn't say the
Paleo
Punic
Hebrew.
language was ever found here.
There's no such thing as Paleo Hebrew.
That's why I changed it to Punic.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
But you say it's not found here, Big
I
Chief Tucker?
don't know what's going on. You know, Sunday. They still really got away with it.
Okay.
Always easy work.
And Gullah Geechee, as Achilles says, that's a Indian tribe, right?
Yes, that is a mixed in Indian tribe. They mix too. I can tell you that
Mixed with
first
what?
hand knowledge, but like I
What do
told
they
you,
mix
though,
with? Yeah, what do they
it's
mix
not.
with?
What
Damn
happened?
sure not no African.
Yes, they are.
How you gonna say they're not mixed with African?
Man,
They're
See,
Safari
y'all
Jews
want me
too?
to listen to me.
listen. And matter of fact, the Geechee Gullah that came up here to meet ain't even the original Geechee Gullah. That's not where it started at. We probably been in like the middle of the migration. You know what I mean? From where I'm at, and I'm telling you straight up, it was just a secret language. Pretty much, it started from a language to communicate.
And yes, Achilles,
Hey,
that's why I said my grandma said she was Blackfoot and Creole because the Creole was known to have Africans.
stop it. That's not true. Absolutely not
It
true.
was.
All
People
right,
said
now,
the
now,
Creole was
hold
known.
on. Let's stay on this Gullah, right?
Yeah,
So,
go
can you
ahead.
show me someone in the 1700s calling themselves Gullah Geechee? Can you show me someone in the 1800s calling themselves Gullah Geechee?
Yeah, in the 1800s.
You can,
I don't know about.
you cannot. It is absolutely, totally false.
Listen here.
Gullah Geechee, that's not even ancient. You older than the word Gullah Geechee.
Facts.
That shit is so brand new. I don't want to say too much because I'm gonna get them Pan African, but Gullah Geechee didn't come out. I'll give it to you. That shit came out in the 80s. That's how brand new it is, and it's in the 90s. There's no such thing as a Gullah Geechee tribe. Now, how do I know that? Because the history that they're trying to take is over the Seminole history, which directly is my family history. So from 1816 to 1858, it's called the Seminole Wars. But if you type it in, they'll call it the Gullah Wars. But why we don't see any treaties or anything signed with no one called Gullah? Why we don't hear any references or any maps of anyone called Gullah? That shit didn't come into the 20th century when they Afrocentric, they pushed that Afrocentrism on it, and they created this new shit. They started bringing out Sierra Leone documentaries and all that bullshit that happened to the 90s, man. So
Yeah,
Gullah
with
Geechee
the
is
rights and all
shit.
that shit.
Yeah, all
with
that
the
shit,
rights
man.
and
They're
all
faker
that,
than a motherfucker.
connecting Charleston with the rights from Sierra Leone. and
Yeah, they
all
So
ain't
that
what's
right
stuck
there,
on
knowing
Creole?
we was growing wild rice like a motherfucker. White rice was growing all around Charleston in that area when they came across there.
5 different types. 5 different types of rice growing in that area.
Oh,
What's
boy.
Creole? Like who is Creole?
Creole is a
Language
mixture
base,
of. It
French.
was a class system in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana area. It was a class system basically. That's what Creole started off as. So most people who were Creole were classified as free people of color, shit like that. They were landowners. They were some type of aristocracy or whatever the fuck. So they had status. That's what a Creole originally was. So one of my ancestors, he actually wrote about it, get it out of LSU, um, out of the LSU college. He actually wrote about it. But you have that Creole population. It was indigenous culture mixed with the Europeans that came in, those black French and Acadians that came down through the migrations. And that class system was Creole.
Wait, they were Acadians too, so they came from Sumer
Canada.
to
Canada.
Acadians came from
Canada.
Canada,
Right. They came down from Canada down and through the
and they're
Mississippi.
originally from Canada.
So the French didn't come through the Gulf. They came down through the Mississippi from Canada and came into Louisiana. Yes, man. That's how the French made it down. So yes, so originally the area around Canada. Correct. Yeah, they didn't invade the coast. Wasn't nobody crazy. Back then we had huge naval fleets. So we see that get active in the war 1812 and through the Barbary Wars. And you look up today, the naval ships today are named after American Indian nations or American Indian famous people in history. He says mixed with African language. What African language? I ain't even know Africans had languages. What?
Okay. Good night. Y'all have a good night. Good
Yes.
night.
That's
Good
your
night.
last
That was
thing.
it. That was it.
Speak
Let's
your
give us
African
one,
language.
Nisha. Name one, Nisha.
It's not a
Name one,
language.
Nisha.
Speak your African language, Nisha.
Oh, name one. Show us the right.
Cheche Kule. Cheche Kobisa.
That sounds Spanish.
La La
Yeah,
Kilanga.
that's some Latino music.
That sounds Spanish.
Yeah, that's a Selena song. Yeah, all right, though. She, man, I'm gonna get out of here. She got singing "Living La Vida Loca." Yeah, she went Cisco on the nigga, man. Drew
Ain't no
Hill.
shit in
Yeah, I said, speaking of that, that motherfucker said, "Living La Vida Loca." She had those like, man, nah, we ain't finna do that. That nigga went
Getting
Cisco
Cisco
on
on us
that
and shit.
motherfucker, man.
I cannot.
The Red Dragon.
Anyways, Achilles said his blood
shit.
brother speaks Creole.
Achilles
That's
lying.
Guadalupe
Don't
and
listen
Martin
to Achilles.
Martinique.
Achilles be lying. Don't listen to him. He's not a credible source. He probably Googled that out, baby names or Wikipedia. All right, y'all, I'm finna get out of here. She living La Vida Loca. Look at that. I'm gonna listen to that song before I go to sleep.
And that's it.
All right, y'all, be cool. Good night.
Good night.
All right, man. Peace,
night,
Top Cat.
y'all.
I'll be there
Good
for the
night,
lecture
everybody.
tomorrow. All right, y'all, man. Appreciate y'all again, man, for letting me come on through. As always, Nisha, it's a good time. Dulcinea is a good time, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
Peace.
All right. Good
All
night.
right, till the next time. She
All
was
right.
living the vida loca. She got that.
Y'all. Good night, y'all.